योकार, नमस्कार, स्वागत, वेलकम। देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से पधारे हुए गणमान्य अधिकारियों का हम अनौपचारिक रूप से सबसे पहले स्वागत करते हैं। I request all the moderators to be seated in the front row. Requesting all the delegates to be seated. योकार, नमस्कार, स्वागत फिर एक बार। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण गोंय घोडोनहाट्टा क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण कार्यशाळा 2 दिवसाची ही कार्यशाळा। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण गोवा ये कार्यशाला में आपका स्वागत है। 2 दिनों की यह कार्यशाला आपके लिए सुखकर रहेगी और इसी एक भावना से और इसी एक सम्मान के साथ हम सभी प्रतिभागियों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। गोवा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री जो कि आज के समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि है, डॉक्टर प्रमोद जी सावंत कुछ ही देर बाद यहाँ पर पधारने वाले हैं। हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। I humbly welcome guest of honor of today's ceremony, Dr. Chandrasekhar Pemasani, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Communications, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. श्री गोविंद गावड़े, कला आणि संस्कृति, खेळ आणि ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री, गोय सरकार थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर पधारने वाले हैं। श्री शैलेश कुमार सिंह, IAS Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, Government of India, will be joining with us virtually. So we welcome you and I request all the delegates to put your hands together to welcome Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh ji, IAS Secretary. We would like to welcome Shri Sanjay Goyal, Secretary RD, Government of Goa, who will be coming here soon, and Shri Gaya Prasad ji, Deputy Director General, Rural Housing, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Sir, हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। श्री संजय कुमार पांडे जी, Deputy Director General, NIC, तहे दिल से आपका स्वागत। And we will also acknowledge the presence of Shri Premendra Sheth, MLA, Mayan constituency, and Shri Antonio Vaz, MLA, Kottalim constituency. We welcome you, sir. I request all the delegates, सभी गणमान्य अधिकारियों से फिर एक बार मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ, आज का और कल का माहौल हमें जो है बहुत लाभदायक ये होना है, इसीलिए आपका यहाँ पर तहे दिल से हम इस मंच से फिर एक बार स्वागत करते हैं। देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से पधारे गणमान्य अधिकारियों का और विद्वानों का और प्रतिभागियों का हार्दिक स्वागत तो है ही। कुछ अनौपचारिक रूप से यहाँ पर जो है कुछ प्रोग्राम में, कार्यक्रम में तब्दीली हो चुकी है, इसलिए वी आर स्टार्टिंग विद द प्रेजेंटेशन। I request Director Rural Housing MORD Shri Shaktikant Singh ji, who will be doing the presentation on the evaluation of the scheme, progress and present challenges. I request Shri Shaktikant Singh, Director of Rural Housing MORD, to present.
Presentation.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible at the back. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, this PPT was supposed to be done after the tea break, and due to the change in the schedule, I had to come up earlier. The requirement of this PPT is very simple. We just want everyone, all the panelists and all the members here to know that what this scheme is all about. Though one day before we have already taken an orientation session of everyone, but still we just want to know all the people who are present here. We just want them to know that what this scheme is actually doing, how it has evolved, and what are the major challenges and what we expect out of today's discussion. So, sir, giving the brief outline of this PPT, this is the agenda, sir. We'll be showing an overview of the scheme, physical and financial progresses, salient features, and IT implementation under PMAYG and strengthening of PMAYG. That is why we are today, all of us are here, because we want to have an open discussion as an open house, and then we want to take out some points which are going to strengthen the scheme and which are going to let us know what we are going to do in the future, in the time to come, because it is very easy for people like us to sit in a room and think about it, but unless and until we engage with the civil society, the real outcome, the real output will not be achieved as we try to achieve in the scheme. So, sir, giving this brief introduction, we'll come to the main slide. So this is an overview of PMAYG. As I told, PMAYG initially, when it was conceptualized only for 2.95 crore houses. That approval we got in 2016. And then we got that approval also in two parts. In one part, we got approval of 1 crore, then 1.95 crore. Then recently, we got approval of 2 crore more houses to be constructed under PMAYG. And this makes our total target of 5 crores, which includes 4.90 lakh houses of PM Janman also. So this target is for creation of Pakka houses for beneficiary who were hitherto houseless or were living in Kacha houses with less than 2 rooms. So this is very important, because once we go into a village and we see a Kacha house, we think that why these people are not living in Pakka house, because there is a qualification of Kacha house as well. Kacha house of more than 2 rooms, we are not eligible for houses under PMAYG. So people living in Kacha house less than 2 rooms are eligible for PMAYG. And the basic objective of this scheme was to make Pakka houses of 25 square meter for each of every household, with minimum 1 room and 1 dedicated area and hygienic area for cooking. So this is what our aim was, to provide Pakka houses to all the people living in Kacha, dilapidated, or they were houseless. Then the scheme intends to approve housing for all, and this target housing for all came because based on the houselessness criteria which was taken out from SECC data, we found out that during that time 2.95 crore, almost 2.95 crore houses are deprived of housing based on the housing deprivation criteria of SECC. So we thought if we give houses to these 2.95 crore houses, then all the Kacha houses will transform into Pakka. But then we came to realize that this is not so. And then we again went for survey, and now we are on the 3rd survey, which is continuing in the states. So, sir, this is the current landscape of a scheme. Out of 5 crore target we have in our hand, 4 crore have already been allocated. 3.69 crore have already been sanctioned. First installment has been released to 3.46 crore, and 2.77 crore houses have already been sanctioned in this scheme. This is no, small feat, considering that in current year itself, in fact, considering we got the approval of 2 crore houses in last August, in almost less than 12 months, sir, we have sanctioned around 88 lakh houses throughout the country. So this is something which we have achieved in past 9-10 months. And this is a very unique feat. And we have given first installment also to more than 77 lakh people. So this is a big feat which we have achieved in last 7-8 months. Sir, this is the state. Today, almost 20 states are present. This is a state-wise report Most of these states which are present, sir, they have not gotten target recently. That is why we can see few states with less numbers. And there are, if you see, sir, MORD target of Assam and sanction out of geotag, there is the 3 lakh houses which are less in Assam, which have not been sanctioned, 1 lakh houses. They are the targets which we have allotted recently. So the progress which we see of all the states, it's because we have allocated the target to these states recently. Are they in the process of sanctioning these houses? That is why we can see this. So this is the financial progress of PMAYG. Over a period, sir, this figure shows that blue line indicates the money which has been released from center, and the orange line indicates that the money which has been utilized by state, that includes state share as well. So we can see that progressively we have utilized almost 46,000 crore rupees in this scheme, which was highest in 22-23. In that year, we completed also most number of houses, around 52 lakh houses we completed in that year. And we utilized around 57.999 lakh thousand crore rupees. Then it gone down to 23 in 23-24 because the target of completion shrank, because we achieved almost all the achievable target in 22-23, and then the inertia of the scheme, the chaos which remained, and it was very difficult to achieve those targets. So, sir, that randomness slowed down our progress in that year. Then again in 24-25, just because we got the approval in month of August and the target allocation started late, so the intended achievement and utilization was not seen in the 24-25. So these are the salient feature of the scheme, sir. There are many more, but we had a limited time, so we intended to keep it short and swift. Sir, this is a scheme based on pure IT platform. I would like to inform you, sir, this is the first scheme of its kind which is introduced the SNS system also, which was later adopted by DOE, and it was replicated throughout the country. So SNS system in the first major flagship scheme, it was adopted in PMAYG. Then it is an end-to-end managed by a MIS software called Awaas Soft. That is software is capable of generating all the FTOs also, and it generates report for us to monitor also. So the only source of truth in our scheme is Awaas Soft. In fact, states and us both, we take Awaas Soft as the only report which is available. Then, sir, the convergence in the scheme, it is very important because we not only promise houses to the people, we also promise a space where they can live comfortably, and this we ensure by giving convergence like Ujjwala scheme, Swachh Bharat mission, and many more. So then we also provide unskilled labor from REGA to this scheme. We'll come to that later. Then single nodal account, which I told, this was introduced by this scheme in the landscape of the country as a major flagship scheme. So we already have single major nodal account for all the schemes in all the states and union territories. And now we are going to transform this single nodal account into SNS Pers in due time as demanded by Ministry of Finance. Then, sir, installments are, this is one very important thing in this scheme, sir. We started with 100% DBT in 2016, and we are proud of that we have migrated to 100% Aadhaar-based payment in 2024. So now all the payments which are happening in PMAYG, they are happening through Aadhaar payment bridge. Only few cases of previous which have been sanctioned, they are only in DBT mode, but that number is very, very few. Now we have from 100% DBT, we have moved to 100% Aadhaar payment bridge. So this is one big achievement we have utilized, and we have moved in tandem with the growth of Aadhaar payment bridge system of UIDAI. Because initially they were also not very confident about this Aadhaar payment bridge system, and it was not this flawless as it is right now. So now we have 100% moved to Aadhaar payment bridge. Then, sir, unit assistance. Unit assistance is 1.20 and 1.30, as everyone knows. But this has to be complemented with the amount of money people are getting from MGNREGA and from 12,000 rupees, which they get from Swachh Bharat Mission or any other dedicated source for construction of toilet if they don't have. So this takes our amount of subsidy to the person, or maybe amount of construction to the person, to around 1.69 lakh. So that is a decent amount, sir. Fund allotment is as per the allotment decided by the Honorable Cabinet, which is 60-40 and 90-10 for Northeast and Hilly and rest of the states. Then in PMAYG, sir, there is one unique feature which says that the houses, if it can be allocated to a female beneficiary, it should be allocated to in the name of female beneficiary. This has created a major wave of empowerment of women in our country, as most of the women were bereft of any ancestral properties. Now at least they have something to claim of their own. So, and now we are very proud that almost 88% of houses in PMAYG are either owned singly by a woman or they are owned jointly by a woman and her husband. So in that way, we have progressed a lot. Then, sir, there is a setup of PMU, and PMU has been a backbone of our PMAYG. And if you can see here also, sir, most of the state have come with their PMU members. And these PMU members are the repository of knowledge in state also and in center also, because they have been a continuous part of this scheme. So this is one important feature. Then, sir, coming to salient feature will be incomplete without telling the eligibility criteria. Sir, I would like to inform you that initially the eligibility criteria were based on the housing deprivation, which was there from SECC census. Then we took the exact criteria replicated on our scheme, took 2.95 crore houses, and we went ahead with it. But recently, sir, with having experience and with leadership of current Honorable Minister, we decided that we will change these criteria and make them simplified, and we will remove certain obsolete criteria. So we have removed few criteria and we have rationalized few. And now from 13 deprivation criteria, we have come down to 10. So we'll see that in later slides. So this is the slide of convergence benefit, which I was talking about, that it is not only 1.20 or 1.30 which we give to the concerned person. It is around 1.60 lakh which people get, though the demands have continuously been raised by the state that this amount is also less. But sir, we tried, and I would like to let this house know that we tried a lot. Somehow we could not achieve it, but there is a ray of hope that we are going for another approval with the Ministry of DOE, Ministry of Expenditure in this current financial year, and maybe we'll raise this point again, and hopefully we'll get something better out of it. So these are the convergence, sir, which we are doing with all other schemes, and the people have already been benefited by it. In fact, toilet is a mandatory part of a scheme. Apart from toilet, nothing is mandatory for considering a house complete. So I would be very proud to announce that almost all the houses, barring few which are under process, have already a toilet constructed by any government funding or a dedicated source of funding of state. So this is one thing which we have achieved in PMAYG completely. For all other convergence, most of the convergence is more than 60%, but none of these convergence are mandatory for considering a house complete, given that these schemes also have their separate set of targets, sir, and generally they overlap, but most of the time, yes, then no. But in certain cases, these targets don't overlap with target given by the PMAYG. So there is, slight gap in convergence module. So this is the exclusion criteria I was talking about earlier. This left exclusion criteria is an exact copy of SECC deprivation criteria which were there. Now we have rationalized two new exclusion criteria which are 10 in number. Motorized 2, 3, 4-wheeler and fishing boat were earlier considered as a taboo when PMAYG is concerned. But now we have moved to motorized 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler only, and we have removed 2-wheelers and fishing boats because we consider that these are the mode of employment, a means of employment, rather than something which person buy for having for luxury. So likewise, we have changed the earning member criteria also. From less than 10,000 income has moved to less than 15,000 income, and agricultural criteria, owning a refrigerator and landline phone has been removed, and agricultural criteria have been rationalized from 3 to 2. So these are the changes which we see from old PMAYG in new PMAYG, sir, when it comes to exclusion criteria. Now, sir, this scheme is heavily dependent upon IT because constructing and maybe running one of the biggest housing scheme in the world would not be possible without having a IT infrastructure backbone, which is there. And we are very proud of NIC that though people might have very different experience about NIC, but when it comes to housing, NIC has done a wonderful job since inception. And sir, we have been running this MIS and all other systems very impeccably. And to inform you, sir, that we have surveyed around 5 crore houses in the ongoing survey, but with one good thing that no negative news has come in the media nationwide that the survey app is not working or maybe people are not able to access it. And this is the unique thing which PMFIG has, that we have reached so many people without having a single negative comment about our systems are not working. Maybe there are issues about the people are not getting involved, but our infrastructure was well maintained and well oiled and we could do it well. So sir, we launched a new app. Honorable Prime Minister of India launched this app in Bhubaneswar in September last year. And since then we started the survey. This is a very unique app based on our requirement. Initially what happened, sir, when in previous surveys, name used to be typed by hand. And then we used to take Aadhaar. Then we used to try to authenticate those names with the Aadhaar name, and it was hell of a process. So this time we are not taking the name of people. We are only capturing their face, and name is automatically populated. So we have passed away that process, that Aadhaar pe name is something else and the name in the document which has been recorded by the surveyor is something else. So this is something very unique, and we are the proud officials which can say that we are the only scheme which have used Aadhaar face authentication for 100% service. So this is very unique, and I am sure ki all other people are, because no one believed in Aadhaar the way we did, because people were very hesitant that Aadhaar will not work, but they have worked, sir, and they have worked wonderfully. And all our data is now Aadhaar authenticated with biometrics, face-based biometrics. Then almost 5 crore houses we have already touched, sir. So this we have done. Then we are using, sir, data analytics in this scheme, and data analytics is being used for many purposes, sir. Like machine learning we are using for authenticating the photographs which are taken by field surveyors. Then we are using the data analytics and AI data analytics mode for crunching our data and getting insight into it. We have a dedicated team for it working, and in the current survey also we have given so many insights to the state during our presentations and everything. And we have developed a flagging system in the current survey also, which is based on the data analytics and which flags the cases, which system thinks that these cases are not actual real cases. And these flagging is being done for the checkers. The checker in the state will see and they'll go and check those houses if the system is flagging them as not correct cases. Then, sir, we are already on cloud. Almost all the schemes of MORD have a mandate to be on cloud, but we have proudly shifted to cloud without any glitch. No other state came to know about this process also. We swiftly transformed from hardware-based servers to cloud-based servers. And now all our data is on cloud, and all our systems, all our apps which we require now also we use it on cloud only, sir. There is no physical data repository we have. Then, sir, liveliness detection. This we introduced for the simple challenge we faced from previous years, that people take photograph of houses from certain photographs, or maybe they take houses of someone else and claim that this is house of that beneficiary. So to tackle this process, the liveliness detection was introduced. This is an eye blink module that beneficiary has to stand in front of his house and blink his eye. Unless and until he blinks his eye, his photo will not be captured. So this we introduced because to ensure that beneficiary is standing in the house, in front of his house where the photographs is taken. So no shoddy business of taking photograph and all these things happens. Then we are using, sir, 3D and AR technology. With help of CBRI, sir, we have developed 3D models. CBRI is today here present also. So we have developed 3D model of all the typologies which we are having, and we are showing it to beneficiaries during our survey process, and we are asking them which houses would you prefer to make. Sir, it is a purely indicative process. We don't impress them to make same houses, but it is an outcome. It is an outcome of problem which we faced that in previous phases of Pahal. Though we made these housing typologies, but we never took the consent of beneficiary, or we never knew which technology or which typology beneficiary is, selecting more, so that maybe we can be prepared for that in times to come. But this time, during the survey only, we are capturing which kind of houses these beneficiaries are going to build, and these are the 3D designs which they see on the app. Then, sir, coming to georeferencing, sir, this is almost RD is a champion in georeferencing from REGA to PMAYG. There are many challenges also, sir. We are in talks with ISRO. We are in talks with BISA again to resolve our challenges. What happens is the basic challenge is that, and it is open for discussion also for today, that whenever a person takes a photograph of a house, the georeference of that person is captured, not that house. So it is so possible that there are 3 houses being constructed in front of me, and I take photograph of 1, 2, and 3, and all the 3 have the same geo coordinates. This has happened with us in case of Chhattisgarh, because they had row houses kind of thing going, and the single person was capturing it from standing one place. So this happened. This technological challenge we still face, sir. Today, I hope we'll find in this discussion, we'll find a better solution out of it. We have engaged with ISRO also, sir, for the same challenge. And we are engaging with BISA again also, sir, for the same challenges. Then we are moving ahead, sir. There are so many things we have discussed in-house, which will not spill the bean out there, because we want to know what other experts understand about these problems. So I would not bind it with a small one-liner and then they will stick to that. So I will not tell what all we have been up to. Next. Sir, these are the major challenges which is open for the house today. And one thing which we really face is that our beneficiary is poor, they are resource poor, and they are at the bottom of the strata. So once we give them money to construct the houses, they can be fooled easily. And this we have noticed during our field visit also, that construction quality is low because beneficiary is not aware of how to make these houses, because it is the first time in generations he has gotten money to make a pakka house. Uske agal bagal around him also no one is living, so he has very less knowledge about what materials are being used and how they are being used. So this is one challenge I would throw to open to the panelists today present here. Then, sir, financial support. This is one thing which we have discussed already. Maybe we can develop a loan product or something. This is an in-house decisions, but we'll expect today's panelists to touch on this issue also, that over a period the costs have gone up, but the amount of assistance which we give has remained slightly low. Then, sir, beneficiary selection is one thing. Despite of using all the technologies, we still know that there is a 30% of deletion of existing PWL. So once we create a PWL, like in Awaas Plus also, the previous survey which we did, after finalization of PWL, there was more than 30% of deletion. And many of this deletion is because beneficiary himself have constructed his house, or from any other scheme they have constructed this house. But not to forget that these deletions are also because beneficiaries were selected and bought into PWL because they sneaked into it by various means. So this still remains a challenge, despite of we being Aadhaar authenticating and everything, but our process is not 100% flawless, and there are chances that people will get in, which we don't intend to. Then, sir, one big problem for northeastern state and hilly state, we get that in northeastern state, we have two kind of terrain. One is slightly flatter, the other is on the hill. Now, problem is that the person living on hill is also getting the same amount of benefit that the person living on plain is getting. So this is one challenge which we face, and maybe today house is open, maybe how to delineate that which houses are being constructed on a difficult terrain and which houses are being constructed within the hilly states also. Maybe that if we can pull out that thing in a proper way, maybe state themselves will be able to help these beneficiaries. So then, as I talked earlier, there is a there is a limited finance which is available, because the people we serve to, they are resource poor, they are at the bottom end of development, and they have no access to credit. And over the years, we have not been able to provide credits or credit facilities to these people, despite DOE had a differential rate of interest program, which they still have, but they are planning to close it. We are the only scheme, it seems, which has objected to DOE, saying that we don't want you to close DRI program, because we are again going to come up with some or the other loan solutions for these people. Though many states are giving loans to the beneficiaries, sir, like Tripura, they are giving, Tamil Nadu, they are providing the loans. But most of the state also have not been able to come up with a proper loan solution. Either have we went to DOE, sir, but our proposal got rejected. So that is one issue which we have to address to. And then, sir, materials and method, which I said, rural mission training program has gone well. We have trained around 3 lakh people till date in with certificates from various agencies. But sir, this still remains a challenge, because training of these people are happening in pockets, and it is not well distributed to all the villages. So it is so might be possible that one village is having 10 trained rural masons, and the other 10 villages are having no trained rural masons. So this is a challenge which we are still facing. Maybe I would request panelists also to today to dwell upon this and tell us what a way forward. Next. Sir, these are certain questions which we just wanted to throw open to the House, because we will be spending whole day today discussing all these issues. So these are the questions which today we seek the answer from the panels, that you will be discussing things. I know you are very experienced and well trained in your field, but as program managers, we also have certain questions which we cannot answer. They are to be answered by the experts in their fields, and that is why we all are here, so that we get the answer for these questions, and especially how to incorporate SDGs into our goal. Because what happens is, incorporation of SDG is more of a matter of seeing a scheme in a different perspective. Like, we are doing everything what we can, we are constructing the houses, people are getting, lives are getting better, but how to bring these efforts into the umbrella of SDG is one big challenge, because we have not been able to do it so far. And we would request all the green housing and other experts which are present here, we would request them to dwell on these also when they dwell on the housing aspect, the comfort aspect of the houses. Next. Sir, as far as we think, we have worked very hard. And when it comes to a landscape of India and a scheme like PMAYG, no hard work is hard work until it achieves something. And to achieve those things, sir, we think we have to engage with the trusted partners, like all the eminent people we have called here, eminent scientists we have called here. We have to engage with them, so that we not only we reach the target, we achieve the target, but we achieve the outcome also of the scheme. Then, sir, one thing we would also like, that we should promote the typologies, which we are doing also while conducting the survey, which we have prepared app for. But again, we need support from the state which are present here, that we need to take these housing typologies to the people, because we have worked really hard, especially CBRI. They have worked really hard for last 7-8 months to create these typologies. Now, unless and until these typologies goes to the intended beneficiary, I don't think this hard work will bear any fruit. So I would request all the state here present to take these typologies in their own way, in their unique way, to their beneficiaries. We have certain models of cluster housing. Landless peoples are a big challenge in PMAYG, because most of the time we are not able to provide them land in due time, and they get out of the list just because the target has to be fulfilled. So this cluster housing for landless, this is one big area where we can help each other, because many states have done and many states have not done. So today we'll discuss about this also. Sir, We have used the technology, like in construction sector, sir, there are challenges. After coming of RCC, I don't think any major technology has received that attention so far. So last 60, 70 years, we are bound by an RCC wall, and we have been stuck there. Now certain new technologies are coming, and we would request states, and especially progressive states like Goa and others, that they should take these technologies not only for demonstration purposes, but for certain beneficiaries' houses as well, where we can see that how these technologies are working. Like 3D printing technology, IT Chennai has a startup hub in which there is this 3D printing technology is developing. We are also in talks with them, but they have created certain houses, sir, by 3D printing. And we would request the state also to take these matter of new and lightweight houses, or maybe iron core houses. There are so many technologies we will be discussing today, sir. So we would request the states also to take a lead into this and take new technologies for construction of houses into their cluster housing if they are planning, or maybe demo houses if they are planning. Then, sir, states would be requested. We are also trying, and I would request the states and UTs present here also to try to boost the economic support to the beneficiaries. Unless and until we provide an extra support, the idea of incremental housing will not kick in. And that is required because, once we put in a lot of money, and by putting a 1,000 rupees ka shed, we can create a all new room for our houses. These kind of incremental housing should be brought into the perspective. We are trying, CBRI is developing a manual only for incremental housing, which we are, CBRI is doing in Pahal. Now we will have one more chapter of incremental housing, that after construction of a house, what low cost intervention can make the square feet bigger. Like if you have a house and we can put a tin shed in front of it and we can create a veranda, this will only cost 5,000-10,000 rupees, but with this will increase the livable area in the house. So that kind of idea we are already in talks with. But I would request the states and UTs present here also to take this into consideration and prepare your own manual of these incremental housing, which are suited to your local needs, because you must be having locally available material, which are liked by the beneficiaries. So maybe we can work on this. Then financial support, and then the one thing we lack very much, and every time I say that we are very poor in our documentation. We have created 2 crore houses, and sir, I'm very sorry to say that to get a success story from a state is so difficult. It's so difficult that you run after them months and months together to get 4 or 5 success stories. I'm very sure these 3-4 crore houses we have constructed, each house is a success story in its own, but to get a proper success story, to document it or to make a coffee table book, it's very difficult. So with that note, sir, I would request the state to be slightly good with documentation of good part of the scheme, because it benefits everyone, not only state but other states and other stakeholders as well. So that would be all, sir, for introduction of the scheme. And thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the valuable presentation by Shri Shashikant Singh Ji, Director of Rural Housing, MORD. The presentation was on evaluation of the scheme, progress and present challenges. We now move to the next presentation. May I kindly invite Shri Ajay Moraji, Joint Director, NIC, to present on the progress of the Awaas Plus Survey 2024 and share insights on the key challenges and issues faced during its implementation.
Can we have the presentation? Thank you so much. So, sir, I'll just give a brief of Awaas Plus survey. What is the progress and what are the challenges we are facing, which we today we'll be discussing about. Next, please. So, sir, this is a brief timeline how the survey has been. So, initially, the cabinet approved the next phase of PMAYG, and on 17th of September, Honorable Prime Minister launched this Awaas survey application, sir. And then, so there was a certain prerequisites to the survey where we, at this time, we wanted that no village should be left from the survey. From the past experience, it happened, sir. Some of the villages were left out due to some technical challenges, and survey was not conducted. So this time, certain prerequisites were there that all the villages should be mapped to gram panchayats, and each surveyor should be allocated a dedicated gram panchayat for doing survey. And eKYC of each surveyor should be there so that there is no impersonation of the surveyor. So eventually the survey started on 27th of December, and as on 7th of June is the last date for the extension, and almost 27 states would be completing the survey by tomorrow, and certain states, because of their local challenges, they have requested the extension from the ministry. Next, please. So, sir, once the survey is completed, the data is collected. This time, the new feature self-survey was introduced, wherein potential beneficiaries can themselves survey themselves and their eligibility to the system. So 100% corroboration we would be putting, sir, for each self-survey. They would be verified by the local official so that the data is consistent and the applications are checked. And then for all the surveys, sir, this time we are introducing a checker module wherein these surveys would be checked by the senior officials from the block. And these, when they go for the checking, it should not be based on the convenience for them, like which houses they need to check, or it will not be some random cases, but it would be based on an algorithm-based checking, wherein the houses which are in deviation with what data should come from the ground, which are outliers, such cases would be checked by the checkers. And subsequently, the houses again would be percentage basis verified by the districts and block, and then we will be proceeding for the preparation of permanent wait list. Next, please. So these are some of the features, sir, which I'd like to highlight with respect to this Awaas Plus overall application. This is the first time we have introduced the self-survey concept, sir, wherein beneficiary themselves, because of the many reasons, they got excluded due to socioeconomic issues. So they can do their own self-survey. Then this is first time when we are doing face-based authentication, and including in the areas where the internet is not available. And such authentication would be there for the surveyors, so that they are accountable for where they are going for the survey, and there is no impersonation on delegation of the task. At the same time, beneficiaries are also eKYC. And then, as mentioned by the Director Rural Housing, we are also introducing augmented reality feature too, so that we can ensure the dissemination of information with respect to housing designs to the beneficiary. This survey would be completely digital. All the evidences would be digitally collected. The application is working on the offline mode, and most of the users on ground are using an offline application only. All the photographs and everything is collected in a geo-tagged manner, in the timestamp manner, so that there is a chronology of the evidences are there in the system. And this time we have integrated this with Bhashini, so that there is no language barrier associated with the users of the application, or when the people are conducting survey for themselves or the surveyors who are doing. Next, please. So this is the processor for the self-survey. All the surveys are to be done by the beneficiary themselves. Then 100% corroboration of such surveys would be done by the officials who are there, so that there is no exclusion, but that at the same time there is some sanctity to the data which is coming to the system. Then this would be verified by the checkers. So the verification would be for the outlier cases, and then there is a verification by block and district official. Similarly, for the assisted survey, a corroboration would be done by a senior official at the block level, who would be doing the corroboration of all the cases, and then again the verification by block and district level. Sir, we have attended to certain challenges which we found in the past. One major was exclusion due to non-availability of Aadhaar or the biometrics of the people, especially in certain states, like say in Northeast in Meghalaya, or certain states where Aadhaar, 100% availability of Aadhaar was not there. So to ensure the inclusivity, missing Aadhaar cases we are also taking, and we have developed a face authentication mechanism which works without Aadhaar also, wherein we are taking such applications, but they would be separately bucketed, and we'll ensure that those people get Aadhaar and then they are into the mainstream. Same is with the job card. So Manrega job card is one of the mandatory criteria wherein we provide the labor component also to the beneficiaries when they work on their own house. But this was the challenge in the last survey, that some of the families, they do not have job card because they do not work in Manrega, but they are eligible for housing. So such cases also we are bucketing separately, sir. And then there are issues, sir, where on ground eKYC cannot happen in the real time because of the internet issue, because of the technical challenges with respect to this authentication of Aadhaar. So for that, sir, we have developed our own custom face auth modules, wherein we take the embeddings of the face, we store them securely, and then we facilitate the beneficiary. They can come to Aadhaar camp, wherein they can do their eKYC, but at the same time we validate their embeddings so that the same person who got the got surveyed is actually getting the benefit. So lastly, how the rejections will happen. So certain things which we have ensured, because last time also survey happened, and before that we used the SCCC data to ensure there is no duplicacy and the same family is not somehow getting the benefit again and again. So we have ensured certain checks. So duplicacy with Aadhaar. So because of this Awaas soft system, sir, we are having more than 60 rural housing schemes, including state rural housing schemes, which are monitored through this system. So we'll be deduplicating new cases through Aadhaar, through their account number, through their job card number, and then exclusion criteria, sir. So which are 10 exclusion criteria which are available, they will be excluded. And this time, sir, we are leveraging heavily on AI for evidence validation, sir. So we are collecting so many digital evidences from ground. But the challenge was how to harness the technology to ensure these evidences are actually used for selection or rejection of the beneficiaries. So one is, sir, as mentioned, one is, sir, for liveliness detection and classification of houses and non-houses images. So when we are collecting the digital evidences, sir, in the past it has been seen that some of the photographs are just captured for the sake of it. So the whole house is not in picture, which should be considered as an evidence. And because the crores of surveys were done, sir, we were having more than 10 crore images. And it was difficult for the PMU at the state or the district level to validate them manually. So this time, to ensure the accountability, sir, we will be using CNN-based classification methods to ensure that on prima facie side, the image should be of the house where the beneficiary is standing. Otherwise, we'll be asking the officials to recapture such images in the real-time manner. Secondly, sir, AI-based evidence validation, sir. So we'll be using algorithms such as YOLO and others to, as part of computer vision technologies, wherein we'll be able to detect the houses as kacha or pakka with almost certainty to ensure that they become the decision support system for validation of the houses. Because survey is a questionnaire-based survey, sir, which is a self-declaration kind of survey. So these unstructural data which come as an evidence becomes very good means of ensuring whether the house is actually kacha and they need a pakka house, or whether they already have semi-kacha houses which will not allow them to be part of this permanent wait list for housing. Next, please. So this is a glance of the survey, what has been achieved so far, sir. So till now, approximately 90% of the Gram Panchayat have been surveyed as of now when we speak, sir. And remaining 10%, because we have already identified these Gram Panchayats and the states have taken some extension due to certain issues, these Gram Panchayats will also be covered in due time, sir. One of the good things, sir, total around 20% of the survey is done by self-survey. So this shows the intent which with the ministry gone ahead with this self-survey is actually have been fruitful, and more than 20% of the surveys are actually self-surveys. Survey has been completed in 27 states, and we have more than 3 lakh surveyors and checkers who are on ground doing this survey. So it was a massive exercise which we have achieved in 3 to 4 months. And lastly, sir, so as we were discussing eKYC, when we were starting this, we had so many challenges, and so many people who are actually working on ground told us that face-based eKYC may be a deterrent and it will not be so successful. But the result is in front of us, and more than 5 crore houses when we are surveying, 97% of the face-based eKYC has already been done in real time, and remaining 3% we have achieved the faceline authentication, offline authentication, which will be ensuring the eKYC. Next, please. So now, sir, there were certain challenges while conducting this survey, and how we have achieved those surveys. This slide we have prepared especially for the experts so that they can get the context and can help us explore more on these topics. So major challenge was in the past surveys there was exclusion risk for this. So many of the special people who are not living within the village, just outside the village, or due to socio-economic challenges, they were excluded. So this time we have come up with the self-survey option, sir. Can you just click on the link and then we can come back? So the same application would be there for self-survey and assisted survey. There's no password, nothing. You just enter your Aadhaar number. If you are a beneficiary, system will take your face and conduct the survey. If you are a surveyor, give your face, system will identify you as an officer, will conduct the survey. Go back, please. Similarly, back slide. Similarly, for impersonation, sir, as I informed, sir, we are performing face-based DKYC, not only for surveyors, sir, especially for beneficiaries also. So surveyor has to go on that house, has to show his face. The face would be geo-referenced with the house coordinates, and the information will come to us. And on that site only, in future also, beneficiary has to construct the house. So this ensures that there is no impersonation in terms of person as well as site also, sir. Then, sir, for the challenge with eKYC was poor network, so that we have attended through a custom-phased authentication, sir. So after DigiYatra success, sir, we took the clue from them. So no other welfare scheme is doing this, sir. Only we have achieved this for so far. Now we are asking other schemes in rural development to do this, sir. Wherein we are asking, without internet, how can you achieve this face-based authentication and at the same time ensuring the privacy and the security? Now, sir, for the informed decision making for the house design, as already briefed, sir, we have this augmented reality based modules, wherein on the vacant side they can just actually put the houses, the demo houses, how they will look like, and then they can choose which kind of house they want to design. And then, sir, for malpractices and the evidence collection, we have introduced the timestamp and geotech photographs. And lastly, we have developed some custom AI models for large scale assessment of the photographs so that human errors are not there. Next, please. So now, sir, how we went ahead with this survey, there were certain challenges, especially with respect to capacity building, sir. So we wanted to start this survey as quickly as possible, but more than 3 lakh surveyors were on ground. And because we are using technology in such a heavy way, we wanted to train them. And some of the surveyors were not actually from the rural development department. So it was very challenging task, but how we have gone ahead with, sir, with continuous VCs and webcasts, sir, there were scenarios where we have touched more than 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh people in one go. And in their language, we tried to tell them how this application work and give them the live demo. For rollout related challenges, sir, from past 4 months, every day we are at 4 p.m. we are doing a video conference, wherein anybody from the block or district who is facing any challenge can connect to us and can state their challenges, and then and there we solve them there, so that there is no lag in actually communication between the technical team and the state and the actual officials who are doing it. For grievance, sir, we have a dedicated toll-free help desk, sir, and an inbuilt ticketing system wherein they can just call and attend to this. For overcoming the language barriers, so we were one of the first schemes in rural development to integrate with Bhashini. So now our application is there in all regional languages, sir. And we have our custom glossary shared with Bhashini, so that there are certain words which are very specific to rural development domain. They are also accommodated. And then one-stop solution and citizen centricity was missing in this scheme, sir. So Honorable Minister for Rural Development has launched this application, sir, Awaas Sakhi, in month of October. So this becomes a single platform, sir. From there only they can do their self-survey. They need not to download a dedicated application or something. And then, sir, for monitoring and gap analysis, so that they do course correction while they are doing, all the dashboards, the Power BI enabled analytical dashboards were provided to the officers as well as the users on their phone for their specific data sets, so that they can play around and come out with the gap areas and attend to them. Next, please. Next. So this is how face authentication works. Next. This is one of the photographs we were just showcasing how on a simple plot one can choose a house design which was developed by CVRI and can then see around it. We'll be focusing when we'll be having the sessions how we can leverage more onto this, sir, because this is just information. We want to leverage more upon this. Next, please. So this is how classification works. Some of the evidences like this photograph, this is without the house, the middle one, the photograph. So system in real time detects that this is not the correct evidence and then ensures that the correct evidence comes, because sometimes people capture photo, they come to office and then the photographs is. Next, please. So this is how the detection happens, sir. Kacha and Pakka on real time. Next, please. Next. So this is the last slide, sir. These are certain challenges which are open to the experts when we'll have the discussion, especially with respect to house splits, sir, how it leads to new households. This is one of the challenge we are facing, sir. When we are leveraging AI for decision making, there are certain challenges because we cannot 100% rely on the technology unless we train it, and certain issues, especially for the technologies which we need to go further towards it. Next. Thank you. Thank you so much.
योकार, नमस्कार, स्वागत, वेलकम. प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण गोंय घोडोनाट्टा 2 दिसाची क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण कार्यशाळा. ह्या दबाजाचे मुखेल सोयरे गोयचे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर चंद्रशेखर पेमसानी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रूरल डेव्हलपमेंट अँड कम्युनिकेशन्स, गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, श्री गोविंद कावडे, कला आणि संस्कृती, खेळ आणि ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री गोय सरकार, Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh, IAS Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, Government of India, who will be joining us virtually on this platform. Shri Sanjay Goyal, Secretary, RD, Government of Goa. Shri Gaya Prasad Ji, Deputy Director General, Rural Housing, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Shri Sanjay Kumar Pandey, Deputy Director General, NIC. And also we acknowledge the presence of Shri Premendra Sheth, MLA, my constituency, and Antonio Vaz, MLA, Kottalim constituency. देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से पधारे गणमान्य अधिकारियों, विद्वानों और प्रतिभागियों का हार्दिक स्वागत. पुनः एक बार हम आपको आपका अभिवादन करते हैं, नमस्कार करते हैं. आई रिक्वेस्ट हियर बाय श्री प्रेमराज शिरोडकर, प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर DRDA नॉर्थ गोवा, रिक्वेस्टिंग यू सर टू एस्कॉर्ट ऑल द डिग्निटरीज ऑन द डेज. मंच पर अतिथियों का आगमन हो चुका है. सभी प्रतिभागियों से हम हार्दिक अनुरोध करते हैं कि यह पल आपकी तालियों से गूंज भर दे और सभी राज्यों से पधारे हुए सभी अधिकारियों का, गणमान्य अतिथियों का आप स्वागत करें. रिक्वेस्टिंग प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर श्री प्रेमराज शिरोडकर टू डू द ऑनर टू वेलकम ऑल आवर डिग्निटरीज. प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण PMAYG ने 25 मिलियन से अधिक घरों को वितरित करके ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जीवन की गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाने में परिवर्तनकारी प्रगति की है. जैसे जैसे राष्ट्र अमृतकाल के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ रहा है, PMAYG का अगला चरण ग्रामीण आवास को फिर से एक शक्तिशाली मंच प्रदान करता है, न केवल आश्रय के रूप में बल्कि सम्मान और सतत विकास के एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रवर्तक के रूप में. आज की सभा में, आज और कल की कार्यशाला में और भी विचारों को यहाँ पर उत्तेजना मिलने वाली है और एक विचार यहाँ पर प्रदर्शित होने वाला है. मैं प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर श्री प्रेमराज शिरोडकर जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ, सभी अतिथियों का आप स्वागत करें. SCG की यह बास्केट प्लांट और कुणबी शाल के द्वारा सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत कर रहे हैं. गोवा का पारंपरिक वस्त्र कुणबी शॉल. गोवा हमेशा हम कहते हैं गो और उसके बाद है आ, तो हर सभी देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से जितने भी प्रतिभागी और विद्वान यहाँ इस गोवा राज्य में पधारते हैं तो एक विचार लेकर कि आप आइएगा, लेकिन फिर से जो है आपको आना ही है. गो एंड आ, दिस इज गोवा. आत्मनिर्भर भारत से जुड़कर गोवा के मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत जी का यह विचार है स्वयं पूर्ण गोवा. और इसी स्वयं पूर्ण गोवा में जो कि एकदम विकास के अनेकानेक आयाम से हमें जोड़ रहा है, हर राज्य से जोड़ रहा है, इसी गोवा में आज सभी का स्वागत. दो दिवस की यह कार्यशाला प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण कार्यशाला में आज इसी मंच पर अनेकानेक आयामों को, अनेकानेक विचारों को, उस विचार में हम सहभागी हो जाएंगे और उस विचारों में हमें और भी एक दिशा की ओर ले जाना है. Today we are honored by the presence of our esteemed dignitaries who have joined us to share their insights and experiences. We are confident in your guidance and insights which will help us to strengthen our collective mission of rural transformation. यह घड़ी सुंदर है, सुशोभित है, गुणवान है और अब विचारों से ओतप्रोत होने वाली है. हम ग्रामीण विकास तथा कला एवं संस्कृति तथा खेल मंत्री श्री गोविंद गावड़े जी से अनुरोध करते हैं कि इस उद्घाटन समारोह के अवसर पर आप अपने स्वागत भाषण से सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत करें। श्री गोविंद गावड़े जी।
A very good morning to you all. Being me as a Minister for Rural Development and also a Minister for Art and Culture, I stand before you to welcome each and every delegate over here for this regional rural workshop. We have our own Chief Minister, young, dynamic, and who has always very eager and providing the platform to the downtrodden people, Dr. Pramodji Sawant. On behalf of the Ministry of Rural Development, I welcome you, sir, on this at this workshop. We have a Minister for State Rural Development, Dr. Chandrasekharji. I welcome you, sir, in this tiny and beautiful state of Goa. I welcome my colleagues, the MLA and the member of the GGSY scheme of the state government, Shri Premindra Sheth, and also the chairman of the horticulture. I welcome our second colleague, Shri Antonio Awaas, who is also the member of the GGSY scheme of the Rural Development Government of Goa. I welcome the Deputy DG, Gaya Prasad ji, for being over here. I welcome our own Secretary, Shri Sanjay Goel ji, who has been very instrumental for organizing this workshop. Also, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, including my project director, Shri Premaraj Shirodkar, and also Madam Dipali Naik, all the secretaries, officials of the different 19 states who have been participated in this workshop to discuss deliberately, to share the experience and how to overcome the challenges faced to actual implementation of this Prime Minister Awaas Yojana Gramin. As we all know that Honorable Prime Minister has a great vision, but it is we all people, the lawmakers and the bureaucracy, who has to take the vision forward, and we have to take it challenge, and mission has to be successful. And that is why this workshop has got an immense importance. And this workshop will transform the ideas, the innovatives of the policy makers and of course the Honorable Minister of Rural Development, Shriman Shivarajji Chauhan, and also my dear friend, Minister of State, Shri Chandrasekharji. I also thanks to the Ministry of Rural Development and the Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Rural Development for giving us this opportunity for hosting you all in this beautiful tiny state of Goa. When we were discussing about the two sessions, there were many challenges regarding the surveys and actually the documentation what we need to submit or for to give this scheme to the poor people or people, landless people, or the people almost having the land, but they are living in the debilitated condition. My own Chief Minister has given me opportunity to be at the Andaman and Nicobar, the Union Territories, and along with my entire team of the RDA, we visited to these houses which has been built at the Port Blair, which has been built at Havelock Island at the Andaman and Nicobar. And actually we heard to them. My Goa people will definitely share the difficulties and the ideas and the happiness index about this scheme when you are going to actually visit at the site which is planned tomorrow. But actually, we should be very thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister and the people who has taken, especially the bureaucracy, for taking this scheme to the extreme end. When we are going and we were asking them to share the experience, they are very happy. I also know that due to the inflation and the high rise in the cost of the building material, it is a little bit difficult also to complete the entire house from this scheme. But my own government, especially the people from the UTs and the officers from the other state, my own government has also come out with the Atal Astra scheme in order to subordinate to this scheme. Also, there are another two schemes, which is the Ashray Aadhar scheme for these people who can actually construct the dream house so that they should be also live very happily. And that's why my chief minister has supporting my department wholeheartedly. I appeal to each and every bureaucracy over here that we have to understand the crux and the pulses of these needy people, and it is our duty to understand the difficulties, because without any documentation it is very difficult, or in order to refrain from the duplication of the scheme, I think the proper documentation has to be placed in proper on the portal in order to not to have any controversies or not to have any repercussion back to the government or the bureaucracy. But it is the welfare scheme we have to always understand, because welfare schemes are to those people, those who are not having a proper documentation. And we have to always think from the humanity level. This is my observation, this is my submission to this forum. And while concluding my welcome speech, I once again welcome to the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Chandrasekharji, and I wish you all the pleasant and the comfortable stay in the tiny state of Goa. We always believe in the highest and the topmost priority, that is the अतिथि देवो भव. हर एक अतिथि हमारे लिए भगवान है और आपका स्वागत करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं. और आपका जितना आपका समय आप गोवा में बिताएंगे, उस समय आप हमारे ऑफिसर्स हैं, वो all round the clock they will be with you, because we have always taken the care since yesterday. We are here to serve you all. Thank you. Have a comfortable stay, and we will all together, we will take this workshop at a greater level and to a great success. And we have to prove that our nation is will be developed in a short years of time, because we are always coming that India is a developing country, India is a developing country, but we will put a full stop to this phrase that giving that India is a developed country. That is why we need to reach to the extreme of a person, so that he is very happy to the government and staying in this country, so that we will able to say that we are the proud Indians. We have got that much privilege that India is the supermost power in this country, and the contribution is to be made from you all people, the bureaucracy, all my media faculties and the lawmakers who can do this everything. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome to you all in this tiny state of Goa. Thank you one and all. Have a pleasant stay once again.
विचारोत्तेजक विचारों के लिए मंत्री महोदय श्री गोविंद गावड़े जी के प्रति हम हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करते हैं. गोवा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत जी की दूरदर्शी और ऊर्जापूर्ण नेतृत्व में सुंदर राज्य गोवा ने इस क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण कार्यशाला के सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों का हार्दिक स्वागत किया है। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण एक पहल, एक महाआकार, एक सफल कदम, एक शुभ कार्य, एक सकारात्मक ऊर्जा, एक सृजनात्मक शक्ति और एक विशाल प्रेरणा। इन्हीं विचारों के साथ कदम बढ़ाते हैं, साथ चलते हैं दीप प्रज्वलन की ओर। पुराण काल से एक मंत्र, एक विचार हमेशा हमें तरोताजा करते आया है। तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, विकास और उज्जवल की एक कामना, और एक कामना आज मन में लेकर, हृदय में लेकर आज हमें हृदयगम होना है और एक विकास की प्रणाली की ओर बढ़ना है। आइए इसी के साथ हम गुंज कर दे, मनोमन गुंज कर दे, दीप ज्योति परः ब्रह्म, दीप ज्योतिर्जनार्दनः, दीपो हरतुमेव पापम, दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते, नमोस्तुते, नमोस्तुते। मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों के करकमलों से और आप सबकी उपस्थिति में यह दीप प्रज्वलन रीजनल रूरल वर्कशॉप अंडर प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण। This workshop recognizes that PMAYG provides a timely and strategic opportunity to initiate this much needed advancement. It serves as a national platform to explore, test, and scale integrated solutions that combine sustainability, redefining how rural housing can contribute to broader goals such as climate adaptation, poverty elevation, and decentralized development. I humbly request Shri Gaya Prasad ji, Deputy Director General, Rural Housing, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, to present an overview of the two-day workshop.
Thank you very much. Respected CM, Government of Goa, respected MOS, Ministry of Rural Development, जिनके साथ हम लोग बैठ करके जब भी योजना की बात करते हैं तो जिनसे हमको अद्भुत प्रेरणा मिलती है, ऐसे हमारे MOS सर आज हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं। आदरणीय स्टेट RD मिनिस्टर घोड़े साहब, MLA साहब संजय गोयल जी, सेक्रेटरी RD, and the panelists and experts, my team MORD and the states and state representative from states and states, 20 states. Sir, before going into the details of the scheme, because we have discussed in detail what are the challenges we are facing, and ministry, because we in the last 8 years, 8-9 years when this scheme was launched in year 2016, I am very fortunate that I am working in this scheme almost beginning of this scheme. So I know my strength and the weaknesses and also what are the challenges that we are facing. When the Honorable Prime Minister launched this scheme in year 2016, after restructuring the earlier housing scheme in the country, at that time we have analyzed what are the challenges, what are the weaknesses, and what are the strengths that we have in rolling out of this rural housing scheme in the country. क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं कि रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान तो हमारी बेसिक ज़रूरतें हैं, और बेसिक ज़रूरतों में सोशल सेक्टर में जो लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं, all these faces I know, most of the faces from the state, but this is the first workshop where we have invited academia, where we have invited industry fellow. We have also invited the eminent experts with the hope, because in the last 7-8 years, CBRI is guiding technically and other aspects since inception of these schemes. But in spite of these many efforts that we have taken in the past, we are still facing some challenges. Shaktikant Singh ji, Director, when we had the detailed discussion, he has already highlighted the areas where we have to discuss and then dwell upon to take the corrective measures. We have lot of hope today's workshop. That is why all the major states are here today, and also the expert, and we have the areas. There are 4 areas, the first session where we have with the team, sir, for your information, sir, many experts, because the micro leveraging microfinance, without पैसे के बिना कैसे घर बनेगा. If you see, when this scheme was launched in year 2016, at that time we are giving 1,20,000 to normal estates and 1,30,000 to NER and hill estates. Since then there is no revision in the unit cost. That is why it has become very difficult to the beneficiaries to go for construction of the houses within the given timeline. 12 महीने घर बनाने का समय है. We have, because everything is now available, all these details on our MIS system that is called Awaas app. So we know position of each houses, whether that house got the first installment, beneficiary is actually constructing the houses or not. So technology is giving the way and the path and the time also that whether house is actually the beneficiary. एक सबसे बड़ी बात है सर, जो मैं माननीय सीएम साहब का भी ध्यान चाहूंगा 1 मिनट के लिए, कि सर रूरल और अर्बन में यही फर्क है सर, कि रूरल में सर बेनिफिशियरी घर बनाता है, अर्बन में जो है वहां पे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स या अदर कंस्ट्रक्शन एजेंसीज हैं सर जो घर बनाती हैं. बट दैट इज व्हाई द नेचर ऑफ दिस स्कीम इज इंटायरली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द अर्लियर हाउसिंग स्कीम्स इन द कंट्री. एंड जिसको कहते हैं ना जन सहभागिता किस प्रकार से होगी कि कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जाके घर बनाए. एंड दैट इज व्हाई PMAYG since inception so far we have completed more than 3.53 crore house in the country in the last 10 years. जब भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ये बात कहते हैं कि हमने PMAYG में ये काम किया है, तो वो हमने करके दिखाया है. और टेक्नोलॉजी से कोई भी घर, we have independent institutes, नीति आयोग ने मॉनिटर किया है, NIRDPR ने मॉनिटर किया है. Recently, sir, we have also engaged Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, for impact evaluation of these schemes. टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमको ये बताया कि जो घर हमने सैंक्शन किया है by any beneficiary, that house is actually present at that site because we are capturing lat long and other aspect. But sir, challenges पे मैं आता हूँ because unit cost is another challenge. But many states they are providing the state top up. महाराष्ट्र 50,000 दे रहा है, उड़ीसा में 20,000 रुपए दे रहे हैं, यूटी दमन एंड दीव में 120,000 दे रहे हैं, वो अपने रिसोर्सेज से दिए गए हैं. तो दिस स्कीम स्ट्रक्चर्ड स्कीम हैज डिजाइन्ड इन सच ए वे दैट एनीवन वांट्स टू कंट्रीब्यूट इन द स्कीम. तो स्टेट्स कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं एंड आल्सो बेनिफिशरीज कंट्रीब्यूशन इज हाईली अप्रिशिएटेड. तो विद द हेल्प ऑफ द स्टेट, with the help of the beneficiary, with the help of the central government, that is why we have achieved to construct more than 3.53 crore in the. मैं एक और चीज बताऊं, न केवल PMAYG में हमने इतने घर बनाए हैं, हमने जो पिछली योजना के सर लगभग 77-78 लाख घर जो नहीं बने थे जब हमने 2016 में इस योजना को लॉन्च किया था, we have also constructed those pending houses in the last 8 years. But now it is the time when we approached last time at the time of the, आप सबको पता होगा, when this government, central government came in power third time in the GOI, in the first cabinet meeting on this intent, the cabinet decided that 3 crore more houses will be constructed in the country and 2 crore will be in rural areas. We not only this decision was taken, कैबिनेट आल्सो गेव दी अप्रूवल एंड एक चीज और आपको बताएं कि इस स्कीम के लिए कभी पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है. आप देखिए लास्ट ईयर हमारे पास 54,000 करोड़ था, हमने खर्च किया कितना किया 32,000 करोड़, क्योंकि हम लोग स्कीम के अप्रूवल में लगे हुए थे. No, so this scheme is very fortunate that central government has always provided sufficient money to ensure that these houses to be constructed. इस साल हमारे पास है 54,832 crore, and that is why, and so far we have released around 2,000 crore, because अभी जब शक्ति कह रहे थे कि since inception this is the only scheme where we are using state nodal account system, SNA system since inception. तो इस स्कीम ने अनेक फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम को, मुझे गर्व होता है ये बात कहते हुए, लेकिन मैं आदरणीय डायस के सामने कहता हूं कि इस स्कीम ने देश के फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की दिशा, दशा और स्थिति को निर्धारित किया है. इसलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूं क्योंकि इफ यू सी SNA system, if you see the DBT system, if you see the Aadhaar payment system, and when last time we got the direction from the Honorable PMO that this face authentication to be used in conducting the survey and also sanctioning the houses, I'm proudly saying here that we are using the face authentication and we have almost completed the survey using the app launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in September 2024 for conducting the survey. But survey के बाद अब देखिए 2011 और 1 मिनट और 2011 और 2024 और 2018 के सर्वे में फर्क क्या है कि at the time of socio-economic caste census that was conducted in year 2011, none of the households was aware that based on this census they are going to get the houses. But when we are going to the fresh survey as we conducted in year 2018 and in 2024 also, every household in the country is now fully aware कि बाबा इसके बाद घर ही मिलेगा. तो नाम जुड़वाना है. नाम जुड़ने की प्रक्रिया में we have almost captured, all these states they have captured the households more than the even 5-6 times of the target that we are going to allocate to the state. So our role has become very difficult to actually go for identification of the right beneficiaries using the exclusion and inclusion criteria of. So one, identification. Second is the financial assistance that the panel is here. So technology is one solution, role of AI because AI we are using, and also the microfinancing. And third one is the घर ही नहीं बनाना है, घर के साथ एक सुंदर घर बनाना है, because we are, as Honorable State RD Minister has mentioned, that we should be developed India. So for developed India, a very good house is required, particularly in the rural India. And if you see in the last 8-9 years, हमने, आप देखिए ध्यान से, बहुत से घरों के परिवारों में खुशियां लाई हैं. बहुत छोटे छोटे प्रयास जब हम लोग अभी we are going to develop publish a very good compendium of success stories. तो ये इस स्कीम ने तमाम लोगों को अच्छी खुशियां दी हैं. इसके साथ साथ मैं ये कहूँगा that is why this time we have invited international organization like JPAL, World Bank, the experts, NABARD is here, CMD National Housing Bank is here, and the other many experts. We have also invited, sir, the IIM Ahmedabad, NIT Prayagraj, and also the जो लोग घर बना रहे हैं actually private partners. So I am very hopeful and confident that all these 4 groups leveraging microfinance to give us some solution. In the past we have tried to develop some loan product for beneficiaries, but because of the additional financial burden we could not succeed to get the approval from the Ministry of Finance. But we are hopeful because this time Cabinet has not yet approved for division of the unit cost, so we may get the approval for, suppose if we develop some good loan product for the beneficiaries. And also the SDG alignment. We are doing good number of work. If you see the multi-dimensional poverty report published by the Niti Aayog, they have done excellent work, and also they have suggested how this PMAYG is contributing in addressing the multi-dimensional poverty in the country. So how this PMAYG is going to improve in the SDG goals, So SDG goals, we have to have some system to capture the contribution of the PMAYG, and also the CBRI director is here. This team is always guiding us for developments of 3D design typologies, house design typology. But what are the active and passive measures to address the thermal comfort of the housing? We have also prepared a PPR in collaboration with the World Bank, and that is called PMAYG Shield. You might have heard, and that is sustainable housing. Shield means sustainable housing, integrating efficient living and disaster resilience. And that once we get the approval, this project would be an initiative to address the thermal comfort and other active and passive measures for addressing these. So I am very confident. And also one thing मैं कहूँगा, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच सुनिए. अब now we are moving towards saturation. That is why role of identification of eligible beneficiary is important. When we were discussing last year with the PMO, they have gave us direction that इस बार कोई छूटने ना पाए, और छूटने ना पाए means कि eligible छूटने ना पाए. But eligibility कहना आसान है, पकड़ना बड़ा कठिन है. In spite of we are using many IT solutions, but now rural India is very intelligent. They know how to play with the IT solutions. That is why the expert solution and suggestions from all these experts would be required. So मैं ये कहूँगा last में कि as we will deliver in next 2 days, I urge you all to please suggest us some solutions, to focus some solutions and give us some direction to go for development, to identification and also the improvement in the PMAYG. Thank you very much. Let us work together for, जो मंत्री जी ने कहा मैं उससे कंक्लूड करता हूँ कि हम लोग विकसित भारत बनाएंगे, लेकिन विकसित भारत में एक भी बेघर न रहे. इस मिशन के साथ 2029 में प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण को हम लोग जो है वो पूरा करेंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
धन्यवाद महोदय. बुजुर्गों ने हमेशा ही कहा है, घर और मकान में अंतर है. मकान में सिर्फ मनुष्य रहते हैं, घर में पूरा परिवार बसता है. प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण सिर्फ एक आवास योजना नहीं है, एक राष्ट्रीय निर्माण का यह मिशन है और एक सुनिश्चित करने का भी मिशन है कि जहां पर प्रत्येक ग्रामीण नागरिक, उसकी चाहे आय कुछ भी हो, स्थान कुछ भी हो, लेकिन उसे सम्मान देना है, संरक्षित करना है, सुशिक्षित भी करना है और इसी के साथ साथ उसे सामाजिक न्याय दिलाना है और समावेश भी करना है. May I request with this opportunity, guest of honor of today's ceremony, Dr. Chandrasekhar Pemaswani, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Communications, Government of India.
Thank you. The youngest and longest Chief Minister of Goa, who has risen from Ayurvedic healer to Goa's leader, Dr. Pramod Sawantji. Shri Govind Bade, Minister of Rural Development, who is spearheading from rural roads to cultural stages, and my secretary, who is not here because of the COVID, Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh ji, who is a relentless hard worker with a calm demeanor, developing the rural development. And then the MLAs, Shri Premendra Shetji, Shri Antonuj Waji, and Shri Gaya Prasadji, who has just spoken, Deputy Director General, who has been passionately heading the rural housing scheme. He was so passionate in not only getting the scheme implemented, he was always deeply cared about the people, ensuring whether Awaas Plus, all the apps that you are seeing today, we all reviewed together to make sure they are done properly and ensuring there are no bias and eligible people should get that. So doing all the hard work, Sri Gaya Prasadji and all the honorable dignitaries, esteemed panelists, distinguished participants from across states and union territories, and the Secretary of the Goa Ministry of Rural Development, Sanjay Goelji, all of these people, it is with immense warmth and gratitude to welcome you all to this important workshop. And I also especially thank the government of Goa for hosting us since yesterday in this vibrant and progressive state. And if you look at it under Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana, this is the scheme that our honorable transformative Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, he always talks about Antyodaya. This is the uplifting of the last person in the queue, especially with this scheme that applies to rural women. So since 2016, you have seen the numbers that we have implemented, close to 4 crore houses
म्हणजे सर वहाँ नेटवर्क का इशू मैं अभी कॉल कर रहा हूँ
का पहला माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के अंतर्गत इस अंत्योदय, सर्वोदय और ग्रामोदय, इसके ऊपर हम सभी मिल के काम कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए यही सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, इसी के साथ जब हम काम करते हैं, इट इज हमारी कोशिश राज्य सरकार की इस तरह के हमेशा के लिए उनकी योजनाएं सभी लोगों की तक पहुंचे। माननीय मोदी जी ने जब आत्मनिर्भर भारत मिशन स्टार्ट किया, तभी हम लोगों ने स्वयं पूर्ण गोवा मिशन, यानी उन्हीं के अंतर्गत उनका जो विजन था, मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर कंसेप्ट लेके आत्मनिर्भर भारत वी हैव ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू द स्वयं पूर्ण गोवा में सेल्फ रिलायंट गोवा। सेल्फ रिलायंट गोवा में हमने सिर्फ इतना ही किया कि हमारे ऑल द जीसीएस ऑफिसर दे आर सिटिंग एट द पंचायत लेवल, एंड पंचायत लेवल में बैठ के लोगों को अंत्योदय तत्व तक हर एक योजना उन लोगों तक किस तरह से पहुंचे, इसी का काम, इसीलिए हमने 100% ऑफ द केंद्र सरकार की योजना, राज्य सरकार की योजना लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए 100% काम किया है। मुझे आज प्राउडली कहता हूं कि सभी योजना एटलीस्ट कम से कम 90% लोगों तक हम पहुंच सके, लोगों तक हमने ये योजनाएं पहुंचाई। कुछ लोग मिले गुले कुछ योजना नहीं पहुंची होंगी, लेकिन ये टारगेट हम अचीव कर सके। ये कहते वक्त मैं जरूर ये कहूंगा कि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना भी इस तरह की योजना हमारे यहाँ पे बेनिफिशियरी अप्रोक्सीमेटली 250 ओनली द बेनिफिशियरीज, मोर देन 240 बेनिफिशियरीज हम बने हैं, लेकिन इस योजना की रीसर्वे करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि अभी भी लोग जो लास्ट टाइम जब सर्वे लिस्ट में नहीं आए थे कि किन लोगों को घर चाहिए, और कुछ लोग यहाँ पे जो माइग्रेंट थे दे आर शिफ्टेड टू द अदर स्टेट, उनका नाम भी अभी लिस्ट में नहीं मिल रहा है, उनके फिर से एक बार सर्वे करने के बाद जो ज्वाइंट फैमिलीज में रहते हैं, जो विलेजेस में एक ही घर में 4-4 फैमिलीज में रहते हैं, ये नहीं है कि उनका घर है, किसी एक भाई के घर पे नाम रहेगा लेकिन 3 लोगों को और घर नहीं मिल सकता है। इसीलिए इस तरह की स्कीम और थोड़ी एक्सपांड होना जरूरी है, और उनका सेटलमेंट सेक्टर जो रहते थे 100% हमारे लिए जो स्किल्ड लेबर्स या अनस्किल्ड लेबर्स, स्पेशली दे आर कमिंग फ्रॉम द अदर स्टेट्स। मैं किसी एक स्टेट का नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन बाकी सभी स्टेट से लोग यहाँ पे आके काम करते थे, लेकिन हमारे लोग थोड़ा सा काम करने, इवन दो द व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द लेबर जॉब, बट व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब करने के लिए भी लोग झिझकते थे। हमने स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग का प्रोसेस बहुत अच्छी तरह से स्टार्ट किया हमारे हर एक आईटीआई में, स्पेशली रिलेटेड टू द हॉस्पिटलिटी सेक्टर्स। इसमें काम करने के लिए आज के युवाओं को प्रवृत्त किया, तो आज हमने स्किलिंग सेक्टर में भी बहुत ही अच्छा काम हमारी स्टेट कर रही है, इसमें भी हम सेल्फ रिलायंट हो रहे, ये बहुत बड़ी और अच्छी बात है। मुझे लगता है जब माननीय मोदी जी ने रूरल डेवलपमेंट की बात की, तो रूरल डेवलपमेंट के मैं 2 चीज जरूर बताऊंगा कि स्वच्छता मिशन के अंतर्गत जो फंड्स रूरल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आया है, हमारे यहाँ पे चिकली ग्राम पंचायत है, उन्होंने वेस्ट टू वेल्थ जनरेट करने वाला वाव प्लांट, स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट हमारे पास प्लांट है, उसकी बात मैं तो बाद में जरूर कहूंगा, लेकिन द वाव प्लांट विच इज द वेस्ट टू वेल्थ एंड वेस्ट टू द पावर, वेस्ट टू द मैन्यूअर, इसका बहुत ही अच्छा प्लांट है। मुझे लगता है कि मिनिस्टर साहब को टाइम है, समझो इफ यू आर फ्लाइंग फ्रॉम द दाबोली एयरपोर्ट, तो डेफिनेटली आप एक बार ये प्लांट देखें, बहुत ही देखने लायक प्लांट है, कि पूरा यानी मोर देन द 20 lakhs वाटर पर डे वहां से जो निकलता है फिल्टर होके वहीं पे जो बाजू में गार्डन है उसके लिए सभी पानी उसके लिए यूटिलाइज होता है और प्लांट अगेन जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट उसी वेस्ट से चलती है उससे वो प्लांट फिर से चलता है और बाकी मैन्यूअर्स वहां पे लोकल जो वहां पे फार्मर्स हैं उनके लिए वो मैन्यूअर टेस्ट करके उनको दे देते हैं। इस तरह से प्लांट हम पंचायत लेवल पे चलाते हैं which is the 60% of the funds has given by the your ministry। इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि एक बार आपने सेक्रेटरी टू सी दैट प्लांट। बाकी हम स्वच्छता के बारे में हम एक नंबर पे काम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि स्टेट में सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का प्लांट सालिगांव और कुर्तरी दोनों डिस्ट्रिक्ट में दोनों प्लांट है विच इज एन ऑल्सो ऑन द पीपीपी बेसिस पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप बेसिस पे वेस्ट टू वेल्थ बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से दिखाते हैं। आप लोगों के समझो विजिट के शेड्यूल में हो तो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का प्लांट जरूर आप लोग देखें क्योंकि आपको पता चलेगा कि किस तरह से वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट हम अच्छी तरह से कर रहे हैं। Not only the solid waste management, but the biomedical waste management plant, which is again on the PPP basis है। पूरे states की biomedical waste हम एक ही जगह पे इकट्ठा करके they are treating it in well। हमें chemical waste management plant, e-waste management plant अच्छी तरह से we are managing all on the PPP basis। State यानी cleanliness के बारे में और awareness और इसके बारे में काम करते वक्त we are through the Goa Pollution Control Board ETP हो या STP हो इसके बारे में वी आर वेरी मच सीरियस। इसीलिए जितनी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज यहाँ पे हैं उनका ETP इज फंक्शनिंग और नॉट इसका टाइम टू टाइम मॉनिटरिंग हम हमारे वेस्ट गोवा पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड की तरफ से उनको मैनेज करते हैं। इवन दो द इंडिया का सबसे पहला वैक्यूम बेस्ड सक्शन प्लांट इन द STP जो गोवा में बैठा है और सक्सेसफुली रन होता है विच इज द अचीवमेंट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गोवा। पहला प्लांट है विच इज एन वैक्यूम बेस्ड है। इसी तरह से हमारे रूरल और अर्बन दोनों की तरफ से ध्यान देते वक्त यानी रूरल एरिया में हम यानी क्लीनिनेस मेंटेन करते हुए वहां पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन किस तरह से हो इसके ऊपर भी भर दिया है। इसलिए हमारा स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा जो कंसेप्ट हम रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट इसके ऊपर ज्यादा भर देते हैं। और जाते जाते बस मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि नारी शक्ति का सम्मान जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है वंस अगेन आपके मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत रूरल डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज के सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से गोवा में काम कर रहे हैं। जो काम आज तक इससे पहले कभी नहीं हो सका था। अप्रोक्सीमेटली मोर देन 50,000 वुमेन आर वर्किंग इन द 340 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप। लास्ट 10 साल का गोवा जैसे छोटे स्टेट में 340 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीस का टर्नओवर उन महिला भगिनी ने किया है। इट इज अ बिग अचीवमेंट फॉर द स्टेट ऑफ द गोवा। गोवा जैसे छोटे स्टेट में 340 करोड़ का अचीवमेंट वुमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में करना कोई छोटी बात नहीं है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। इसीलिए ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ पॉसिबल हुआ रूरल डेवलपमेंट में। एक्चुअली द विलेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, कम्युनिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और आपके मिनिस्ट्री का जो मार्गदर्शन मिलता है इससे बहुत ही अच्छा काम हमारे कर रहे हैं। द्रोण दीदी की संकल्पना जो थी वो द्रोण दीदी की संकल्पना लखपति दीदी अप्रोक्सीमेटली अवर टारगेट 11,000 लखपति दीदी क्रिएट करना है। हमारे ऑल द लेडीज एट प्रेजेंट यहाँ पे है, विलेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की सभी मेरी बहना यहाँ पे है। उनका टारगेट है कि 11 लाख लखपति दीदी आपके मिनिस्ट्री से हम बनाएंगे और डेफिनेटली हम 11,000 लखपति दीदी ही बनाने वाले हैं। इवन द ड्रोन दीदी विद इन 1 month वी आर गेटिंग द 10 ड्रोन हमें मिल रहे हैं और वो ड्रोन दीदी भी गोवा में अच्छी तरह से एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए फार्म बेस्ड और नॉन फार्म बेस्ड में जो रूरल डेवलपमेंट की एक्टिविटी है वो भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारी सरकार की तरफ से काम बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। इसलिए आप सभी लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं और खास करके सभी रिलेटेड टू द रूरल डेवलपमेंट और नॉट ओनली द प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना बट रूरल डेवलपमेंट आप सभी लोगों का काम है। तो कम से कम आपके साथ में रूरल डेवलपमेंट का काम शेयर करें, इतना ही मेरा काम था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने विकसित भारत 2047 का सपना देखा है। इस आजादी के अमृत काल में आगे 25 साल के सपने न थके न रुके दर महीने में एक साथ देश की जनता के साथ बात करने वाले मन की बात पहले प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी के बाद में हो झाड़ू हाथ में लेके यानी रोड साफ करने के लिए कोई किसी पॉलिटिशियन को आपका पिक्चर भी नहीं दिखेगा क्योंकि झाड़ू लेके रोड साफ करे। राष्ट्रपति महात्मा गांधी जी के बाद पहली बार पॉलिटिशियन कोई देखा तो देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री है नरेंद्र मोदी जी वंस अगेन। उनका विजन जो है इस देश के बारे में, वो विजन एंड हम इकोनॉमी के बारे में जो 10 नंबर पे थे 5 नंबर पे पहुंचे, जो 3 नंबर पे हम पहुंचने वाले हैं। द ग्लोबल पावर, सुपर पावर भारत करने के लिए, विकसित भारत का सपना साकार करने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि डेफिनेटली आप सभी लोगों का सहकार्य रहेगा। विकसित भारत 2047 के साथ साथ करते वक्त विकसित गोवा 2037 करने का हमारा सपना है। उस सपने के लिए अगेन डबल इंजन का सहयोग रहेगा तो ही हो सकता है। और विकसित भारत का सपना 2047 कंप्लीट करने के लिए मुझे लगता है आप लोगों का सहकार्य रूरल डेवलपमेंट में हमेशा के लिए लगेगा, तभी पॉसिबल होगा 2047 साकार करने के लिए। आप सभी लोगों का सहकार्य रहे, बस यही कह के मैं मेरे वाणी को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक मंत्र, एक वचन, गांव विकसित होगा तो देश विकसित होगा। इस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि गोवा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री जी डॉक्टर प्रमोद जी सावंत, आपके सारगर्भित शब्दों के लिए हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं। यह सत्र यहीं पर समाप्त होता है। I request all the delegates to move on for the tea break. Tea break will be only for 15 minutes. 15 मिनट के लिए आप प्रस्थान करें। 15वें मिनट पर आप इसी सभागार में आपका आगमन हो, इसी इच्छा के साथ नमस्ते। एक नम्र निवेदन है सभी प्रतिभागियों से, कृपया आप जहां है वहीं पर आप खड़े रह दीजिएगा। आप आगे आ जाइएगा। पीछे जो बैठे हैं प्रतिभागी, कृपया आप आगे बैठिएगा, क्योंकि यह तस्वीर, यह पल हमें एक तस्वीर में लेनी है। प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड, प्लीज कम क्लोजर। जहां पर हमारी आवाज पहुंच रही है जरा जल्दी आ जाइएगा। फाटली लाईट माची बंद करा आता।
advisor. Requesting all the delegates to be seated in the auditorium. सभी प्रतिभागियों से नम्र निवेदन है, अनुरोध करती हूं मैं कि आप कृपया इस सभागार में आ जाइएगा. Requesting all the delegates to be seated in the auditorium. सभी विद्वानों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया सभागार में आ जाइएगा. The first session is on, the topic of the first session is leveraging microfinance for housing access under PMAYG. And the panelists are Shri Sanjay Shukla, Managing Director, NHB, Dr. Saibal Paul, Deputy Director, Sadhan, Ms. Neeraja and Managing Director, NAB FINS, Shri Durgesh Pandey, CEO, NCGTC, and Shri Ramesh Kumar Ganta, GM, NABARD. Requesting all the panelists, requesting humbly the moderator of the session 1, Shri Manikandan, Advisor, UNIEP and Habitat for Humanity. Yeah, let them know. Yeah. Requesting the staff of RDA to get all our delegates inside the auditorium. Yeah. Because I don't know by the page. No, I don't know. A humble call to our panelist, Shri Sanjay Shukla ji, Managing Director, NHB. Okay. Dr. Saibal Paul, Deputy Director, Sadhan. It's a humble request to be here in the auditorium. Ms. Neeraja N, Managing Director of NAB FINS. No. Requesting RDA staff to get all our delegates in the auditorium. That will be better. क्योंकि मेरी आवाज वहां बाहर नहीं जा रही है शायद. हाँ, नहीं आ रही है. नहीं तो चाय ने रोक कर रखा है. Requesting all our near and dear delegates. We are running short of time. We've shown our exhibited our punctuality in the morning hours. We have to carry on for the day long. Yeah, they will come. Sorry. बहुत ही शानदार उद्घाटन रहा सुबह के सत्र में रीजनल रूरल वर्कशॉप अंडर प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण गोवा 6 और 7 जून 2 दिवसीय यह कार्यशाला मैरियट के इस सुशोभित माहौल में, और लग रहा है कि यह माहौल आज इसलिए सुशोभित हुआ है क्योंकि आपकी उपस्थिति, बरकरार उपस्थिति आज यहाँ पर है। माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्री गोविंद गावड़े जी, रूरल डेवलपमेंट, आर्ट एंड कल्चर एंड स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गोवा, स्वागत भाषण के बाद आदरणीय श्री गया प्रसाद जी, डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर जनरल रूरल हाउसिंग, MORD, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, इनका सार गर्भित यह वचन रहा। बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी हमारे लिए उन्होंने दी थी। डॉक्टर चंद्रशेखर पेमसानी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रूरल डेवलपमेंट कम्युनिकेशन, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, अपने उत्साहपूर्ण शब्दों से स्वागत समारंभ को उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार आगे बढ़ाया था। और तत्पश्चात गोवा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय डॉक्टर प्रमोद जी सावंत जी ने गोवा राज्य की पहचान और विकास के कदम, विकास चरण, 11वें साल में डबल इंजन सरकार गोवा सरकार कितने विकास के पहलुओं को, आयाम को आगे बढ़ा रहा है, हर तारीख चहलकदमी हमारे सामने उन्होंने रखी थी। और 6 और 7 जून प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण यह 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाला के लिए उन्होंने यह कार्यशाला उत्साहपूर्ण हो, सशक्त हो और सफल हो, इसकी कामना उन्होंने की थी। टी ब्रेक के बाद 15 मिनट के लिए हमने प्रस्थान करने के लिए कहा था। कुछ प्रतिभागी बहुत ही समय को अपने हाथ में रखकर आ चुके हैं। हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं, बधाई देते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। The first panel discussion, the session 1, the topic is leveraging microfinance for housing access under PMAYG, and the moderator, we are happy to announce Shri Manikandan, advisor, UNEP and Habitat for Humanity International. We have panelists amidst us, Shri Sanjay Shukla ji, Managing Director, NHB, Dr. Saibal Paul ji, Deputy Director, Southern, Ms. Neeraja N, Managing Director, NAB FINS, and Shri Durgesh Pandey ji, CEO, NCGTC, and Shri Ramesh Kumar Ganta, GM, NABARD. सभी का हम हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। आशा करते हैं यह चर्चा सत्र बहुत ही सफल हो, सुफल हो।
RDA staff, can you please help me to guide all the delegates in the auditorium? There is a technical issue here. My voice, it is not audible outside. जब तक पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करता है, हमारे पास सिर्फ 2-3 मिनट है। आशा करती हूँ 2 और 3 ही मिनट है, 5 मिनट नहीं है। तब तक जैसे कि गोवा राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर प्रमोद जी सावंत ने कहा कि आपकी यह यात्रा एकदम सफल हो, तो हम भी जो है गोवा के बारे में कुछ आपको बताना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि जैसे ही आपका आगमन गोवा में हो जाता है, सन ब्यूटी शाइनिंग और वही नजारा जो है आप देखकर जो है चले जाते होंगे। लेकिन एक प्रार्थना है, आप जरूर ही, क्योंकि अब घर गांव के बन रहे हैं, पक्के मकान बन रहे हैं, पक्के घर बन रहे हैं। एक विशेष प्रार्थना है, हो सके तो गोवा के जो है गांव देखिएगा, गांव की संस्कृति देखिएगा। देश के नक्काशे पर अनेक राज्य हैं और अनेक राज्यों की अपनी अपनी संस्कृति है, अपनी भाषा है, अपनी कला है, एक अलग अलग पहचान है। और इसीलिए हम कहते हैं ना, विविधता में एकता और एकता में विविधता। यही मंत्र हम यहाँ भी कहना चाहते हैं कि जब कभी, अब तो आप आ ही चुके हैं, लेकिन कभी जो है भविष्य में गोवा में आना हुआ तो गांव में जाइएगा, चर्चिस देखेगा, मंदिर देखेगा, गांव की संस्कृति देखेगा, गांव के उत्सव देखेगा, त्योहार देखेगा। आशा करती हूँ, उम्मीद करती हूँ और विश्वास के साथ यह भी कहती हूँ कि आपको जाने का यदि जो है 2 दिन के बाद यदि आपकी फ्लाइट है तो वह जरूर जो है 8 दिन के बाद रहेगी। इतने विश्वास के साथ हम कहते हैं। और साथ में जो है यहां से लेकर एक घंटे के बाद जहां पर हम कर्नाटक बॉर्डर पर चले जाते हैं, वहां यदि आप चले गए तो सिर्फ आपको ग्रीन मोमेंट्स, ग्रीनरी, हरियाली के सिवा और आपको कुछ दिखाई नहीं देगा। शहर है, शहर की अपनी आबादी है, शहर की अपनी सुंदरता है, लेकिन गांव की भी एक अपनी गांव भी जो है सुशोभित है। और विशेष रूप से जैसे कि हम कहते हैं, भारत देश में अनेक गांव वासियों के मन में अपनी एक मन की सुंदरता रहती है, गोवा में नहीं है। और सौहार्दपूर्ण जो व्यवहार होता है, अतिथि, जैसे कि पिछले स्वागत समारोह में हुआ था, अतिथि देवो भवः। जी हाँ, गोवा में यह हम सालों से पूर्वजों से हमने सीखा था, उसी सीख को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। इसलिए हर कोई आया हुआ यहाँ उसका स्वागत, और जब तक वह अपने घर में नहीं चले जाते हैं तब तक जो है लगातार हमारे अधिकारीगण, हमारे अफसर्स आपकी पूछताछ करते रहेंगे। इसी आशा के साथ इट्स द टाइम to end 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Now we have the panel discussion, and the session 1 is on the topic leveraging microfinance for housing access under PMAYG, and the moderator of this session is Shri Manikandan, advisor UNEP and Habitat for Humanity International. I request sir to be here on the stage. तालियों की गूंज से जो है स्वागत कीजिएगा। The panelist I welcome here on the stage is Shri Sanjay Shukla ji, Managing Director and HB. So we welcome you. Dr. Saibal Paul ji, Deputy Director, Sadhan. आपका स्वागत है इस मंच पर।
Ms. Neeraja N, Managing Director, NAP Finance. Ma'am, we welcome you at this hour. Shri Durgesh Pandey CEO and CGTCs, we welcome you. And Shri Ramesh Kumar Gantaji, GM NABARD के आपका स्वागत है. May I request the Parliament Director Okay. हमारे फोटोग्राफर बंधु यहाँ पर है. एक यह पल, हम कोई भी पल नहीं छोड़ते, एक पल फोटोग्राफ में. यह है अपनापन, यह मोह नहीं है, यह होता है अपनापन. जोरदार तालियों के साथ. With this, I request the moderator to take over the charge of the session. Shri Manikandan, Advisor, UNEP and Habitat for Humanity International. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the Ministry of Rural Development for taking the effort to organize this session. Government of Goa to hosting us. It's been a great time here from yesterday. Thanks for putting together this illustrious panel. And we had the basic presentations already by the DDG sir, Director of PMAYG as well. But then we just straight away going to dive into this session. And we are happy that we are more or less reflecting the voice of the states, like the challenges of the states in implementation. And we are not going to stop with the challenges alone, but we are also going to look at how we can potentially solve this. I will introduce each of the panelists as we go and speak with them. But before that, let's understand the big numbers in just 4 slides. The purpose of this panel in just 4 slides. You've seen the numbers. We have completed 2.77 crore houses. We have another 2.2 crore houses to go. Like by 2029, from old sanctions, about 20-25 lakh houses, and new sanctions, another 2 crore. By 2029, we have to complete another 2.2 crore houses to achieve the target set for ourselves under Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana, Gramin. Next slide, please. So approximately, as we had discussed from the beginning this morning, like we have this whole 1.2 lakhs, 1.3 lakhs allocation, which is available for the housing as subsidy. So there is a state component and the national government component as well. But we have seen, especially after COVID, the construction costs, labor costs have consistently increased. And at a 30 square meter house, 25 square meter, 30 square meter, 250, 300 square feet, we still see a gap of about 1 lakh to 2 lakhs. And as you would all aware, in the field, we would have seen rural may people build like 500 square feet houses, come se come. So 300 to 500 means a shortfall of or beneficiary share of about 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs. Just to give you a sense of what we have done so far, if we take 2.7 crore houses completed, and on an average, if each beneficiary has contributed 1 lakh, like I'm saying minimum, each beneficiary, if they had contributed 1 lakh, in the last 9 years, beneficiary share in PMAY Gramin itself is 2.7 lakh crore. Now, no one is actually asking like, where did this 2.7 lakh crore money came from? Institutional finance, how much was it? Other means of finance, how much was it? Now, why it becomes a challenge is going forward, this 1 lakh per house beneficiary share is also progressively increasing. It will get into 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So friends and family supporting savings here and there may not be sufficient. We need to look at institutional financing mechanisms. And that is the purpose of this panel as such. Next slide, please. We have divided beneficiaries into broadly 3 groups. We don't know the number. We don't have the number breakup of these 3 groups. But broadly, we assume that it's following this pattern. At the top of it, we have people, beneficiaries, who are able to raise finance, who are able to bring in savings and get the house completed. Now that is a small group. Then there is another group of people who have the repaying capacity but do not necessarily have the documentation, both in terms of income and or in terms of legal documentation to access formal financing. And then we have at the lower end a set of people who may not necessarily have repaying capacity. So we have to look at the beneficiaries itself in these three segments. And maybe today we will have more solutions for the second category, which is basically people who have repaying capacity but need access to formal financing. And then we'll have to look at the third category, basically people who may not even have the repaying capacity. Next slide, please. This is more again for the purpose of states and for other potential people involved in PMAY Gramin implementation. When we talk about lending institutions, we use one term, banks, as one monolith. But then what we need to understand is there are multiple kinds of institutions and each one has their own strengths and weaknesses. We have public sector banks, state banks, Indian banks, Bank of Baroda, who have a separate strength but may not have the wherewithal to deal with the kind of beneficiaries which we are talking about. Private sector, HDFC, ICICI, Axis, they have their priorities elsewhere in profitability, may not still do justice to this segment. Then we have small finance bank. I will take a minute extra on this. Started in 2016, we had 10, now we have 11, many MFIs, microfinance institution, who graduated to become small finance banks, who have to do 75% of their loans on priority sector and who have dealt with the kind of customers whom we are talking about. So maybe a solution lies in this third category of institutions, small finance banks. How do we go about using them and see how we can make them spread their options in this segment? Fourth is regional rural banks. You would have seen in the news like just last month, there has been a consolidation and every state has one Gramin bank as we speak. Multiple banks have been consolidated into one bank per state. So here is also a potential where they are in this segment, in this geography, they know this client base. Maybe we should probably consider working through them. Fifth and sixth are housing finance companies, the large ones which are metro, big ticket, may not be of use. Sixth category, what we call as affordable housing finance companies, basically companies which are under housing finance companies, but have a product for people who may not have documented sources of income. So there are institutions which are targeting this. How do we leverage these institutions to cover our beneficiaries is something which we can look at. Seventh is agricultural cooperative societies, and eighth, which we will discuss at length, is microfinance institutions. They already serve the client segment beneficiaries whom we are targeting. How can they give housing microfinance to this segment? So we are actually going to look at these breakups and look at it differently, because when we talk financing, we cannot put one solution fits all. Institutionally also, they are different, regulated by different institutions, and their whole method of financing and clientele are different. Thank you. On that note, I would like to invite Shri Sanjay Shukla, Managing Director of National Housing Bank, who has been a career housing finance person, like more than 30 years in housing finance, doing retail loans, both on the private sector and on public sector. And I request him to look at this as a challenge and an opportunity and give his opening remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon. And especially given the size and numbers when we saw in the morning in the first half, in the first presentation, those, and being in the sector, I have also been through all these numbers. But unfortunately, or probably given the business pressure, we have been only targeting the, I'm not talking as a National Housing Bank, but most of the housing finance players have been targeting only the upper segment of the pyramid. But when I took over, then we thought of leveraging the micro. In fact, we had one meeting in the month of February. And after that, but given the current regulatory framework and the constraint, because microfinance institution cannot have a long-term asset and given their basic capital and the resource constraint. So we thought of doing a co-origination with the housing finance companies where probably service fees, and this idea was mooted sometime in the month of February. We are working on that and hopefully that will be a reality in the next 3 to 4 months time. But the kind of market which we have to service and the kind of customer we have to service, it require a much larger framework and much larger network base. For that, we would be going back to even regional rural bank, small finance bank, as Manikandan sir told that 11 banks, and most of these banks started with as a MFI. Largely, they all have started with MFI, and 1 or 2 are getting into the scheduled bank category. But still, some of the banks have still not gone beyond that, servicing the lower end of the pyramid. So that is, they could be one target where we have to leverage a small finance bank. And we are in the process of setting up a refinance fund also for the rural housing scheme, which can also, so by that we will be lending at a lower rate to the small finance bank and the regional rural bank. So these are the two, because reaching to the customer at the last mile, that given the origination cost, which is very high for in the urban area and rural, it will be much higher because for one loan, you have to do certain basic documentation, which is very, very expensive. So for that, we are in the process of revising certain documentary pattern where we can have a self-help group, because another, when we were doing the study of the housing finance sector, rural housing sector, we realized out of the total 36 lakh crore is the mortgage balance sheet in the country. Out of this, less than even 5% is in the rural area. So 95% of the mortgage book which we have originated in this country lies in the urban area. But as we all know, the large part of the country, जो असली भारत है वो गांव में रहता है. That's what we understand. So reaching to that last mile, we'll have to change certain norms of the way we work business, because another thing, because this sector doesn't have a formal income source. So there, the income cannot be paid by a regular EMI. So we'll have to look at the certain framework. We give 6 to 9 month NPA norms changing or certain things which we'll have to take up with the RBI. But if we have to increase this 5% of the rural balance sheet in the mortgage to at least 20 to 25%, we'll have to look at these 2-3 options, which is, one is MFI as a co-originator, as a co-servicer, because they can't keep the balance sheet, the loan on their balance sheet given the cost of fund, and bank and the RRBs can be leveraged a lot because they have accounts of most of these customers, or they have dealt in the past, they know the credit history. So I think we need to focus on today's discussion on the last 3, as you said, Manikandan sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those encouraging words. Like it's good to start with such kind of encouragement and positive note. On this note, I would like to bring in Shri Ramesh Kumar from NABARD, actually another large institution, Chupa Rustam in this space. Because they have been in agriculture and rural development. They sit on a huge balance sheet with an institutional capacity. They have been working with regional rural banks. They have been the originator of the microfinance systems, right from forming self-help groups decades back to kind of making it as a formal sector that we talk about now. Sir, NABARD's perspective on this challenge and opportunity and what you have been doing so far, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I like to congratulate Minister of for Rural Development and also the entire team taking up such a topic, apt subject. In fact, taking up this topic and serving the rural community, taking the vision of Honorable Prime Minister forward. So NABARD is a sector player in agri-rural development, and NABARD has also supported Prime Minister Awaas Yojana. Almost 60,000 crores were given up to 18 to 21. And what we last 3 years, about 10,000 crores exclusively for rural areas we could disburse through all the banks that you have mentioned, and particularly the cooperative banks and RRBs, who are the basic rural areas touching people. So our focus is on rural development. Only one solution I feel is that deepening of the credit, expanding the client base. You expand the client base, deepen the credit, give them some incentives in the form of, see, when we are saying we are targeting a clientele which has no formal credit history, credit profile. When they don't have a formal credit history profile, we need to target them, relax our norms in terms of some credit guarantee or some kind of subvention which need to be focused. Last one I'll say is when I'm taking of deepening credit, cooperative banks, particularly Honorable Home Minister and Corporation Minister, Amit Shah ji is stressing, is regarding the PACs, Primary Agricultural Cooperative Societies. We must involve them in a very bigger way. So NABARD has taken up entire computerization of PACs. So the PACs are to be encouraged to lend so that deepening of the credit will happen.
Great, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the perspective, Honorable Minister, sir. The key difference in this panel is we are talking about financing. The 60,000 crores which sir was mentioning was channelized as the subsidy payments to the beneficiaries. Like it contributes to the economy, but then that money is not coming back. But here we are talking about National Housing Board, NABARD, having facilities as refinancing or credit lines to lending institutions. So those monies will come back into the system again, and it will have a multiplier effect on rural housing as we go forward. The subsidy burden on the state will keep coming down progressively as we keep increasing these pool of funds. And that's what the experience of more than 3 decades of these two people in housing is actually telling us. Now I invite Dr. Saibal Paul, who's Associate Director at Sadhan, which is a self-regulatory organization for microfinance institutions, has been coordinating the policy advocacy initiatives of Sadhan, has international experience both in India, Asia, and African countries. So over to you, sir, and your initial words on this.
Thank you very much, Mani. I mean, it's really amazing to be here. And, it's first we should thank, a big thank you to our Prime Minister, because the mission mode really worked. It was your this Swachh Bharat mission. We have seen that the kind of expansion of this toilet has happened. It's amazing. Now this is your housing. So I think we will be succeeding. So this is the industry having around 381,000 crore and reaching to 10 million people accounts of this country. And surprisingly, that in the mainstream banking, this is a very non-collateral industry. And when we see the repayment, our March's Part 30 means people couldn't repay this your microfinance loan. It is only 1.4%. So it is amazing. Poor people, they really repay, despite of being non-collateral loans. So we really trust them. So now we need to understand that what kind of market is there. So we were doing some calculation. Eventually, if we take like 5% of our overall portfolio and overall outreach and having like 3 lakh rupees, it is coming around 6,000 crore. So there is a ready market of 6,000 crore. So this is what we are seeing. Now what we need to get support. Microfinance institution very, very much depending on the lending institution like banks, NBFCs and others. So we need the low cost fund in the system. A low cost fund, and also we need some refinancing, low cost refinancing. Second thing, what we need for the sector is also credit guarantee mechanism. Credit guarantee mechanism is there, but not really MFIs can access it. The lenders who are lending to this MFI, they can access it. What we want is actually the credit guarantee mechanism for microfinance institution which they can access. Then then there is one suggestion that if government can create a special scheme and channel it through microfinance institution and use the efficiency of this model will be amazing. And we know that we have seen already there is a ready market. Then we have a kind of, this when we are trying to get the funding, this funding, most of the funding we get for 2-3 years, very short term. This funding should be a long term, maybe 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, because this housing finance, it is a little bit longer term. Whatever you give to the poor people, they also need to repay. We should not tell them within 1 hour, within 1 year, within 2 years, you need to repay. We have, when we are talking about Swachh Bharat Mission, we need to get this experience, discuss about this experience, that in Swachh Bharat Mission, it was like, first you have to build up 50% of your toilet, then you will get the subsidy or the money from government. Where will these poor people get the money? Microfinance institution gave the money to them to develop this, up to construct 50% of the toilet. So it was a very, very much, we are very much linked with government schemes. Even Mudra schemes also, most of your Shishu loans are channeled by this microfinance sector. I will take another 1 minute to tell about our experience in Odisha. Now, this is majorly non-collateral loan, and there is this 75% cap is there that we have to, and there is another 25% which is non-qualifying asset. But if we remove the cash collateral, everything, our microfinance sector only get 10 to 15%. Going beyond this microfinance definition, it is little bit tough. Can we also suggest that, can we have a policy advocacy that qualifying asset plus housing loan can be calculated in this, means 75% plus housing loan. If we can do that one, it should not be included in this 100%. It would be good for us, good for the poor people. Our experience in Odisha, so there was no patta, that the ownership. So Odisha government gave this patta to the poor people. But that's not non-sellable. So you cannot take it as collateral. But overall, microfinance institutions, microfinance sector is prepared to take it forward, getting some support from policy support, funding support from government, and also we are looking forward. And as Sir was talking about this co-lending, we have started working on it. We have 7 MFIs and 4 housing finance companies. They're working closely, and very soon we will be organizing an event to display that what have we done, and it's going on very well.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. These are very important points that we need to. There are few regulatory challenges, and there is also a need to put some institutional financing wholesale to actually move things forward. While we are talking about wholesale, I would like to bring Ms. Neerja, who is Managing Director of NABFIN's, NABARD's microfinance subsidiary. She's been a career NABARD person, CGM there, and for the last 1 year, she's been leading NABFIN's. So maybe some retail perspective, ma'am, from a microfinance institution as to the beneficiaries are already your customers, or rather I'll put it this way, almost all your customers are beneficiaries there. How do we serve them on this important need?
Yeah, good afternoon, namaskar, and thank you Department of Rural Development for having me here. In an esteemed panel, a name like NABFIN's, I'm sure most of you don't know. So just a minute for me to introduce my organization. We are an MFI registered with Reserve Bank of India. It's a subsidiary of NABARD. We are owned 63% by NABARD, 18% by Government of Karnataka, and the rest ownership Union Bank of India, Canara Bank, and some other banks with a little less ownership. That is the ownership pattern of NABFIN's. So we are a public sector MFI here. As far as our book size is concerned, it is not a very big book size, but we have presence in 19 states. I think all the states we are present except for part of North India, that is Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, Haryana. Otherwise, we are present everywhere. And of course, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, we are not present. So just because the minister was there, I thought I should tell this. That is the ownership and presence of NAPFINs in India. When it comes to things that have been told since morning, there are a lot of challenges in the sector as far as the PMAYG is concerned. What do I bring to the table, and what is the wholesale credit the question that Manikandan ji has asked? The challenges, of course, is reach. Reach is something that we have. We operate through 500 branches all India. Presence is in as many as 200 odd aspirational and low income group, less income districts in the country we are present. So I think that is where we can bring the challenge of reach to the area. That is something that we can bring to the table. When it comes to lending to people with less income, so definitely we are used to dealing with people with less income groups without any formal credit and assessing their repayment capabilities. That we have some expertise, I can say, in the sector, not only me, of course, all MFIs. So that is something that we can bring to the table. Last mile connectivity and with regard to self-help groups and JLGs, this is an alternate model that has worked over a very long period of time. So is there some credit underwriting that can happen from groups for housing loans? That is also something that we can bring to the table. So small ticket size loans, because when you look at the state bank or anybody else, commercial banking that lends where the ticket size of loans are large, our average ticket size of our loan is 43,000 rupees. And when it comes to a small ticket size, we can, with the money, if something is given to us at a concessional rate, we can reach a larger number of people, because the housing needs, like it is not 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs that it required at the field level. It is generally about 50,000 to 1 lakh will give them a pakka house, because they do self-construction and they'll do it over a period of time. So this is the amount of money that is required. That is the size that we can reach and we can service. So that is one of the things that we can do. We can also customize loan products in a way that seasonal incomes are there when there is an agriculture production and there is income that is coming in. So that income can be, we can have a loan product that has a quarterly payment schedule or probably even longer. So that is something that we can do, which most banks may not be able to do. So that is something that the MFIs can bring to the table. And literacy, financial literacy using digital platforms, because this is something that we do on a daily basis, because most of us are working with digital apps. So that is something that we can also bring to the table, in which financial literacy comes along with the loan. When it comes to wholesale lending, that is the question that Manikandan ji is asking. Definitely there has to be a specific fund, because when he talked about in the beginning of his presentation, when he talked about people have raised money on their own. See, it is not that a poor man can raise money on his own. He has raised money from friends and relatives. It comes with a cost, and the cost is more than what the MFI can, at the rate at which MFIs lend, because no neighbor is going to, at this rate, give free money to his relative also. So when it comes with a cost. So this wholesale lending in at a subsidized rate, kept maybe with NABARD or with NHB, so that it can be channelized not for 10 lakh rupee loans. It has to be channelized to 1 to 3 lakh rupee loan. That is something that can be considered. When so once this comes, then probably we will be able to, because whatever the cost, if it is concessional lending, because today the MFIs have a cost of raising fund at about 10 to 11%. If it is cheaper, then definitely this is something that can go to the beneficiaries. And of course, because we are doing uncollateralized loan where the risk cost is very high, that is why the rate of interests are higher. if there is a credit guarantee or the mortgage of the house with the lender, then that also can become lesser. So just one moment. So we have had what Saibal sir has been saying. We have been taking forward the initiative that NHB had started with co-lending in this space. We have discussions with the two of the leading housing finance companies. Co-lending is definitely a way forward, because we don't have the capital nor the systems to put these in our books. We can definitely we can source the loans, give it to the housing companies, which will underwrite the loans, so that we can on a fee basis continue to borrow, get the loans serviced through our systems. And if there is some problem over a period of time, then the housing companies can step in. This is a way forward, and I'm sure we'll take this.
Thank you, ma'am. As we speak, RBI has published their revised draft on co-lending, and that is also why this initiative is taking slightly more time, because institutions are waiting to see. Because in the earlier version, we had Model 1 and Model 2, two models, but now there is a consolidated single model. But then its scope is widened to allow much more institutions to play a role. So typically, two institutions, one with balance sheet strength and the other with customer reach, can potentially work together and give a hybrid loan to a beneficiary or a borrower, and only the client-facing institution will be interacting with them, while the balance sheet is sitting on some other larger financial institution at the back end. I don't want to hold you back, sir. Credit guarantee has come already twice. I held him back because it's part of the solution, and it's not like we are theorizing something. Something has already been in place. We have Mr. Durgesh Pandey. Shri Durgesh Pandey is the CEO of NCGTC, National Credit Guarantee Trust Company. And in housing space, we already had Credit Risk Guarantee Trust Fund from 2012, which was with NHB, just recently transferred to NCGTC. They played a very crucial role in the government schemes post-COVID to actually ease liquidity in the market. So they were championing that. He's been the CEO from 2020 and has like fresh ideas, existing ones, which can potentially be part of the solution. So over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, MORD and the government of Goa for inviting me for this program. Now, sir, as he has rightly said, I'm CEO of NCGTC since 2020, January rather, even prior to commencement of COVID. And the emergency credit line guarantee scheme that was launched in May 2020, we have been working since the start of COVID, and we ensured that no businesses get affected because of that. And that has been a great success with limited defaults. The lenders also came forward, and businesses could be saved. So today we are, now of course, NCGTC is a wholly owned company of the Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, and we work closely with them. As on date, we are having 14 credit guarantee schemes. 4 were launched during COVID, and the others have been moving around here. Of course, on the microfinance institutions also, on the Mudra loans also. We have been looking at all the segments. Now, as Dr. Paul said, and also Mr. Shukla, they talked about the problems that the microfinance institutions have in sourcing of funds. And there is an issue with them. Long-term funds are not available. And for the housing segment, they need long-term funds. And there is already an Harshvardhan committee report, which RBI has also pushed. Subsequently, NHB has also created one subsidiary in the name of RDMS. So we made recently a presentation before the Honorable FM in the presence of Secretary DFS and Secretary Expenditure, where we have talked about how we can unlock the funds of the pension funds and the long-term insurance funds so that this can be sourced and taken support for this thing. So that if you look at the housing segment, 80% of the lending happens because of these banks, etc. Only 16% is taken care of by the NBFCs, the smaller ones, the MFIs, basically the NBFCs. Now these NBFCs, if they are given support, through this function that we are talking about. How it pans out is yet to be seen. That may take a lot of discussions. Still, it is going on. But if that happens, funds can be unlocked and can be used by the NBFC MFIs for all lending to the HFCs or for the housing segment. That can be one source. Second thing, as he rightly said, Mr. Manikandan, there was a credit guarantee scheme for low-income housing group, which did not show much traction. So when renewal was being taken place, lots of rounds of discussions took place in the various segments of the Ministry of Finance, and the revised scheme was launched sometime in February. And it has already started showing traction, to be very frank. 39 lenders have already registered with us. 11 public sector banks, they are showing huge interest in that. And 18 HFCs are registered. I think 5 rural banks are registered. That is the best part, because regional rural banks are something which can really function great. And there have been doubts regarding whether this scheme is only for the urban, because it has been sanctioned by the MOA, not by the MORD. But there is no distinction between, when it comes to financing, whether it is a rural housing or it is an urban housing, right? Lenders have also asked us this question, whether there is any restriction on that. So we have clarified, no, there is no restriction. You can get it covered. The scheme is very good, gives a good coverage. Of course, there could be some issues related to documentation or security or the margin, because that scheme talks of 4% above repo rate for the scheduled banks, and 7% for the other institutions. But 7% also is a good enough rate over the repo. But of course, the cost for the MFIs or the NBFC MFIs or even the SFBs is quite high. So when we look at this scheme from the regional rural banks, from the Gramin, what I have observed is that 70,000 may not be sufficient. This is my understanding, sir. That is something which needs to be enhanced, looking at the cost, because the scheme that we are running, that allows up to cover up to 20 lakhs. Maybe we'll consider enhancing also, but that is still not decided as yet. So 20 lakhs is the present limit. So for the Gramin housing, I think 70,000 may be slightly low. If it can be enhanced reasonably, that would be good. And in case if some modifications are needed in the scheme per se, then of course from the MORD, if somebody can, if a reference can go to MOA to make certain changes, which can be done by the management committee, that is something that can be examined.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shukla wanted to add something to this on the credit guarantee fund.
Before that, on this co-lending norms which RBI has come up with the draft regulation, that will take a while by the time it is a reality. But my request to the MFIs that you don't learn the business in one day, because lending a home loan, underwriting a home loan takes a lot of time. So that we have one route available to MFIs, which is the origination of the home loan. They originate the home loan, transfer it to the housing finance company or the bank which they have a tie-up, and they can earn a fee. It is a non-fee based income for them. And plus 1 or 2 housing finance company we have spoken to, they are ready to give even annual servicing fee like 1% or 2% of the book value. Like if the MFI has originated loan worth 20,000 crore, 1% of that or 2% of that will be paid as a servicing fee. So that was one. So I think we should not wait for the final draft to come and get implemented. We should try to take this route of co-origination or not co-lending. Co-lending model where 20% of the or 25% the loan sits on your book. That will again be a difficult thing for you to arrange that long-term fund. And Mr. Pandey was telling about the RTCL, the company which we have promoted, which is for the securitization, because whole of US and Malaysia, there the model works on Ginnie Mae, Fatty Mac, which was not there in India. So we have just promoted a company, the pilot listing was done for 1,000 crore, and we got a pricing of 7.6 for 20-year paper, which is really, it will really change the landscape of the market once over a period of time, because once we come to, smaller loans or micro loans, microfinance housing loans, that will also get listed there. So availability of fund can be arranged through that route, because that's a direct connect between the borrower and the issuer. So the company offloads that out of their balance sheet. So there is no capital adequacy ratio requirement is also there. On the guarantee piece, yes, it's a very good scheme, but covering the rural loan, that will be big, it will be a question mark for most of us, given the current legal framework, because most of the houses are being built on the agricultural land. Unless we have a legislation by which these, once the house is built or it's non-agricultural, it's out of the purview of otherwise we cannot invoke SURFACE or any legal things any legal recourse can be taken. So that are the two things. And coming to the separate fund, we are in the process of setting a rural fund, which probably in a month or 2 months time, where the refinance for the rural housing loan will be given out of that fund. But given our cost of fund, that will be around 7 to 7.5%. If the government can come up with some additional fund at a cheaper rate, like what is the shortfall of the priority sector loan, affordable housing fund, that can be given as a pilot fund to NHB for 500 crore or 1,000 crore, and see the progress over 1 year time, how this is channelized through the MFIs via housing finance company, because MFIs cannot come in our fold right now, given the constraint in our act. It is defined that we cannot lend other than bank and housing finance company. So these are the 2-3 things, sir, I would like to place before you. If these can be helped, I think that given the opportunity and the scope, we can do a lot in this space, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, in this round, what we have tried to basically convey is that we don't have to reinvent some solutions. The solutions are already inside this room. Like there are wholesale lenders, there are retail lenders, there is some kind of activity. Like I was speaking with the colleague in NABARD earlier this morning, and they've said last year we have done 4,000 crores in rural housing. Like 4,000 crores looks significant on one side, but on the other side, if we need 2 lakh crores, then still 4,000 crores is a small amount. So it's a balance that we need to get. And if we lock the doors and say we will find a solution, only then we will go out, we'll still be possible to do, because we have the structures in place. We just need to kind of tie the loose ends and come up with some smart takeaways, like in the short term, so that we get going on certain things which are already existing systems, while we put together a better or an enhanced system. Like we have the existing guarantee scheme, we use it. If need be, we set up a separate one. We have the existing refinance schemes, we start using it and then put together a fund which can do it. We have the institutions, we have the microfinance companies working with housing finance institutions. We have the regional rural banks which have all got consolidated. Like each state needs to start working with their own respective state Gramin bank, like that can leverage. All we need to do is ensure that they get the financing. We have NHB and NABARD which can host the wholesale financing in their books. Their balance sheets are strong enough to hold a larger finance scheme which will be channelized to this. We leverage the guarantee schemes and see what can be done. So what we're trying to say is, while it looks disconnected, if we are able to put this together, we can potentially solve this, is what is the larger message. I'll go back to Ms. Nirja ma'am. Like she also wears the hat until last year of CGM at NABARD, to see like how she looks at some of the solutioning side of things in this round.
Yeah. So actually for solutions, when you think of NABARD as an organization, it has, as an institution, it has been doing subsidy, capital subsidy, as well as interest subvention on behalf of Government of India, various ministries, be it as distinct as Ministry of Food and Public Distribution, or Rural Development, Agriculture. We have been doing it over the years. So hosting another fund or another scheme specifically for the regional rural banks, which Manikandanji is stressing upon, it is not a difficult task at all for NABARD to do. It is only putting in maybe the policy and maybe the SOP. That is all that is required, and it can be any large fund, because some of these schemes have been running over the last 15 years and have been successfully running these schemes. So that would not be a difficult task at all. So I think NABARD can be considered as an organization for funding anything. I'm sure NHP will continue to give support for this.
We already have a fund.
Okay.
RRBs can take money from us.
Okay.
So we have a fund.
Yes, sir.
So only advantage what I'm sure NHP also has presence. So NABARD as an organization has presence in about 450 districts, where we already have what we call the district level officers who coordinate with the government on one side and the banks and financial institutions. So this could be leveraged by government if it so desires. But little on the policy level, when it comes to MFI, because I continue to be heading an MFI right now. So there is the income level as per the qualifying assets that are of a microfinance industry is up to 3 lakh rupees income of a borrower is considered as an microfinance loan. So if it is 3 lakhs, it is 25,000 rupees per month, a family income. These days, if both husband, wife, maybe a little grown child also is working, the family income could be more than 25,000. So probably because the KCC limits have been increased to 5 lakhs, this is something that can be considered for increasing. So it will give more reach to the microfinance institutions to reach. And also there is a little of a policy level, because everybody is putting forth the policy for the government. I thought I could also leverage that situation. So the another major issue is that when we are giving loans to the borrowers, we consider the 25,000 rupees limit is, of course, that is the monthly income that is being considered. We need to increase this limit so that we can have a better leverage. And of course, when it comes to housing loans, probably could be outside this limit. So that is something that Saibulji also has said. So that because even if it is a 1 lakh, because there is another limit which says that total repayment should not be more than 50% of the income. So the 1.5 lakhs and this 3 lakhs is of an issue. That is that something need to be considered.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to Dr. Paul. Like, you would like to add some things which you have missed in your first round as your potential solutions that needs to be done for this challenge.
See, Mani, one thing that all of us we are discussing, that there are the different points we need to bring together. We need to understand the gaps and we need to work on it. So what we are doing as a policy making body, as a policy support body, we are also working with Habitat for Humanity to develop a policy paper. So we will try to figure out those gaps and how can we work together. So this is what we need to develop to give a larger understanding. This segment, like this piecemeal work may work, may not work. So let us not get into that one. Why don't we just develop that paper and launch it, and working with NHB, working with you, working with other Ministry of Rural Development, everyone, and have that kind of paper, that this is what we want for the sector. Second thing, what Nirja was also telling, that it should be 75% of our this qualifying asset plus your housing, and that housing segment should be having a different dimension altogether. So if we can do it, it will be very, very much. Third thing, what I also believe, that if we channel the things through microfinance institutions, they also need a bit of capacity building. So if we can request this MORD and also Shukla sir, that if we can figure out some capacity building thing in the whole system, will be very efficient to take it forward.
I'll come to Shri Ramesh Kumarji, like now from NABARD. Like, do you want to add something in the sense your experience of working with this space and like how you can positively make this work?
Sir, there is a plethora of financial institutions. you have SFB, Small Finance Bank. Everybody has his own norms of dealing with a loan, particularly micro loan. SFBs are also important player. MFIs. MFIs look at a different kind of credit profile, and their rates are very high. 18 to 20% they are charging. So whereas SFBs and STCBs, STCB cooperative system, they have a different kind of clientele, and so there should be a universal a fund. NABARD is also, for example, has a credit guarantee fund trust, NAP Samrakshan. It's a subsidiary. So where we are supporting the credit guarantee of FPOs, farmer producer organizations or companies. We are also supporting animal husbandry infrastructure. So that NAP Samrakshan is there. There is already a mechanism with SIDBI and all. So we can have a universal credit guarantee program serving to different different banks and all. And co-lending part, I agree with Sir Shukla sir. Co-lending part, now the CLM 1 is going to come. CLM 2 is not going to be there. So because it eating away into the securitization DA. So RBI has taken CLM 2 systems to be integrated and give CLM 1. So origination you can give it to the MFIs, and other things co-lend. They can co-lend with the SFBs, they can co-lend with banks and all. So request is that a broad trust and up to 3 lakhs. We feel some credit guarantee up to 50% or 60% of the, depending on the organization, risk of the organization, 50 to 60% credit guarantee if it is there, and subvention to the extent of 3%, sir. 3% subvention with fixed and floating, where 2% will be given and 1% can be in a floating way, where based on the performance the subvention can be given. So that way kind of mechanism will work, and it is a workable. And NABARD is having NAP Samrakshan Trust. We can very well take up one more credit guarantee fund where we are doing already 2 credit guarantees.
Great, thank you, sir. In fact, on that point, I would like to bring in Mr. Pandey. Can you briefly say your existing fund contours, like your existing housing guarantee fund contours and additional points from there?
Okay. So the credit guarantee fund for low income housing group that we are having, it allows loans up to 20 lakhs, and the guarantee fee is only one time. It is one time up to 5 lakh is one slab, then 0.5% for the 5 to 10, and above that is 0.25%. And this is one time taken. Loans could be up to 25 years, right? All institutions are eligible. For most of these institutions are eligible. And this interest rate cap has been made so that the final borrowers are not unnecessarily troubled. It is 4% above repo rate for the banks and for the scheduled commercial banks, and for the others it is 7%. This is the basic structure. But one thing I just wanted to raise, because I have been discussing with various lenders, even on this Gramin rural lending, the main issue that comes up is that in the urban area, even the primary security is good enough. So sale can happen and recovery becomes easier, and the losses are automatically reduced. In the rural area, probably the recovery could be an issue, as Mr. Shukla also said, about the agricultural land. So my submission over there was one clause, section 29, if I remember it correctly, of SFC's Act, which permitted the SFC to take over an asset as a revenue receipt without following, at that time SARFAESI was also not there. So if all the states allow that provision for takeover of the asset of that property as a revenue receipt, the issues relating to recovery proceedings will be put to rest, and the lenders would really be interested. That is what my submission.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the ideas, if you see, are slightly nuanced, and I think the main suggestion to MORD, PMAY, Gramin is actually to put together a small group who can work on these nuances and give like clear-cut recommendations which can go from Ministry of Rural Development side to DFS or the concerned RBI in this case, and also like involve Niti Aayog or PMO if required to kind of come up with these solutions. So that could
easy solution if MORD agrees and all the states agree. A small letter going to the DFS, because the management committee is headed by Secretary DFS. We are members, right? MOVA, the Joint Secretary is also member. Management committee can take a decision because there it is mentioned that recovery, for example, claims are placed. 75% of the claim can be paid upon initiation of SURFACE action or legal action or such other action as may be decided by the fund. So the management committee can take a decision that because of this section which is available, recovery action will be considered as initiated and the claim will be paid to the lending institution. As soon as that happens, I am assuring you all that all the lenders would feel comfortable as far as lending to this segment is concerned.
Thank you, sir. Over to Mr. Shukla, sir. You started this session, so I'd probably start the closing remarks also from your side. Like next 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, what do we do about this?
So just, in fact, it was a very fruitful discussion, but I wanted to share one study we conducted 3 years back on the PMAY Gramin recipients. We did about a sample survey of about 20,000 loans or 20,000 beneficiary, and the average median spent by them on the house construction was 65,000 rupees. And this survey was done in 10 states, what total number, because it was not possible for us to go, but when we talked to them, so there was an 80% people, they did additional construction, but this was not through any institutional finance because already there was a PMAY Gramin beneficiary, they were there. So there was institution never thought of giving additional money because then their share in the construction was almost zero. So there's a clear need of giving additional institutional finance to them because 80,000 they got it through the family, relatives, and the pawnbrokers by taking the gold loan. So there is a clear space available for us to give them institutional finance, and as you rightly said, MORD can set up a small committee taking people from various field, like from the NABARD, from NHP, from MOVA or the guarantee, and we can set up a paper, and it's very easy. And especially if you look at the delinquency profile also, the credit culture in the smaller market or in the local villages, hardly is 1.5% kind of delinquency. Because if you go to the rural India, and since I also come from a rural part of the country, for us, our own image is more important. And when for collection, somebody goes on the door and knocks the door, paise wapas karo. So like, my daughter is getting married, please sir, dheere boliye, otherwise the alliance will break. And that's exactly, I have also seen in the last 35 years, I have been a mortgage banker all my life. So when I had gone for, especially, and I'm a small town guy, and I believe that better business can be done in a smaller town. So coming back to your this thing, we have an opportunity, we can put it quickly, but at the same time, we should not wait for the final outcome to come. Taking this co-origination kind of solution with MFI, and which I am ready to spearhead. And in fact, I initiated 2 meetings, and I have told today also that I'll be more than happy to initiate it again, and we will see something happening in the near future. Because if we keep waiting for RBI guidelines to come, it will take minimum 6 to 9 months. So we can do it, and I thank all the participants also for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. On self-occupied residential house, like we don't really get default. We just need to get the financing right in terms of planning, quantum, and the quality of finance. How do we give it at the lowest rate possible, the easiest mechanism possible? Like that's what we have seen in this panel. Thanks for the panelists. We have seen wholesale lenders, National Housing Bank, NABARD, development institutions. We have spoken about small finance banks, their roles, regional rural banks, their roles, how microfinance institutions can potentially play a role. We have guarantee company to take some load on in terms of shocks by actually structuring products differently. We have institutions, microfinance institutions represented here. We have Gramin Bank and small finance bank as part of the participants in the audience. So we are all committed to this, and we are sure that we can find the solution in coordination with the rural housing team and your support and guidance, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the time. Thank you very much.
I request the panelists and the moderator please remain seated. Now I request Dipali Naik, Director, DRDA South, to please come on stage and present the token of appreciation. Okay, sorry. Is there anyone wants to ask questions? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please give the mic, please.
Thank you so much, the panel members and Manisha, and a lot of enlightenment came. One idea was coming, like we have a app called PMAY Plus. So it collects a lot of data and it validates using so much of AI and so many tools which we have seen in the morning. So, and for getting the loan also, we have to have some data. You must also have some process. So these two processes are like, are you leveraging these two processes or these are two different things? I just wanted to know what's your approach on that.
So PMAY, that process is different because there as a beneficiary you register. You may require a home loan, you may not require a home loan. But when you come to us, and this is, I'm talking about PMAY Gramin. Urban, yes, urban we are leveraging because urban first I give the loan and then I go back to Mahua for the release of subsidy. So there we are, we have integrated some of the UPIs and we are leveraging on that. But in a Gramin, the lending piece is not there. So on Gramin, we are not leveraging. But yes, there are too many fields. There are about 120 fields which are there in both the apps. So, but we are taking advantage of integration in the urban scheme, but not in the Gramin.
Yes. The main field is the income field, sir, just to qualify. So when the app is collecting the information, it's self-declared income.
Yeah.
While the lending institution needs to assess the repaying capacity. Now, what a beneficiary would typically do is, which you would also experience in the field, when government is asking the income question, they tend to understate. They'll say our income is only 2,000 rupees. Like next, वक्त का खाने के लिए हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है. Like there's an error possibility in survey mechanisms. When a lender asks the income question, there is a tendency to overstate. Like they'll say, like we can pay 10,000 rupees per month, no problem, right? Like either of these errors in lending business does not work. So what a lending institution does is tries to get a close to accurate mechanism of repaying capacity, which unfortunately, as we speak, these platforms may not be in a position to do it. But however, we also know that RBI has piloted the ULI mechanism. There is also an initiative on credit scoring for rural borrowers. There are disaggregated data. Just today, we also came to know MORD is planning to put together a database of all beneficiaries and see what can be done. So there is like quite a lot of positives to be happening in the next 4 years until the mission is done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One or two questions more and then we'll wind up. If there are, there is a question. Okay, great. In the interest of time, we will pause here. We are all here for the rest of the day. We can speak offline as well. Thank you. Thanks for all the panelists. Thanks for MORD. Thanks for Government of Goa and all the people out here to have patiently listened to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists, for this wonderful discussion. Now I call DRDA, our Director, DRDA South, ma'am, to please present the small token of appreciation, the traditional Kunbi shawl. Uh, Thank you, sir. Also, let me take a moment to share a few words about the token of appreciation we are presenting, the Kunbi shawl. This traditional textile is made from the culturally rich Kunbi fabric, which holds deep historical significance in Goa. Originally worn by the Kunbi tribal women of the state, the fabric is known for its distinctive red base with white or black checkered patterns, hand woven using age-old techniques. What makes this even more special is that these shawls have been beautifully handcrafted by our self-help groups, reflecting both our heritage and the strength of community-based livelihoods. We are honored to present this shawl to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude and respect. I request everyone to please come little forward so that we can take a proper picture. Move little forward. Yes. Thank you, everyone. We'll now break for lunch. Kindly proceed to the dining area. We request everyone to please return and reassemble in the hall by 2:30 p.m. sharply. Thank you. Good afternoon. We will start with the next session in next 2 to 3 minutes. Requesting all the participants, please reassemble in the hall. Welcome back. We now move into a very exciting and forward-looking session, the role of artificial intelligence in identifying potential beneficiaries under PMAYG. As the scale and complexity of data increases across rural development programs, it becomes imperative to adapt smart, tech-driven solutions to ensure accurate targeting, efficiency, and transparency. This session brings together leading voices from government, technology firms, research organizations, and digital platforms who are at the forefront of using AI, machine learning, and data analytics for social impact. Now I request for the second session, moderator Shri Arun Prakash, MNIT, to please come forward, to please come on the dais. Following panelist, Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO Digital India Bhashini, Shri Srini Chilukuri, TensorGo, founder and CEO, United Health Group, Shri Munishankar Hazra, Senior Director Technology, Shri Brijendra Kumar, Partner and Lead Government Technology and Digital Advisory, KPMG, Ms. Sharanya Chandram, Director Policy and Communication, JPAL South Asia, Shri C. Prasanna Venkateshan, Director Oracle India, Shri Anur Rawat, Partner Technology Consulting, EY.
Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Arun Prakash. I'm professor at NIT Allahabad. So it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all in this very important session on the role of AI in identifying potential beneficiaries under the PMAYG. So at the outset, I extend a warm welcome to the distinguished dignitaries, senior officials, domain experts, and technical practitioners who have played a crucial role in implementing transformative initiatives in rural housing. So today we stand at a confluence where cutting-edge technology meets the noble mission of inclusive rural development. AI is no longer a distant frontier. So it is here reshaping how we interpret data, deliver services, and make governance more responsive and equitable. So as PMAYG is committed to provide assistance to eligible rural households for construction of approximately 5+2 crores from financial year 2024-25 to 2028-29. Therefore, as the scale grows, so does the complexity of identifying the right beneficiaries. So manual and fragmented methods are insufficient to keep pace with this scale and ambition. So this is where AI can be transformative. So AI algorithms, when coupled with big data from multiple sources, remote sensing, Aadhaar-linked databases, and geotagged image scan, enable precise demand mapping of housing needs, real-time eligibility assessments, and predictive analytics to foresee inclusion and exclusion errors before they occur. So with these capabilities, AI helps us shift from a reactive approach to a proactive and data-driven model of beneficiary identification. More importantly, it ensures that no deserving family is left behind due to human oversight or procedural delays. So let us use this session not only to explore how AI can support us technically, but also to reflect on how it can serve the ethical and developmental goals of governance. That is transparency, equity, and empowerment. So I look forward to hearing insights from our esteemed panelists who will share their real-world experiences, challenges, and innovations. So with this, I first invite Mr. Brijen Kumar, partner KPMG. So Brijen, since you have vast experience in advising central and state government clients on large-scale IT transformation projects, including AI, where it has brought multiple schemes, databases together. So how do you think that this can be beneficial to in context of PMAYG, especially with respect to the uses of AI?
Sure, thank you so much. And before I start, I would like to thank MORD for having me here. It's a pretty prestigious platform to be sitting in, with a panelist of this repute. And while I've always been sitting on the other side and hearing Amitabh speak, here and sitting with him is a privilege. Now, coming specifically to a question, and I've been here since the morning, and we actually got to know what are the challenges which currently we are facing in terms of we have got more people who have particularly raised in demand of that we are requiring a housing. We have got a limited set of housing that can be made available given the budget that we have. Now, I also heard that now this number is continuously increasing, which ideally speaking should actually be reducing, with the number of households already being constructed. And that does give us a reason to say maybe there are certain people and there would be certain beneficiary who may not be eligible, but have given a request, given that there's an option to make a request. Now, something very close, as you mentioned, from our past experiences. So, I mean, some projects that we have done where we have brought in multiple scheme databases together and see that is there a correlation, is there a certain insight which otherwise would not have been made available, can then be made available. So then there are projects like Insight that we do for income tax, or the project that we do for Jharkhand government and Tamil Nadu government, where now one thing that comes out of it is that the quality of data becomes very, very important. Because somewhere we are saying, we are asking, or maybe we are trying to make somebody ineligible, and it becomes very, very important that we are very sure that if we are saying somebody is ineligible, on what basis. Now, very clearly, the department has come up with a requirement of who would be ineligible. For example, anybody who has got a government job, anybody who has got, a four-wheeler, with them. And now we know that there are databases of four-wheelers available. There are databases of the government servants available. Now we can and that becomes easier if we have got an Aadhaar seeded there. So it's very easy that way to find out those databases together and say, okay, this person would be ineligible. The challenge comes in, first identify where the Aadhaar is not there. While here we have captured the Aadhaar, but in that, for example, the vehicle database, the Aadhaar may not be there. Now, in that case, how do you identify, is he the same person? And that's where there are solutions, like a Soundex, and then we say, okay, fine, let's see if this is the same date of birth, same father's name, same maybe residence area, basis which we can go and say, okay, fine, this person could be unique. Now, those are the ways in which we have tried to deduplicate these entire databases and see, okay, fine, who are the duplicate beneficiaries there. Some of it may not be eligible. So that is one way of attempting this. And then there are other ways, where, saying, how do we bring in and ensure that if a specific region, has got high demand, and if I have to distribute this housing across the country, now, are there certain correlations that can be drawn based on the income level within that region? And then say, maybe this person may not be eligible and hence can be relooked at, or we can go deeper into that. So, and there are many other means, I think we'll speak about that later. But the very first thing is that bringing multiple databases together also gives us a good insight, basis which we should be able to at least find first list of ineligible beneficiaries. So I'll just take a pause here.
Thank you. So it gives a very good insight over the data correlation among the different databases which are available. So now I would like to move to Mr. Modi Shankar, Senior Director, Tech Optum, United Health Group, to give some insights on the integration of AI with existing databases from other ministries and how it may improve the data accuracy and verification.
Thank you, everyone. And I think this is a very relevant question, Mr. Arun, which you have asked. So actually, I want to relate this with my personal experience, where I've been working for the last about 16 years. I've been working on leveraging technology to drive, citizen-centric, large-scale transformative projects. So in this particular context, the question which you've asked, I want to actually go back when I actually did my first project, which was a nationwide implementation project of platform modernization, data engineering, analytics, and stuff like that. So which was rolled out at about 2,200 locations, something of very similar scale from a different ministry altogether. So I actually want to break your question into two parts. One is that what kind of data we can actually have or can be integrated here to strengthen the objectives of PMIG. So this can be land records, which basically will be used to validate the land ownership. It can be electricity connections, which can be a proxy for habitations and poverty. So whatever I'm talking about at least about 10, 12 years back, about my first project which I did. So in that context, ration cards, which can be again further socioeconomic signals we can trace, or it can be MNREGA, work participation, or it can be simple, the bank account statements, etc., for DBT, etc., or it can be geospatial data as well. So when I talk about the geospatial data, and I also talk about the land records, one important thing I want to also mention when talking about AI, what is very important to know. So these are the two special things where we get unstructured data or semi-structured data. So when I talk about data here right now, when I'm talking about basically integrating external sources, and I talk about AI ML integration. So we have to go in terms of handling more complexities in terms of volume, and also in terms of where the data is not typically row column. The things which we are aware of, typically in Excel row column data, but you go beyond that. Like in the land records, you might be having scanned documents of the land. That can be a great thing to basically analyze using machine learning algorithms, or maybe geospatial data where you have got the lat long or the satellite imageries, which can be again used to basically understand, verify, etc. To what extent those houses are actually built. Those kind of stuff. So there, machine learning algorithms comes handy, and they're very powerful. They're stable enough to basically identify those kind of stuff. Other can be, of course, the Aadhaar specific verification, which is actually deduplication and stuff like that. That's obviously there. Second, second part of the question was, how AI ML can be immensely leveraged in terms of deduplication, which is a great tool in terms of matching, avoid duplicate beneficiaries. Risk scoring, we can use ML models to basically do a risk scoring rather than a simple rule-based risk kind of identification. We can have multiple feature engineering part, which can actually consolidate everything and then basically give us a risk score, which will further actually help us in a machine trained way to identify what is the risk profile of different people, and then basically give a score based on which we understand in terms of suspicions level, fraudulent kind of beneficiaries, or real good beneficiaries. We're talking about the real good poor, or we're talking about the fraudulent kind of poors. That's what it comes into this thing. And of course, things like anomaly detection, which are typically flagging cases with inconsistent information, etc. This can be document verification using computer vision, which is very, very stable in these days. Using computer vision for document or verification purpose is very normal, very stable, very kind of scalable stuff, which is really required for this kind of a large project. Then, of course, voice, text, NLP, natural language processing, where actually you can use it for, say, people who are actually raising their voice, raising their complaints, etc., grievances, etc. So rather than having an individual noting down the issues, actually we can have actually machine heard, analyzed, transcript, which will further analyze and say, sentiment analysis, etc., which is very stable and scalable kind of an operations, and get us a real-time feedback what's actually going in the field. That's where exactly, these are very basic stuff and very scalable and very stable stuff, which is there in the market for, and very simple, can be always be built based on open source kind of tools, which are basically good for the government as well. So now I spoke about feature engineering, I spoke about anomaly detection, I spoke about an entity resolution, risk scoring, etc. So what do we get finally? What do we get out of all these things? So what we get is that more complete, more accurate, and better in terms of current picture of beneficiary eligibility, fewer inclusion exclusion errors straight away, improved accuracy in terms of fewer false positive or false negative, okay, whatever way the government or the administration wants to get into, okay, increasing the false negative and increasing the false positive. This is typically a decision of the government. Of course, improved authentication. Of course, this entire thing that's a bedrock, including the authentication part, this will be, of course, improved. And of course, overall, it will be more robust and auditable kind of a data. And when I say auditable, these all auditable data, monitorable data, which can give real-time kind of situation analysis and also situation monitoring dashboards, and then finally get the actual story and actually explainable kind of a, conclusion that in what direction this is going. And using AI as well, we can also say what are the actually course correction if required, and where is the actual problem. Thank you so much.
Modi Shankar, for giving this brief insight on that, combining the existing data sets from other ministries would be really helpful So now I next would like to move to Mr. Srini Chilukurni, founder and CEO TensorGo, having expertise and vast experience in AI. So Srini, how do you see AI's ability to streamline the selection process, reduce errors, and maintain transparency by categorizing applicants based on socio-economic status and housing conditions in PMAY? And how TensorGo can help us help in this regard?
Okay, thank you. So let me give a little bit of heads up of like what TensorGo is. We're a deep learning company. We work extensively on a computer vision, NLP, and GenAI stuff. So I myself got like 25 plus years of experience working on AI itself since from very long. Now AI is more like a democratized. Everyone is using AI, and especially I'm kind of really surprised. I come from a corporate world, and when I see that the MORD is also using extensively AI at that level. With what I heard from Mr. Prasad and also from Ms. Murray, is like excellent. That's like wow. So you're already doing a lot of biometric stuff and things. So we do kind of a little more crazy stuff. So one of our product that we recently launched is called as a GoX. So we build humans. It's basically like HUMAI in us. So these are like digital teammates. I could have one picture of a person and less than 10 seconds of the voice, and I can bring the person to talk very naturally with their same tone, the eyelids flashing and the movement of the heads to everything. All of this can happen, bringing that into Teams, Google Meet, and Zoom as well too. So that's a kind of very complex tech. And now what we're doing is that we already implemented that in our company where we recruit the people. So if one resume comes over, you got like thousands of applicants that comes. Shortlisting is a very difficult thing. So we built this digital human, which is called Zoe. She would scan all of them, send a meeting invite, takes an appointment, joins a call, and does the interview, sends me a report. Now, while he's doing it, you'll check for the biometrics as well too. The face and the voice biometrics, the same person that joined the call or not. If you know the emotions of the person, if you know the stress levels, heart rate, blood pressure, and various other factors just from a camera. Accuracy with 95% of accuracy, against anything else. And the craziest part is that we also have an algorithm that we work with one of the Middle East company where we built an algorithm that can really understand if the person is deceptive or not, if the person is lying or not, with 83% of accuracy, tested against polygraph. So these are kind of a very craziest things that we actually work on it. So when we really want to implement certain of those things in the MORD part of it, in terms of streamlining the process, identifying the eligible beneficiary. So first thing is like you might want to give an experience to the user, like whom they are talking to, what they are. I mean, I get a question. Where do you land up to? I mean, so maybe you have an app. This author would really come over, and the person would start answering to all the questions when it's been put across to the rack. So from that level to, it could help even filling the application form and submitting it, tracking the entire process. You could even call to the call center and the digital voice agents could really speak and then do that too. And the house can also be identified, whether it's a Pakka or a Kacha house as well too, along with a lat log, and then verified one has been done as well too. So the use cases are sort of endless, but what it matters is that when you're actually doing this mission at such a great scale, all it requires is the clarity, the speed, and as a precision level. So that makes a huge difference. I'd like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Srini. It would be really helpful in streamlining the selection process, reducing the errors, and maintaining transparency. So now next I move to Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO Digital India Bhashni, to give some insights on how AI and particularly NLP can be helpful in context of integrating AI in general and particularly in automating the tasks as per the needs of PMAY.
Yeah, so a few things I think,
As far as beneficiaries are concerned who are supposed to actually apply for this scheme, they should be aware that the scheme is there. So I'm talking about false negative plus is everybody who's supposed to be eligible has applied for it, and hence your quorum complete. We will come to the false negative part later. So in this particular context, there are a few things when we are looking at people living on the other side of digital divide as well as people living on other side of literacy divide. So the awareness of the scheme as well as the way the scheme can be taken up is one of the most important thing. And the similar situation we faced in Ministry of Agriculture, where PM's Kisan Samman Nidhi was one of the schemes which was supposed to be actually known to the people, and there were challenges which the farmers were having, and as we all know, there are 11 crore farmers, and even if 1% have a challenge, then there is a big challenge. So what we did for them, along with our partners, is to create a chatbot, and that chatbot actually uses the NLP technology to get the question in its own language and answer in its own language. So we are using automatic speech recognition, text-to-text translation, text-to-speech, and we almost have about 30,000 queries on that chatbot every day when the peak season happens, when PM Kisan Samman Nidhi money transfer happens. And then if there is a challenge which the farmer has, then he can actually look at, asking a question, and the question will be answered. So that's one thing which we are doing. It's successfully running for about a year now. That's one example which I have taken. The second thing which we are, working upon, which again is about a year-old system, is a frictionless credit system of Reserve Bank of India, where again farmers are looking at Kisan credit. The credit is given to the person, right? And it is based on land records, and land records are all in vernacular languages across the state's databases. And when you are trying to actually access that, when the Kisan was supposed to access that, he is actually going to the translator, getting it translated, and also going around. That means good 2 to 3 months, which is happening. And so we created a system along with Reserve Bank of Innovation Hub called Frictionless Credit, which actually pulls the land records through the APIs and then translates it and gives the loan to the Kisan. Theoretically, a loan can be given in a day's time if the documents are all right. So from that perspective, are we making this frictionless? Are we creating documentations which are there? Are we getting this in vernacular language, in our own language, etc.? We talked about grievance as such. Again, with CM of Gujarat, we have created a system by which a person can come and speak in Gujarati his own grievances, and that actually gets transcribed, put into the system, and sentiment analysis can be done to take this forward. So this is again a system which is now up and running for about 6 months now. So these are elements which can be incorporated into a comprehensive workaround. When we work with Ministry of Panchayati Raj, these kind of sessions which are there, because we are vernacular and all the states are participating, we do speech-to-speech translation. So we do this session simultaneously through a headphones or a YouTube channel is actually translated to say 11 or 12 languages, depending upon what kind of representation of states are there. So that is another solution which we have implemented, and this is with Ministry of Panchayati Raj. All the websites in rural development and other places are also getting vernacular. So the scheme definition, eligibility, and everything is well known, and if there are grievances, this is, it is with voice as a medium, you're capturing the people who are on the other side of the digital divide as well as on the other side of literacy divide right into the system using the NLP technologies. So that is one set of cohort which I talked about. We are currently on 36 language on text and about 22 languages on voice, and we do about 10 million, we serve 10 million plus translation requests a day and about 300 million translation requests a month. So from that kind of a system, we have a, very strong background which can be used by the team to actually gather the information which is required. So that is about, as CEO of Digital India Bhashini Division. Now, I hold another post called for in India AI, that is Director of AI Kosh. AI Kosh is an initiative which is aggregating the data together, right? The AI ready data from all the ministries are getting aggregated there. And we are actually looking at people creating applications out of that data and trying to build this kind of a system. And, we had a discussion around how I can basically bring the data together. So that initiative is already happening. And we would be happy to collaborate and see how we can actually bring around solve a problem statement which can be working along with this with our partners. Our idea is to create a repository. Our idea is to give the visualization layer. And our idea is to, create a data, AI-ready data of all sectors and of all dimensions, including vernacular as well as structured as well as unstructured, so that the researchers and the users like you can deliver services to the end user. So that is, we have crossed some miles there. And as far as AI infrastructure is concerned, we already have about 38,000 GPUs with us. So that problem is also solved. So a lot can be done. The question is that we have to basically formulate a problem statement and go after it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh ji. It indeed reveals the power of NLP and data aggregation in automating the tasks by the ministry. So now next I move to Mr. Arun Rawat, partner at E&Y. So Arun, what do you think about better exclusion and priority-based inclusion of beneficiaries? This is my first question to you.
Thank you, Professor Arun. Thanks, MORD, for giving us an opportunity to be here on this forum along with my fellow panelists. See, we all know that there is a huge demand side against the limited supply side, and that is where we need to, while we need to exclude the beneficiaries which should not be part of this ecosystem, at the same time we also need to prioritize beneficiaries which needs to be taken into consideration. Now, while a few of my fellow panelists talked about that, how can we triangulate the data of different ministries? Today it is possible. While we are working with some of the ministries, we have done this job, especially in social sector schemes, quite successfully and with limited use of technology. I won't say that you need hi-fi technologies or high compute powers to do this type of examples. But the most important thing is that while we have excluded the beneficiaries, how can we prioritize the list? How can we run the exclusion criteria? For example, if I talk about the PMAY scheme, it talks about person who is specially disabled or person belonging to primitive tribal group, a person with a lower income group, maybe 1.8 lakh is the criteria, 15,000 as an individual. So how can I club? So how can I run those inclusion criteria also? And how can I club and create a priority scoring that if I am following under 3 criteria, then probably my priority should be high as compared to somebody who is following only 1 criteria. So these types of algos needs to be built, and we need to create multiple set of databases identifying people under different types of categories. Of course, when you talk about dividing this group, dividing the supply across states, that is not the area where I would like to enter into, because that's a policy matter. But limiting to technology, we can definitely come up with a lot of algorithms which will also allow the officials working on those data to help and reprioritize. And with the use of AI, the approach in which we are moving forward, the agentic models which are coming up, the ease with which SQL queries can be generated with SQL agents using large language models and all, we can very well develop these types of systems which can help you to run those queries on the inclusion criteria. You can play with the inclusion criteria, because I believe there are 5-6 inclusion criteria which are there currently. Probably MORD can look into identifying some more or bringing a divide. For example, income range can be specified 50,000 to 80,000, depending upon the needy people who are there. And we can leverage the databases of MOTA. This is the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, as well as Ministry of Person with Disability, to find out what all prioritization levels we can bring it. Leaving it at the mercy of local governance, which is the Panchayati Raj, may not be very effective way to do when technology is available. So I will pause here for this.
So thank you, Arun. It will be really helpful in better exclusion and priority based inclusion of the beneficiaries, as the number is huge. So next, I would like to go to Mr. C. Prasanna V, Product Management Director, Oracle, to enlighten us how generative AI can be helpful in context of PMAY, where in contrast to traditional AI, it creates new data or content based on patterns in existing data. And also, it would be nice to hear if you can discuss few use cases to use generative AI.
Hopefully you can hear me. First of all, it's great to be here, and I think it's a testament to everybody that you are here in this room listening to us instead of 100 feet away at the beach, which looks quite amazing. First of all, I just want to say that after seeing some of the presentations this morning from Shashikantji and Ajay Moreji, I had to blow up some of the things that I wanted to talk about, because you're already doing quite a few exciting use cases. I have had the privilege of growing up in Madras, going to college in Pilani, and then going to grad school in the US, and then spending some time there consulting with a lot of Fortune 500 companies as well as with governments. And then when I listened to the pre-briefing that Gaya Prasad ji did a few days ago, and then again this morning, I can only say there is only one government that I have worked with that has been so focused on being humble in soliciting feedback, being more technocratic, and that is the government of Singapore. And I think you, sir, are in fantastic company if we are, going down that path. So kudos to you and the team for doing this. I think it is incredible. I just want to I did some back of the envelope calculations. When you look at this, you have done 3 crore houses in the last 10 years. Now you want to do 2 more crore houses just in 5 years. That translates to 12,000 houses every single day, including Sunday. So it is not humanly possible to yes, you do have 3 lakh surveyors doing some work, but obviously that is just the initial survey. How are you going to monitor the progress? How are you going to ensure that the funds go to the right people? And as the Minister of State quite aptly said, these kind of massive programs are also prone to abuse. So how do you ensure that the right people get these funds, right? So I think there are going to be 3 technologies that I want to quickly lay a foundation for. I'll come to the use cases after other panelists have also had a chance to comment. And I think the first one is Visa, right? Visa as in the card that we carry in our pocket. Visa came to this country the same year that the Chief Minister of the state was born, 1974. And then 20 years later, there was a QR code that was invented in Japan. You can even find it on this bottle here. It was invented for the automotive industry. And then another 20 years later, we decided in India to use our UPI transactions. And this week, UPI transactions exceeded Visa's transaction, not just in number of transactions, but in dollar volume, in rupee volume for the entire country. So that is an amazing achievement in just 9 years. And 50 years Visa has been in this country, and we have beaten them in 9 years. The second thing I want to say is, all of us have used, or probably we no longer use, India Post, right? I mean, Dakghar. India Post now has a Digi PIN, which means that in just 1 square kilometer, you can have 1.6 million unique addressable notes, right? So in just 1 square kilometer, that's like 16 lakh. So what can you do with that technology that's been developed? You can actually go to India Post's website. It is there. You can put your address in and it'll give you the Digi PIN for your address. You can move a few meters away, your next house, or even between your next house, your compound wall will have a new Digi PIN. So that is another new technology. That is another one. And of course, we have talked about GPS and drones and women being empowered to use GPS drones in agriculture. And we have to look at, and of course, women empowerment is also one of the objectives here in this PM Awaas program. So what can you do with that drone platform not just for agricultural spraying, which of course is a pretty good use case, but you're not spraying every single day, right? What can you do with that platform in order to make use of technologies, combine it with technologies from TensorGo, for example, right? And then put it all together. I think there are three things that I would like to show with generative AI, three use cases on how you can select people with some of these, integrating some of these technologies together. How can you monitor progress, again, with some of these technologies? And lastly, how can you course correct and detect and do auditing, as another panelist also said. So I'll pause here. I know it's a little bit of a teaser that I didn't get into the use cases, but in the interest of time, I will let other panelists comment.
Thank you so much, Prasanna. And it shows that how powerful the generative AI is in context of PMAY. At the last, I'm coming to Ms. Sharanya Chandran, Director Policy and Communications, JPAL, South Asia. So as they say, last but not the least. So how important is policy making for an AI-enabled e-governance system, which involves establishing frameworks and guidelines for the responsible use of AI in government operations? So would you like to come here? Yeah, please.
I speak better when I stand, so thank you. And I'll give you a break a little bit. Thank you so much, MORD, for having us here and for this very important discussion. And as Mr. Prasanna said, thank you for your openness to sort of just build the next phase of PMAY, because it just brings all of us together, including all of research, implementation, tech partners, of course, the governments across India. So it's really a nice feeling to be part of this. And at JPAL, we have been working closely with MORD, more in the livelihood space, but it's really nice to hear the details of how the scheme, already so much has happened and how the learnings of that are feeding into the next phase of PMAY. I think Professor has given us me quite a tough task. I don't think we have solutions or readily tested models, because the pace at which AI is moving, it is also really hard to sort of evaluate, learn and go along, because it's general purpose technology and it's just moving at a pace that is unprecedented. But at JPAL, we are working closely, to really understand the nuances of AI for social good, because it has just so much potential for public policy. And the way we see AI use cases, again, it's where it could be particularly beneficial is, of course, better targeting, needs prediction. Access to services, maximizing effectiveness of frontline service providers, reducing biases and ensuring fairness, and of course boosting government capacity along the way at different levels. Yet AI should not be seen as a silver bullet. We've seen the risks that could come along, because ultimately any of these schemes and programs and policies are set for human interaction. And so in the context of targeting of beneficiaries for cash and other social assistance programs, the risk here is, again, the quality of the underlying training data that is generated. And so that we have to be very conscious of. And sometimes biases that we have as humans can get exacerbated through these, models that are developed, and it just gets trained and builds on the same. So we've seen, for instance, who the governance really matters in this case, who develops the AI solution, who is trained, what AI is trained on, and then who is able to access it. So at all three levels, one has to be mindful. We've seen, for instance, in other sectors, mixed results of AI applications in the context of, say, enabling hiring decisions, or even sort of decisions around granting bail in the judicial system, etc. And so I think tech-based targeting works best when embedded in an ecosystem that enables this sort of real-time updating of eligibility, grievance redressal, and transparent audit mechanisms. And it's really great to see, in the first half of today, that PMAY is actually breaking this down and detailing out both the vision and operationalization of each of these elements. I'd now like to just take the next few minutes to share some insights from randomized evaluations across the world on targeting of beneficiaries for various, cash transfers, conditional cash transfers and cash transfer programs, because targeting often entails trade-offs, and some of the panelists alluded to this in their speech as well. So some landmark, research by Professor Abhijit Banerjee and co-researchers with government of Indonesia, compared this proxy means test and community-based targeting. Proxy mean test is really an approach where, that helps you get around this issue of self-reporting, which may be ridden with its own biases. So proxy mean test basically entails like a census, a door-to-door where enumerators use multiple sort of indicators, which include home attributes, observable assets, household consumption, so on and so forth, education, and so on. And community-based targeting is a little bit different in that you go to the village and say, who are the 100 most poor people according to you? And they do like a sort of ranking. And the trade-offs lie in the balancing because you get better insights from the community against the risk of elite capture. And of course, because they may be referring their relatives or people who they know from their networks into the scheme. So what we found was that the trade-off was very real. If you just try to measure, people based on per capita consumption, then the proxy mean actually is a better fit and identifies poorest through this data-driven approach better. But on the other hand, the community-based approach, enables including people who self-identify them as poor. And so here, proxy means was doing a better, not because of the elite capture that they did not find as much in this case, but community had a slightly different notion of what it means to be poor. Where they were accounting for, say, households' earning potential and vulnerability in addition to, their consumption alone. And so the government, of course, faced a trade-off. And if one wishes to target people with the lowest income as the top priority, then the data-based alone approach works really well. But if one is also looking to hit people that locally judged to be the poorest, then the community-based targeting approach, of course, worked better. And the grievances were a lot lesser in that case as well. Other approaches have been evaluated too. For instance, self-targeting, and it's great to see that steps have been taken already through the app with this respect, which required households, again in this case it was Indonesia, to register and avail the conditional cash transfer. And this approach was again compared with the automatic screening of households by the government to determine eligibility. And the self-targeting, of course, discouraged rich households from seeking out benefits, so it was able to target better in terms of excluding those who did not deserve the program, and also help the government self-select out ineligible beneficiaries. So it's really great to see a PMAY looking at these elements already. I think the other piece is on AI and machine learning models, which can improve the predictive accuracy in identifying eligible beneficiary. We don't have too many studies on this already, but I think when trained on rich administrative data or satellite data, they hold promise. And I think one interesting example here is actually from West Africa, Togo, where, this was during COVID. So they actually did this emergency cash transfer in a span of 2 weeks. So it was like satellite imagery and ML tools, which helped to identify the poorest regions. So that was step one. From those identified regions, households were targeted based on machine learning tools, which analyze mobile phone metadata, which estimated the average daily consumption of each subscriber based on surveys and phone use history. And this approach was better than solely geographical targeting, and especially in emergency situations where this was sort of as far as you could get on in 2 weeks, this served as a really good complement to sort of traditional targeting methods as well. So I think this approach of looking at multiple data sets and seeing how they can speak to each other, what triangulation can happen, holds a lot of promise. And at JPAL, I think, as I said, I began by saying that we've been working closely with on the livelihood space through a program called the Graduation Approach, targeting the poorest of the poor, women-headed households to graduate them out of extreme poverty. So we are working with MORD, NRLM very closely on this, and we have had a history of working with Government of Bihar and other states, SRLMs, to enable this. Now, and there's a consortium of partners that's come together. So there also the identification happens in a very deep way, through participatory wealth ranking. So this is where, because for the poorest of the poor, you want to get it right. It's a very 18-month-long program. Followed by door-to-door verification by the small teams of 2 to 3 CRPs, and then the final list goes to the community for validation. And so convergence across all of these efforts, because there are these pilots that are now ongoing in like 11 states of the poorest of the poor, identifying them. Karnataka, for instance, is looking at seeing how this ultra poor program and PMAY, what could be the synergies across these two, and I think that would exploring more of these synergies would be really helpful for us to figure out, because there are already other identifications that are happening across multiple schemes. So getting them to cross-talk would be really helpful. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Sharanya, for giving us an idea of pros and cons of using AI and the trade-offs that are needed. So, Bridge, as you started the session, I will come back to you before concluding the session. So, one thing which I would like to know from you, that since a large data set of images has been captured across the country as part of the survey exercise done. So as per you, how AI can help in understanding these data sets, as well as providing support for monitoring the scheme implementation?
Thank you. I think it's a very important one, because while we were going through, the effort that MORD has taken in collecting the information, I think a very rich source of information has come through the images. Sometimes more than 5 crore images, or maybe more, is already there in the database. So two important, things that can be taken out of it. One, is checking since we have captured even the lat long, what they're claiming, that, okay, fine, there I want to create a house. Now, is it for the same location that it has to come? But more importantly, to identify whether it's a pakka building or it's a kacha house, because it's very easy to then train a model to identify whether it's a pakka or a kacha house. For example, right now, we're doing a very large scale work with NHAI, where we are using machine vision models to look at, okay, find out, is there a crack in a road or is there a pothole on a road? And simply a drone imagery based, an AI vision model works very, very well there. Similarly, but I was looking, going beyond it. So because look at it this way, while we may be looking at exclusion and inclusion criteria where the databases are, helping, what happens even after we have allocated somebody in house, Now that person's ordeal starts there. I've been told, okay, fine, I'm going to pay you this much if you go and build a house. Now, I do not know how to build a house. Now, are we helping? And I know this program has already started, where we are asking them to choose between, multiple options that are there. Now, once he chooses, what exactly does it take to make that? Now, do you know where this particular material is available? Can we go and, bring multiple demands together so that at a cost-effective way, those goods could be supplied? I think that is a space where I think a lot of technical interface can be brought in, because while we are using an app for surveying, we can actually give an app which is there to be used by that person. For example, right now I've given you a design, but once you're constructing, whether it is actually as per the design or not, we don't know. But if you can simply upload an image, it can very easily compare and tell where the interventions possibly could be needed. And then there are things, and there are just so many other things that it can actually do for you. For example, you need finance. Now, how would you know where to go for finance? Now, if you're able to upload certain information about yourself, the app itself should be able to guide you. These are the places where the finance is available, which you can approach. Right now, the person is not aware. So this entire awareness, capacity building, and somebody did talk about, the good practices. Somebody, in the neighboring village would have done a good work, but this person simply would not be aware that given the, the circumstances he's in, given the it's in hilly area, then in that case, what is the kind of house which was possibly developed in a better way? Just by giving certain information, that information can be fetched out from the large databases available across the country and could be made available to that person. Similarly, monitoring, we are releasing money based on certain milestones getting met. Now, are we able to simply upload that, whatever construction has happened, basis which an automatic fund transfer can happen. And we have seen it's a great thing that has happened where, an Aadhaar-based payment system has already been, implemented here. So a lot of good work has happened. Probably one of the most technologically adept ministry, I would certainly say, has been this. Now, the next step probably should be that how do I go and help to that person, who's actually building that house, and then help him monitor that how the progress has been. And once he monitors, we anyway get to monitor, sitting here in center. So those are certain things I think, certainly is an opportunity where we can bring in AI, we can bring in other technologies. Drones are there, as my fellow mentioned. A lot of scoring mechanism can help you identify who to give. So it's not only the inclusion exclusion criteria. Even after that, you will have more demand. Now, can we think of a scoring based on multiple other databases, which can help you identify that, okay, fine, I have got only this much funding available to me. Anybody who scores more than this only gets this much. I think that's a good way of finally selecting and offering the 1,000. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rich. So, as spoken by all our esteemed panelists in unison, that AI has the potential to address this by analyzing large data sets for improved decision making. A robust data collection and integration strategy will underpin the AI system. Leveraging existing government data streams like India Stack, SECC, Awaas Soft, Awaas Plus 2024 survey, and geotagged imagery, and augmenting them as needed will create a comprehensive data set for analysis. AI then can ensure transparency, accuracy, and ethical identification aligned with Digital India and Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure that everyone present here gets benefited from our esteemed panelists. I'm also confident that industry and academia would like to join hands to support this noble endeavor of Government of India. So thanks to all our panelists, and thank you all for listening patiently. Thank you. Okay, so session is now open for questions from you. Only 5 minutes, 2 or 3 questions, and then we are here only. So offline, you can ask more questions. Yes, please.
So I have a couple of questions regarding what was discussed in the panel. One is like everyone from the panelists, they've spoken about use of AI and decision making. So currently, we were using AI as an auxiliary tool for helping, supporting, but the decision making was manual. Now, as we are going further, suppose for example of Kacha and Pakka house, and we are leveraging on AI, training the models. But does this not give a concern of biasness and ethical behavior? And also what we have seen is when we introduce such tools and automated tools which are based on some algorithm whose exposure is not with the ground officials, they tend to over-rely on such tools and they do not apply their conscious mind, critical thinking. And they overly rely on these tools. So what is your take? How do we guard these things against, suppose we use some tools which is like, ye to Delhi se ho raha hai. It is all automated. And then they do not, if they know something is happening, then also they do not apply their mind. So how we can guard against this? Or are there any global practices in welfare and social development sector, wherein AI is actually helping in taking the decision, not only supporting and taking the decisions? Are we not jumping the guns, like using AI too much for such a critical juncture where we are actually making somebody eligible or ineligible using such tools which may not be fully tested in governance domain?
I think the state of the art today in generative AI is something called agentic AI. And agentic AI has the ability to incorporate a human in the loop. So you will hear things like model context protocol, one agent talking to another agent, etc. The holy grail here is how can you make an AI behave like a very smart executive assistant, right? That is the goal here. So if you look at agentic AI, you can just say something like disburse the second tranche of funds to everybody who has completed the tasks. That is a very complex task. So you may have certain things like, okay, he should have first of all got the first tranche. He should have only built certain houses according to the approved plans from CBRI. And by the way, if any of these things fail, then it should automatically escalate to somebody in the human in the loop. So for example, let's say your building is not according to certain codes that have been established, right? So it'll go to somebody with CBRI sitting in Roorkee, right? He's going to look at imagery that a drone has captured in Idukki in Kerala, right? So those are the things that AI can do, and you should make it do until the confidence is there that this systems performs according to your standards. And of course, there are lots of algorithms as well for auto evaluation of how the AI is doing. We can certainly get into that offline.
So I would like to add to, I think your question basically was that, how can I increase the participation and transfer the ownership? I have built a model. Definitely the approach which you are using, it will give you a 95% plus accuracy, because the kind of annotation which I heard you guys have done, the accuracy levels are high. See, I would suggest here one thing. See, the challenge here is that the person on ground, he is not a technocrat. What you are doing is you are generating, you are building boundaries on the wall based on the deep learning, what you have model, whichever model you have used, and you are annotating this is a kacha wall, pakka wall. There is no context which you are creating out of it. So probably if you add your machine learning, whatever insights you have got from machine learning, deep learning, through a small language model. I don't say use large language model, but for generating that textual context, if you give that to a small language model, which will not even cost you a major infrastructure thing, that will generate you a report which he can understand. Today he is not able to understand your finding. What he understands is you have declared this is a kacha house. Now he is not able to understand, he is not able to read. But if you can give why we are saying this is kacha house, using any language model which can contextualize and generate that narration, text narration which he can read, then you can also integrate these two models, your deep learning and small language model, in your Awaas Plus app. So when he is doing the survey, he will get the result and the context. Why he is rejecting, he knows. Once that level of confidence is given to him, he would be happy to accept it.
Thank you. And one last question, sir. So Amitabh sir, you were mentioning, sir, like using different data sets which are already available to come up with decision making. Sir, what we have seen is, sir, how to ensure like data quality of the data sets which are not owned by us, the frequency of collection, their ownership, because we are relying for some decision making in our context where we are the scheme owners and we are relying on the data which we are assuming we are taking on the face value that this data is correct, sir. And we have seen like we consolidate this data and when we validate it on ground, it doesn't come up with what they have seen, especially in land records or the GIS data, the coordinates and everything. So in your experience, sir, how to deal with this when you are converging data from other sources? How to ensure this?
So, adding one more question in this context, actually there is one major problem lies in the government. So far, we have not clearly designed a data sharing policy across the various entities of government. Previously, there was Aadhaar problem. Then even DPDP Act की problem है. अब ये है कि even though if in case I'm sharing the data, one department like in ours we are sharing the data with all the necessary protocols. We are giving you the data using SHA 256 or whatever Salted has. We are sharing using that protocol only. In some other way, say district is there, so they are sharing the data even without masking the important parameter. So I think there should be some sort of the standardization tool. Obviously, AI mission can work over the things. Standardization tool to share the data, anonymize the data, share the data. This is highly required.
Yes. So two questions there. Are we working on tools which will actually standardize the sharing of data in terms of, means one is to define the standard, other is to have those tools which can do it. So those tools will be available, and I think that would be a good boost to every thing. Second is that, specifically in AI Kosh, what we are trying to do is to pre-check and do whatever check mechanisms are there to ensure that the data which is being shared is reliable. over a period of time, of course, the reliability of data has improved. But then, the beauty of AI is that you are not dependent upon one source of information or one source of models. So while you aggregate the data sets, you also have yourself have the image data. Then you yourself have some of the feedback data which are coming from the call center. AI actually enables you to decode that and work upon it, and your models get created out of it. So what is required is a large amount of data sets and as many sources of data sets to correlate and build the model so that we are not dependent upon one particular thing. If there is one information which comes to you, it is often the reliability is a question mark, because you can keep questioning that the person who collected the information may have been compromised, or the person would have given a wrong information. So one source of information is not right. So what we are doing here is in the first set of when the mission started in November, or we had approximately organized a innovation challenge through which we shortlisted 30 specific solutions across the specific sectors. We would be launching another innovation challenge which would have education as a domain, and we would have 10 problem statements to be sorted out, and we would encourage all the ministries to actually go out and launch innovation channels either themselves or with the help of we are happy to provide whatever help is required. But the issue would be that the basic thing which I like to point out is the technologies which actually help you to arrive at a decision, not take the decision, help you to arrive at the decisions are available. It's a question of putting the problem statement correctly and going out and seeking the solution, because there is a vision solution available, there is an NLP available, there is all the things, matching available, etc. All of the things are available today. So it's for us to innovate, and India as such is a capital of use cases. So the more use cases you come across with, means we currently as Bhashini are running about 8 or 9 use cases, which are health sector centric, which are various sector centric, and we are trying to find out solutions for that, because we know that the basic technologies are available.
Just to add 2 more things to it. One, as you first mentioned, that how do I go and believe the data which has been captured by some other department? And one of the way which some states have solved, and we have been involved in some of those, has been the solution is get as many data sets as possible, because many a times you'll see that the same parameter gets captured in multiple data sets. Now, once that is there, then you can prioritize. So which one I have got the biggest faith on, and then that becomes my primary source of that specific field. For example, if it's a date of birth, now if somebody has issued a date of birth from a birth and death register, that is my first source. But if it's not available, in that case, I will go to a 10th class certificate. So that's the way we will go ahead and choose which one. And secondly, as you mentioned, anyways, MeitY and NIC is coming up with the Bharat Exchange platform. So that is already, the RFP should be out. It's already out actually. Where multiple data sets from across ministries, are getting collected at one place. The standards have been predefined now. And then using that, you would be able to get to, explore those data sets and choose which one you want to use. So that's...
Because we in PMAYG, we have all these details, key parameters. We have mobile number of each households, beneficiaries. We have Aadhaar number, we have bank account number, we have demographic details along with other details of the PMAYG. We did an exercise a year back, because all these panelists, they have stated that different data sets in the country. We have NFSA data sets, we have eSLUM database, we have PMAYG database, we have NREGA database, and the other data sets. We did do deduplication with all these, and presently, as Saranya has stated about the NRLM, we have more than 10 crore women's that their details are available under our NRLM poll. We are doing deduplication, that how many PMAYG, women beneficiary of the PMAYG has actually joined the NRLM fold to get some employment opportunities. I don't want to share the number, but data quality of different data sets, as stated by Ajay and Sanjay Pandey ji, is not actually so accurate. and more challenging for the PMAYG because is that now सबसे ज़्यादा होशियार household हो गया है. It's a very intelligent. I'm saying we are using AI tools. We have developed our Awaas Plus 2024 mobile app, keeping all these parameters into consideration. कि photo खींचेंगे तो वो पक्का है कि कच्चा है. That system is telling us. We are capturing lat long of each house sites. We are also capturing Aadhaar number, etc. In spite of these, photo भी ले रहे हैं तब भी वो कच्चा ही घर दे रहा है. They know how to play with the system. That is why this task has become really challenging for us. And as like Prasanna and Amitabh sir, you did suggested, but AI is can be have some solution, because in the past, because I have already stated during my opening remarks, we know what are the challenges. We also know कि कैसे करना है. But last time when this whole exercise we conducted in year 2018, when we carried out the detailed survey using Awaas Plus 2018 mobile app. Now this app is revised and using the new one. We did all these exercise in 2019 after completion of the survey. हमको एक number मिले. We can do similar exercise. We will not get anything. Same result आएंगे जो ऐसे आ रहे हैं. It has, because suppose if we are going to set out the priority of the households, क्या क्या पैरामीटर लेंगे वो तो that is okay. But भाई किसके पास घर नहीं है उसका आप ये कह सकते हैं कि वो कच्चा घर की फोटो अपलोड किया है तो you do some image analytics. वो भी करोगे उसने सब ने कच्चों घरों की फोटो लगा रखी है in using the app. That is why, and once you deduplicate with any data sets, आपको बहुत entirely different story लगती है. As we have already finalized our key parameters and timeline for sharing the data, PMAYG data with AI coach. We had one meeting. I had one meeting in my chamber with the AI coach team. We have all these data, but it's very difficult. Nature, parameters, other things are not matching in respect of the objective of the PMAYG. That is why this task is more challenging for us. Thank you.
So one of those things is that you're talking about two of them here. One is understanding what are the authenticity of the data that's coming in, one. And the second one is the interoperability of the data, where you're able to communicate with the various departments, right? So let's imagine that there's a person who is in front of the house, is taking the picture of that. And what if the same house has been used by someone else and take the picture of it? So there are very specific ways of understanding it, something like a semantic search kind of thing or pattern recognitions kind of thing. So we actually worked with one of the government Ministry of Transportation in Qatar. They wanted to know the cracks in the road, the lines on the road, how many of them are faded or not, and where exactly the crack is at. So that's a preciseness they wanted to know about it. So if you can really implement those things, first thing is like that will actually remove most of the false data that's coming in. The second one is that in the previous panelists as well, the session we understood is that the person income, either they understated or overstated as well too. What if your system is able to talk to the lender as well, who is there in it? So that would actually remove the whole stuff was there. So you have to really make sure that whatever the database that you have it up, put across it, that's interoperable. And we just got Oracle team as well here. That's not new for them. OCR, you don't have to write any kind of a code. I mean, you should be able to understand what the patterns are there. You should be able to solve the database by itself and then do a lot of them as well.
Just one thing, Arun, 1 minute. We have in the ministry team, we have visited 5 selected Gram Panchayats in one of the selected districts. Completely verified whether the data captured using this app is correct or not. This data in some Gram Panchayat, 97% households are not eligible after physical verification by the team. And you apply any tool available in the country, all these beneficiaries captured using the Awaas Plus 2024 mobile is perfectly eligible.
So just one suggestion.
Yes.
So just one suggestion, because when we are working in a set environment, we can keep doing the same thing again and again, same way. And most of the solutions which we have seen is found in this way is to throw it out in open. Let there are 10,000 or 15,000 startups, let them think about it and give the solution. So, that is what we are trying to do always. So, it's involving more people, involving more young minds, and involving more people to get that thing done.
And use that digi pin that you already have, right? That is number one.
So far we have not implemented because instruction C we are running this goal to implement it within databases are very useful.
Of course. Yeah.
So two things I would suggest over here, because we all understand, as you rightly said, that if the data which we have captured through Awaas Plus may have fudged thing, data in any other department, in the social sector scheme may be fudged. So one thing which is important here is to note that which of the fields among which of the databases is verified. And verification also two level of verification. One is document verification and one is survey based verification. So when we were also working on some of the concept, we talked about, be it the development of rural stack and all, how we use multiple databases to identify and create a single database. So there we need to give weightage to each field as we do, and we plan to use for triangulation, that this particular field, if I am taking from, let us say, scholarship department, then is this education verified? How it is verified? Is it a single level of verification or dual level of verification? Basis on that, sir, we need to select the database. Otherwise, you are right, sir. Most of the databases in social sector schemes are, manipulated. And if we use them, all we can do is, that is the second approach, is to create a suspect list, sir. Now, in the scheme which we are running, sir, here we are trying to help the beneficiary to build the house. And we expect them to be fair. So even if we are able to find some suspect list, probably, but it can be a false positive, false negative. It can go either way, because he first across. So that is the way. So some of the departments where, for example, income tax, if you are able to get the data, though they are with MOUs, they are now willing to share the data, because these are the departments where government offices, from where you can get accurate information. Otherwise, you need to create a data set, sir, which will and map it with particular schemes and department where it has gone through a double verification phase. That is the only way out.
But purchase a data set as well, right? I mean, you have things like Planet Labs, which provide pretty accurate satellite imagery, or you can even load up a program today. This technology is available where you can load up a program on a drone. I mean, add some of the software from TensorGo and fly a certain pattern in the villages where you're targeting, in order to see whether something has changed between the time when this first survey was done versus when they are saying, okay, I've finished my work, give me the second tranche of money. And you can fly this automated. It can be done in an hour.
Just 1 minute of intervention. Myself, GS Priyadarshi, I am Secretary Rural Development from Uttar Pradesh. I have been implementing this scheme for last 3 years. So I have some queries, some suggestions, largely for MORD and also for you, if you can also help in that. A lot of my beneficiaries draw their funds and do not make houses. They misuse or somehow, divert funds somewhere else. We as administrator, we are not able to know. We come to know of it after maybe 1 year or later. We want to know it instantly when it is happening, so that we can stop it right away. There is a discussion that I heard that between a person, human, and machine. So the solution was that machine was giving solution and it has to be re-verified by humans. My secretaries, to be precise in our case. The problem is with my secretaries only. Because of ulterior motives, they will not do what they are supposed to do. So they will make eligible, non-eligible, and vice versa. For giving every installment, they will not do it unless they are made happy. Now I want machines to, save me from this trauma. And sitting in my office, I don't know which secretary is doing what. So I want I want a system wherein the construction speed, construction progress is captured by a machine only. The beneficiary need not apply for subsequent installment, and there is no need of human intervention in verification. These three things I want, because I found this a big gap in the implementation of the scheme. And also, as I told, making eligible, ineligible at every stage, right from the service stage to the last installment. There have been instances where they have paid everything. The last installment, they said, no, 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 you were ineligible in the 5 years earlier. So now you return back all the money. So the whole circle goes backwards. So these problems I am raising for the panel also and from the MORD team also. I want some solution if can be. It is difficult, but some
Yeah,
solution.
interestingly, I mean, the one which I said to you about kind of humans that we are actually building it, right? So you could have a human of yours that would actually talk to your team, get all the report, review, and then send it across to you in the format that you require it. So that would be more like preciseness to what you require it, right? And the other one is more in terms of the quality of the data that you're getting. Is absolutely where it can be done more like a differential diagnosis that I say you, for example, as one of the co-panelists was saying it, you would have a drone that's running, right? You already have the drone imagery that's getting updated. So you could always see with the lat long, like, and how the progress have really made it. Somebody withdrawing the money. So why is it not being constructed for about 1 year's time? So those things can be highlighted and provided to you as well. So I think like if you just can really connect all the dots, make it much more interoperable, most of the things can be solved. Yeah.
This is a small thing, sir, because as I said, there's a lot of convergence happening. For the same house, there's also an SBM Gramin where the toilets are getting done. The same house, there is an Jal Jeevan Mission, water connections coming. Now, interestingly, if you look at it, even SBM Gramin gets all the photographs taken of the toilets, around which household it is getting done. I don't know whether we are, comparing the data with SBMG, because there somebody's claiming I've made a house and give me the money. There also somebody is going and claiming that I've made a toilet, give me the money. Now, are they giving the same picture? That's one thing. This is something which is available in your domain.
Brajen, you have raised valid points, but we know each scheme has their challenges. We are capturing details of the PMOIG, SBMG is collecting their details, but so thank you. Only one submission, because now the task these panelists, they have given very good suggestion, and because the program division, that is PMOIG division in the ministry, has given this task to go for completion of the identification process for the PMOIG in next to 2 to 3 months. So we are going to form an expert committee as we did in year 2018. And luckily I was one of the member in 2018 also. So I know all these problems and challenges, and understand being a statistician, I understand what are the different approaches, methodology being adopted in carrying out the data analysis. So we are going to form a committee very soon. We'll definitely, with your consent, will include 2-3 members in that committee also, to get some valuable suggestions and feedback for improvement in the selection process. So that's all from my side. Now over to Arun Prakash ji, please.
I think now it's the time to say thank you only. Because
I request all the panelists please remain seated. And I call upon the stage Director DRDA South, Shri Dipali Naik ma'am, to please present the token of appreciation to the panelists. So we'll have one photograph, please. Thank you all. Our next session focuses on an important and timely theme, SDG alignment in development planning. The Sustainable Development Goals form the global blueprint for inclusive growth, and PMAYG contributes directly to several of these goals, especially those related to poverty alleviation, housing, health, and resilient infrastructure. In this session, we will hear from senior experts and practitioners how rural housing efforts can be better integrated into the broader SDG framework, ensuring that our development plans are sustainable, measurable, and future ready. With that, may I call upon the stage moderator for the third session, Professor Jeevant Rampal from IIM Ahmedabad. May I call upon the stage, Professor. Hello, sir. Professor Jeevant Rampal from IIM Ahmedabad. Next, we have Shri G.S. Priyadarshini, Commissioner, Rural Development Department, Government of UP. Ms. Vijaya R. Vasu, Joint General Manager, HDCU. Shri Dwapayan Badra, Scientist, Director and Head of Civil Engineering Department. Shri Pramod Arlakha, Co-founder and Chief Architect from Aapka Awaas.
Good evening, everyone. Can you just open the slides? Yes. Okay, thank you. So welcome to this session 3, which is Sustainable Development Goals Alignment and Development Planning using the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana Gramin. I am Professor Jeevant Rampal. I am going to be moderating this panel. I am joined by Mr. G.S. Priyadarshi, who's Commissioner of Rural Development Department, Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Dwaipayan Bhadra from the Bureau of India Standards. Ms. Vijaya Vasu from HUTCO, and Mr. Pramod Adlakha from Aapka Awaas. So to begin, let me first thank the Ministry of Rural Development for this fantastic workshop. We have all learnt a lot already. Hopefully, the comments of this panel will further enrich this discussion. And I'm again grateful for the invitation to come and moderate, and we get a chance to speak to this distinguished set of panelists. Again, thanks for being so open in the Ministry of Rural Development, for being so open to hearing suggestions from such a variety of panelists. So it reflects very, very well on the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana. Thanks for the, again, one has to appreciate the grand vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister of Rural Development, and all the ministers involved, the officials involved, and finally, for today's, all the participants and the panelists. So I'll quickly walk us through what I have been doing so far in this area of looking at the SDG impact of the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana. I have to thank the Ministry for recruiting IIM Ahmedabad to conduct a nationwide study of the impact that the Awaas Yojana is having. And I also have to thank, really sincerely thank officials at 12 states level around India. 12 states have helped us conduct this impact assessment, and we are still ongoing. We're just about to finish this week, but I have already some initial results for you to present. Okay, so so next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So this. So next slide. Slide after that. Next slide. So this is just an overview. This is we all know, we have all heard these numbers. This is a massive scheme, largest in the world by some metrics. So the challenge of implementation cannot be overstated. That's okay. So I'll just speak through it, and because we all want to listen to the panelists more than me, so we will spend some time with that. So next slide, please. So just as an economist, we have spent something like 3.75 lakh crores that has gone directly to beneficiaries. This is a massive amount of money that has gone to the beneficiaries. There is something called as a multiplier impact so we have several colleagues also from the economic service. 1 rupee spent doesn't just increase GDP by 1 rupee. It increases by many, many rupees. In fact, mostly when you give money to people, they save some money and then spend some money. Not in this scheme. You give them 100 rupees, they spend that entire 100 rupees. So the impact of this is going to be very, very interesting to realize and understand. This is a massive impact to the Indian GDP, right? The multiplier effect is going to be, so it is at least, by any stretch of the imagination, it's at least twice as much as money you pump in, but it is in this case going to be far, far more than twice. So this is an exercise I and my colleagues at IIM Ahmedabad are doing on behalf of the MORD. And so we'll be able to provide you better, more precise numbers soon. Another thing to remember is, so there are, right, so we are already covering 2 sustainable development goals. So one is called no poverty and the other is economic growth. That's already being hit by this Awaas Yojana because we are giving the money to the poorest sections of India, right? So that also reduces inequality. So next slide, please. So this is a plan of the study that we have been almost finished. We are almost finishing it. It's in 12 states in India, various blocks and gram panchayats. Next slide, please. We actually cover, I mean, the northmost point of India to the southernmost point of India to almost the east and the most westmost point of India. All of the state officials have been very, very helpful, and thank you so much for your cooperation in collecting this data. So next slide. So what have been the impacts? Here's the headline impact is there's been an increase in income levels of the beneficiaries. So it's not just the amount of money you give them and that increases. No, their monthly average income increases as a result of having a house than before having a house. So this is a very important finding, and this is again, if you look at, that's the household income at 6,800 rupees. So that's very near the poverty line, and that's gone up significantly. Next slide. Right. So the first one tackles income inequality. This one, we have checked how many times do people go to hospitals, what happens to people going to hospitals before and after. Their hospital visits declines, their health increases. Our discussions with district level officials say children used to eat, the sand in a kacha house. They don't eat those soil-borne kind of diseases anymore. So improvements are showing in the numbers as well. Next slide, please. Incredibly, right? So 87% of our beneficiaries surveyed said that earlier we didn't send our children to school regularly. Now we send our children to school regularly. The minister was also talking about aspirations, and the officials were also earlier talking about aspirations. So aspirations may have been increasing, it looks like, from our survey results, because once you have a pakka house, your aspirations go up. Next slide. So of course, this is very important for India. We are a young nation, right? Our median age is 29. If we educate well, we'll get returns, 5x, 10x of what this expenditure is going in. We all know Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, already announced that 72% of these houses are, more than that actually, are owned by women. So it's also contributing to women empowerment, which is also a sustainable development SDG number 5. So next slide, please. Another SDG is clean water and sanitation. As I think Mr. Shakti was saying, there's like 60% convergence, and that's something we also find in our survey. Next slide. Very interestingly, since we are providing toilets in convergence with the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana, the minute distance to the nearest toilet has shrunk. It has gone from 2.5 minutes away to less than a minute away among the beneficiaries we survey. Right? So this contributes to SDG 6, which is sanitation. Next slide, please. Again, about 60% of the households have seen convergence with either LPG or electricity. It was very heartening to see smart electricity meters even in Ladakh, far away where there's not even a road, but there's electricity somehow. Right? Next slide, please. MG-NREGA convergence is a grand success. More than 3/4 of the household have seen this, transfer just for MG-NREGA for Awaas Yojana. So again, it contributes to SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Next slide, please. A very interesting finding is that some households said that they used to face social exclusion because they didn't have a pakka house. That has also come down. Once they have a pakka house, them facing social exclusion has also reduced. Next slide. This is a little case study from Ladakh, which is a very interesting terrain to observe. And I think the next panel will also talk about innovative solutions in terms of production, sustainability, environmental friendliness, and so on and so forth. And so we found a lot of that in our study. Next slide, please. So we actually had civil construction experts go and evaluate these houses that were constructed, and we found that mostly people were constructing houses that were suitable to local conditions. Ladakh sees extreme cold, so they must use more mud in their construction because cement gets very, very cold. So they were using mud bricks and mud construction in very innovative ways. They were in fact using cardboards in the roofs, which is something I saw myself, to again protect against extreme cold. So the houses were also rated quite resilient to natural disasters. If you go to the next slide, please. They were also very interesting examples of environmentally friendly materials being used, reusable, recyclable materials being used, organically by the beneficiaries, and local and sustainable materials being used, like timber is used very, very often in Ladakh for the roofs and everything like that. So next slide. And yeah, mostly 3/4 of the houses were thought to be very suitable to local environmental conditions like extreme cold. So last, next slide. And finally, there's another SDG called number 16 about institutions, and we were talking about grievance redressals. Grievance redressals were, so among the people who did file a complaint, so people find it easy to file a complaint, and then mostly complaints are addressed very rapidly within a week or within a month, right? So with this, I kind of end my little talk. So the idea is that this PMAY has had a multi-dimensional impact. In fact, I have gone above and beyond the concept note prepared, where there were only 5 or 6 SDGs impact was kind of envisioned. But if I'm counting correctly, I've covered at least 11 SDGs on which the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana has had an impact. And remember, it has had a disproportionately positive impact on the most vulnerable part of our society. So with that, I will hand over to my panelists, and I'm sorry for taking so long, but this is a primary data we just collected. We're very excited to share with everyone. So let me open the floor first to Mr. Priyadarshi. And Mr. Priyadarshi, one of the topics we have to discuss here is, how can PMAYG be used as a foundation for integrated rural development, or if any other form of convergence you want to talk about, we would be very happy to hear your thoughts.
Check. Hello. Yeah. Check.
First of all, I like to thank MORD and specifically to Gaya sir for organizing this regional workshop and inviting all of us here for a very meaningful discussion. My topic of discussion is SDGs and how PMAY has become an epicenter of village development and center to the total village development strategy. I have various things to say. First thing is that PMAY is doing a lot of turnaround of village and poor life of poor people is being impacted in many ways. But two particular SDGs I like to deliberate more. Rest I'll say on in the second round. The first is gender equality. It is talked a bit less regarding PMAY. What I found out, we do a lot of mason training. Now, mason training is a very simple subject, no problem. But seeing women mason working as women in village setup was rare. And this rarity was ended by PMAYG. So this gender equality was brought through this. Second very important thing which I found out, which I analyzed, was ownership of houses. Now, maximum assets in rural setup, even in urban setup, are held by male folk only. It is the only scheme which I can think of which mandates that all the assets created under this scheme have to be compulsorily in the name of women beneficiary only. So the element of equality is much focused. Third, in this only, we see a lot of women-centric and women-oriented schemes, but the funding in any of these is much, much less than the total fund we spend in the PMAYG. You just said more than 3 lakh crore has been spent in the scheme. Just imagine more than 3 lakh crore assets in the name of women beneficiary. It has perhaps not happened any times in the history of India. So this is historic. Last thing, we on the lines of PMAY, we also have a CMAY scheme, Chief Minister Awaas Yojana, in which some categories of people we provide houses. Last year, we found out that young widows, they have different requirements than the widows as general group. Generally, widows means 60 plus widows who have a lot of family members to take care about. They are taken good care of. But young widows are very, very vulnerable. Why vulnerable? Because they have small children also. Their in-laws are become hostile after the death of the boy. So we made this young widow 18 to 40 years as an eligible beneficiary under CMAY. And I had no idea when we conceptualized this scheme that so many beneficiaries would come. More than 50% of my scheme allocation went to this category only, and I was very happy. So equality point of view, this housing scheme is doing a wonderful work. This is the first SDG I wanted to talk about. And the second, the last, is the reduction of inequality. You just mentioned in your study that people who have got pakka houses, their social status has become better. I was asking the person who was making my PPT, can you imagine what is the percentage of houses that scheduled caste, scheduled tribe people need to get under PMAYG as a mandate? So he has no idea. Most of us have no idea. When I also heard it for the first time, it was a surprising fact for me as well. 60% of the allocation necessarily has to go to SC/ST as per scheme design. I have no idea of any other scheme which mandates 60% of its allocation going to the most vulnerable section of the society. So this definitely reduces inequality. Similarly, minorities have been, categorized as a separate category, and we try to give them also preference. That section also is being taken care of. PM Janman, the most vulnerable tribal groups, we did not leave even them. We found them out throughout the country, wherever they were staying, on the hills, under the sea, wherever they were, and we targeted scheme for them. So for reduction of inequality through PM Janman, through SC/ST, minorities, and auto inclusion criteria. I mean, the most poorest of the poor, as we say, the person who is cleaning the toilet by going inside it, bonded labor, such category, no need of their survey. If you are a bonded labor, if you are this and that, then you are automatically become a beneficiary. So such a pious kind of design of the scheme is there. So these two SDG I wanted to just highlight. Very nice scheme has been designed, and we are doing it very nicely. This is my initial remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks. In explaining, even more clearly the impact on inequality and gender aspects of the SDG. So next, I would like to call on Mr. Dwaipayan Bhadra as to where he thinks we can do better in probably improving our performance in fulfilling SDGs, or some SDGs that we have not emphasized so much, where we should kind of think of proceeding.
Thank you, Professor Jivant. First of all, I want to thank MORD for inviting me to this workshop as a panelist. Let me just talk a few words about BIS. We are the national standards body under Ministry of Consumer Affairs. We make standards. We are not regulators. And our prime task is for making standards and implementing it. We run side by side our conformity assessment schemes against our product specifications, where we give licenses to persons who are manufacturing products as per the Indian standards. And in this utilization of these standards in a product specification scheme is one of the prime aspects which we can look into for a sustainable development goals. See, if you see from time, our forefathers and ancestors have built their homes as per looking into the saving the nature also. In our standards, we have brought this sort of an integrated approach. We have brought out a standard which is widely publicized. That is the National Building Code 2016, which is now under revision. In 2016, we had brought first this concept of approach to sustainability, where we have seen how to go about this concept in totality. See, if we make a building out of a sustainable material, but we have not planned the building properly, the structural aspect and others, there may be a landslide or there may be a seismic hazard, and all our efforts goes to waste if there is any, God forbid, if there is any natural hazard. So we have to plan the building in totality from the site selection. We have to see the seismic vulnerable zone as per our Indian seismic map. We have to see the landslide probability zonation. We are having standards for that. Now then comes the use of materials. BIS has brought a lot of standards on materials. We have brought a lot of standards on materials where we are using alternate source, sustainable source. Sand, you all know we are, sand is one of the main criteria. The aggregates is one of the main criteria for building. We have brought in standard IS 383, which is we are used manufactured sand. We have replaced it with various kind of iron ore slag. We have construction and demolition waste, and all those things have been included. We can look into this, how we can integrate these materials in our PMAYG building schemes as per the availability, as per the local site condition. It's not that one size fits all. We may have to have a, maybe for the various region, various hilly areas, for coastal region, one aspect where the stones, you had given a very good example of Ladakh, where stone foundation is there. They have used mud as a very good source of insulation. So we can think of alternate designs, how we can make the buildings most resilient to that sort of an environment condition. In Northeast, bamboo is one of the materials which we are having, which is having a low gestation period. We can include bamboo. And for your information, we are having a design code on bamboo, which is the first in the world. We have made design code on mango. We are having a design code of timber also. So all these things, see, first of all, we have you have to utilize and make a building which is resilient. Then the concept comes of using the sustainable materials. Now, I have seen that you have pointed out some of the like no poverty you have told regarding use of clean water and sanitation. One of the major areas where we are lacking is proper sanitation and proper sewage networks. BIS has brought out 2-3 standards on non-sewage networks, like we have brought out a standard on biodigesters. We have brought out a standard on rotational molded polyethylene septic tanks. We have brought out a standard on PSTP, that is packaged sewage treatment plants. These are small sewage treatment plants. We can cater to small 5 or 6 households. So this is a sort, if you can utilize these in our PMAYG housing for 4 or 5 cluster houses, so it will be a good way we can dispose of, because this waste, solid waste, it also hampers the natural environment. So previously we see that our rivers were clean. Now a very big effort is coming, because we now discharge directly our sewage and effluent in our rivers. Like in Goa, there is a sea, because we know the life in the sea is very vulnerable. So that is another SDG if you are knowing. So if we can have this sort of you can utilize this standard, the Indian standard which have been formulated, and we can integrate in our PMAYG schemes, and then I think it will be a way forward for achieving the SDG goals. So thank you.
Let me next come to Ms. Vijaya ji. So Ms. Vijaya, could you comment on which SDGs are most achievable or for Awaas Yojana, and then which others should we focus on? What innovations would you like to see so that we can increase the performance of PMAYG in terms of achieving even more SDGs than it already has? If you could share your thoughts. No? Should be.
Good evening to everybody. I'm representing HUDCO I'm coming from Bangalore Regional Office. We thank MORD for inviting us after a very long gap. And HUDCO has been actually contributing in specific to PMAY Gramin, because we are called Housing and Urban Development Corporation, whereas under Gramin, we have almost released 4,250 crores in addition to the subsidy released by the government of India through MORD. That is, there will be a viability gap. We have been talking about it is, we don't have the cost of the house is more, and where do we go for funding? As an institution, HUDCO has been able to release around 4,250 crores for the Gramin. And it has enabled around 7.9 lakh dwelling units. So that has been the institutional finance part of it. And not only finance, what I particularly represent the consultancy team of HUDCO. And in that, we focus more on the sustainable development goals. Finance is one part of it, where how do we, focus towards SDG? There was one concept called building center, if we all can go back around 3 decades. It was called Nirmiti Kendra, Kattida Mayam, or different local languages. See, the building centers were very, they played a very vital role in taking the sustainable technologies and materials to the people at the grassroots level. It was performing very well. I mean, I could say so. I have seen in my service so many rural women, rural men. They were trained in the local construction technologies, which were resilient as well as sustainable. So the Kattida Mayams, that building centers, they played a very pivotal role in taking these aspects to the people. That is the community, not the individuals, but to the community as a whole. When the community adopts these, then every individual wants to do the same thing, It is like what we say in the urban areas, when we have a ceramic tiled toilet wash area, some people want to put it on the front external facade, It's just they feel if you have a tile, then it means something, But what Kattida Mayams did is, they took the rural technologies, rural conventional techniques, which were sustainable to the people, so that they can emulate and copy it. That way it was sustainable for a longer period of time. But now what we recently see is, the adoption of RCC, if you don't have, if Pakka by definition, I think it's also having this RCC in it, okay? So this sets the tone. I mean, my house, even though I am in a rural area, it should be RCC'd. So how far it is resilient to that particular location in terms of seismic, how far it is suitable in terms of sustainability, or the factors that we can look into. But this requires a lot of mapping across departments, When I just went through the Karnataka SDG goals, how they are trying to achieve it. And the first goal is out of poverty. And it has a subclause, hungerless. So they have mapped the statistics. If you see out of poverty, there are around 12 departments doing it. The agriculture, animal husbandry, horticulture, fisheries, sericulture. So you have out of poverty goals across the stream, but I doubt whether the data speaks to each other. Okay. Why I am bringing this into picture is, a home may, as you said rightly, bring somebody out of poverty, right? If he is already out of poverty, then he should not be availing any of the central's other subsidy grants, right? Suppose if he is out of poverty, that is the male, that is the head of the family, the household, then he may have a son. who is still in poverty. Then what do we need to do? The family has to be uplifted. It is not a house to be built. It's not one tap to be provided, but the family has to be uplifted. Then it means that a job is required for the boy whose house is already out of poverty level. So I think the AI factor of it, we have been trying to break down the silos. I don't think we have been successful in doing it across government departments. But what I feel is, for example, when we take this conference, all the messages have come only in the WhatsApp, but we have been able to unite. So despite knowing each other, we have united, right? Similarly, only the digital platform can break the silos. If all the data has to speak to each other, and we have to, at the end of the day, in 2030, how many houses have come out of the poverty level? It's not the measurement of housing unit alone. It is how we have taken the whole family up. I think this is the way to look at a SDG. I've taken a long time. Similarly, on the individual unit, what we see in pictures, we see individual Ladakh house, right? Individual Idiki house or something. But what we try to do through Hardcore consultancy is we cluster them. Because how do we cluster them? Whom to cluster is our first question. We cluster them based on the occupation. Because in villages, we have got chawls, right? They may be living in some communities in some villages or some urban, that is rural-urban boundaries. If we geographically, identify such regions, then we know that there is an occupation, livelihood-based community that is getting formed in that place, in that geography. If we attack that community, which is poor, and bring them to the next status by providing either housing or water toilet or whatever it is, then it means we are attacking the community at large, not the individual. So sustainable communities as an SDG goal can be achieved through planning. That's why we are all in. We do the cluster planning so that the community doesn't break down. There has to be a coherence in the society. Only then each of them will see, oh, that weaver's son is working, then my son also has to go for work. She is studying, I should study. So the community feeling is always kept in every hardcore designed project. That is the underlying principle. If there is a community nerve that is running in that locality, we try to preserve that through the planning, through the architecture, through the design. And just a last point I would like to say. So I would only request the Ministry of Rural Development to consider bringing back the concept of Nirmiti Kendras at the block or the Gram Panchayat level, because it really connects the people together and they know how to build. They will know how to build. And the trainings should be done in their places. Trainings should be done, capacity building should be done by going there. That is very important, because unless I move to the site to whom I am designing, I never come to know. Till date, I can tell you, unless I go to the site and talk to the beneficiary, the man or the woman, I do not know what they want, how they want to live, what is their aspiration, what step they have to do next. So this ground level contact is also equally important as we build the digital platform. Digital platform is required for breaking all the silos, whereas the ground level contact is important for bringing sustainable construction technique, sustainable construction practices, materials, and building sustainable communities. I would like to end this. Thank you.
Mr. Pramod Adlakaji, if you could also present your thoughts about how the Awaas Yojana Gramin can further achieve sustainable development goals.
I'm a practicing architect engineer, managing director of Adlaka Associates Private Limited, and also founder of both the companies aka Awaas and APL. I've more than 5 decades of experience working on cost-effective building technologies in the EWS LIG sector, both urban and rural. and I have got an on-ground experience, having got constructed more than 2.5 crore square feet area on such technologies. That's my just initial remark of background. We have been listening since morning. We talk about the money. The question is, any building or any construction that we want to do is, first point is the finance. Finance is, of course, whether we take loan, whether we give subsidy, but money is required. And we are not able to complete the construction of 25 square meter house in 1,59,000 maximum amount available. And at the same time, to achieve the SDG goal, we are talking about eco-friendly technologies and materials. We are talking about sustainability. We are also talking about green building materials and green building technologies. I don't know whether anybody knows about this is not. I've been a member of IGBC also. I've been a member of GRIA also. We've ourselves formulated the terms of reference for giving the GRIA ratings and IGBC ratings for affordable housing. As per IGBC, if we include these SDG goals, it increases the cost by 6%. But if you talk to a builder, he says the cost increases by 10%. So how is it feasible? We are adding on 10% on 1,59,000. That means we can never achieve that SDG goal, and we can never achieve a house also. So what is the solution? The solution is power of technology. That's my belief. Technology can do wonders if we believe in that. I have practically done it. That's why I'm saying this. There you talk of 6 to 10% increase. I say I have got the houses completed with technologies, even having a saving of up to 40%. Today, we can achieve the SDG goals with unconventional techniques, what we call it as an alternate technologies, even saving further 20%. That means we can construct the buildings, sustainable buildings, even at 1,50,000, 1,40,000 rupees. That is my belief. How can we do it? I'll discuss in the second round about this also. And that's because of my experience. That is my practical experience on the ground. As I said, I've done crores of square feet area and different pockets, worked for the government buildings, private buildings, even for real estate builders, corporate buildings. Thank you. I will talk later, second round.
Thank you so much, sir. If I can come back to Mr. Priyadarshi, one of the issues that has been put forth is about the governance. How can we do better governance to have this kind of decentralization as well as integration, and then having data-driven frameworks for tracking cross-sectoral SDG impacts? So it's all about in the umbrella of governance. So any suggestions from you, sir, or any observations?
Yes. Thank you. When I think of, I'm talking about SDG only. When I think of rural landscape, two pictures come to my mind. One is whenever we think of rural women, typical rural women, then we imagine one woman bringing water on her head in pictures, and that, paintings you would have seen everywhere. Through Jal Jeevan Mission, we are deleting this image forever. Maybe 20 years back, open defecation was not a word in vogue at all. We had not heard of it. 20 years later, this is one of the most important part of governance. And in actuality, we never thought that open defecation, which we had imagined to be a part of rural, lifestyle normally, it is deleted, totally deleted. My suggestion is that thatched roof houses will also be deleted from our memory if we are a bit liberal in granting our PMAY houses. As we were liberal in Jal Jeevan Mission and as we were liberal in granting toilets, we were not very conservative in allocations. Here we need to be a bit liberal. Insufficiency of housing should be considered and not only the kachaness of the houses. In today's time, if I have only a single brick worth rupees, let us say 10 rupees in my house, I become ineligible. See, this is, kind of very difficult to digest, but it is. Soon we will have time when we will have no kacha houses, and through our PMAYG only it will happen. So my first suggestion is a bit of liberalism. Second suggestion is, if you want to make this scheme as a leader in achieving SDG, then employment opportunities need to be attached to this. As we are converging with other departments, skilling department, employment department, loan department, these three things, which will not only give houses but also give sustainability to the household, that also needs to become a part of it. Funding. Insufficiency of funding is generally admitted. How to address is a bit, we are not talking more on this. Microfinancing or this financing, that financing, we have been, talking about it. But funding under the scheme has to increase if we want to achieve whatever SDG goals we are thinking of. Separate kitchen has not been provided so far. We talk about good health. You talked about good health. How will we have good health if we are cooking in the same room in which our children are staying? We will not have good health ever. So separate kitchen and a separate bathroom. For female, there is no provision of any bathroom so far under any scheme. So that may also be considered. PMAY beneficiary should be automatically admitted as a Ayushman beneficiary. There, if we have to help them through health, then they should become eligible category for Ayushman cards automatically. That will also help them. Whenever we talk about PMAY, generally we talk about PMAY urban because a lot of experimentation, a lot of funding, a lot of new things are happening in PMAY urban. In rural, since the houses are constructed by beneficiaries themselves, there is no intermediary, there is no contractor, there is no developer anywhere in the scenario. So there are less experimentation. My vision is, do we need this modern kind of housing colonies in village household as well? We do need it. We do need them, but the scheme has not provided for that component so far. So if this can also be provided, that will also help us achieve my SDGs. This is my comment to your question. Thank you.
Coming to you, sir, Mr. Dwapayan, any thoughts on how PMAY can be used an integration device to guide all other schemes as well, to have this convergence and to make it a scalable model for SDG achievement?
First of all, just I wanted to bring to the notice of all that BIS and MORD we had a set of meetings where we have given them the API link to our database, where we are having a repository of around 50,000 licenses. We are having 50,000 licenses across India who are manufacturing these ISI mark products. So that way they can look into looking for a resilient product while constructing their houses, because at least they will have a quality material. What Priyadarshi sir said, yes, cost is a very big impact, but if we cannot use a good quality materials, then in the long run, a inferior material can lead to our whole effort coming to zero. Because if you are using inferior kind of maybe the cables and the light, there may be a fire incident or something, and the whole building is brought to a zero, and all our sustainable effort, that PM GAY scheme, everything goes in vain. So a little effort and a little sensitization at the ground level can help in a lot, for not only for the beneficiaries but also the surveyors, our smithers and others. In this regard, I just wanted to mention that BIS, as a way of sensitization, not for this PMYG scheme alone, has mapped their standards with the various government schemes. And we have shared to all the ministries, what are the standards which those, like in Jal Jeevan Mission, like in PMYG, we have made out booklets that what are the standards, and BIS is now doing regular stakeholder consultation at the beginning of the year with the various ministries to get a feedback that what type of standards they want to make. In this regard, I was just showing one standard to Priyadarshi sir. We had brought out recently a standard on sustainable development of rural habitats indicators. Different sort of indicators there are some core indicators, there are some supporting indicators, how we can look into the aspects. Suppose the education, how many education, how is the sanitation scenario in a village. These are indicators. It's not that how many the animal husbandry, how many cows is there, how many goats are there, how many chicken, if they're doing any poultry, how many trees per area, if they are having a sewer sanitation network, or what is the way of their sewage treatment, how many toilets are there. So these are various indicators. You can have a feel of if my society as a community has developed. So this way we are trying to bring out standards as per requirement of the various ministries, and in this way we look forward to because see, our standards are useless if it is not implemented. So if these sort of standards can be implemented in the long run, it will go in a long way for this achieving these SDG goals.
There is a lot of commonality actually in what Mr. Dipayan is saying and what Ms. Masu was saying. For example, if this the kendras that you were talking about, they could be used to train rural masons on how to use local materials, then there could be a lot of convergence in what the views are. But maybe you have a different opinion. What would you kind of suggest?
I don't have a different opinion. I feel we need to just integrate whatever is available. We have plenty.
Right.
We have plenty, and it's a time that we sit together and integrate. That's the only suggestion, and we need to create some funding, sir. I request MORD to kindly look into it for the setting up these local level construction labs. Yeah.
Sir, Mr. Pramod, you had talked about some things you want to cover in your second round. So you left a very nice teaser for us. Can you elaborate on what you wanted to say more about financing to achieve these SDGs? So.
In the earlier session, there was a discussion of the challenges that we have got to adopt different technologies. Which technology should be adopted? Whether it is cost effective, how the technology will, give the performance, its durability, all these things are being discussed. And whether the villagers can adopt it themselves, that was the best, the problem, one of the problems which was being faced by the challengers. My point is that the most important challenge is acceptability of any technology. We have lot many technologies available today. I'm a member of a committee which is named as Technical Assessment Committee, Performance Appraisal Certification given by the Ministry of Housing, Government of India. I myself have been instrumental in approving 76 emerging new technologies which have come up since 2006 till today. 76 we have. But none of them has been able to serve the purpose for which these technologies were actually being promoted. Why? The reason being because these technologies which have been approved leads to a high level of industrialization. It has to be for not even urban areas, preferably it is for the class 1 cities or metro cities. Nothing, feasible in the villages. Nothing is feasible. So we worked out a solution for this. I've been doing it for the last so many years, and I'm thankful to Central Building Research Institute, CBRI. I appreciate people are there. I have used their technologies for 50 years. Their technologies. And I improved on their technologies when they, developed these technologies. Their purpose was different. Their purpose was to create unemployment, to create low-cost housing. People thought that is a poor class housing because whatever they were trying to do means a poor construction. That was a feeling which came up during the 60s, 70s when these were promoted. So they stopped, working on new technology. The thought process was, changed to the emerging technologies now. Matter of time. What I did, I implemented their technology, modified them as per today's context. I mechanized them to improve the quality, to increase the productivity, and it can be implemented both in urban areas, rural areas, because the cost of mechanization is so low, it comes to approximately 1 rupee a square feet, which is nothing. So that gives an indication how we can improve our new technologies introduced in the rural sector, giving an employment to whom? I'll go further. I'd given a presentation in Niti Udyog also, a 40 minutes presentation. I convinced them. What you are trying to do is, you are asking the big contractors to adopt these technologies and do this EWS housing. Nothing. They said a house which can be sold for 10 crore of rupees, they say we will have to have 100 clients when we are using only one client to sell. So they're not interested. So I told them, you go in for new entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs from the villagers itself. If there is a village, say even 500 houses or 500 houses mean 2,000 residents or 2,500 residents, amongst them, select even one entrepreneur who can be an entrepreneur, an unemployed youth. He does not want to study further. वो सुबह शाम cricket खेलता है. Put this in mind that you do these technologies, adopt these technologies, adopt prefab system, do construction in your own village. Your villagers, your own neighbors will be happy that you are doing this work. They will have a confidence on you because you are one amongst themselves. You are not an outsider. Or they don't believe on the outsider, but they will believe in you. And in 2 or 3 villages, at least, you can find a one diploma engineer, you can find a one ITI student or one diploma architect. They can be grown, they can be trained, and they can themselves become an entrepreneur. They can guide. They can become a technical entrepreneur to guide them. We need a technical person also to guide them this context. So that was the process. I had explained that again. I'm pressing upon this today also in this context. That is the best solution that I thought can be done. It will give you a quality of work also. It will give the productivity also. The question is the acceptability now. There are so many technologies agreeable. उनके दिमाग में एक ही चीज है आरसीसी, उसको वो बोलते हैं लैंटर्न, उनकी अंग्रेजी भी वो हिंदी में उसको बोलते हैं, हमें तो लैंटर्न चाहिए, तो डोंट स्पीक द वर्ड इन आरसीसी. Agreed? Let us give an RCC, but change the pattern of RCC structure into a prefab system and into a small panel system जिसमें वो खुद अपने मैनुअली उसको उठा सके, रख सके, मैनुअली कास्ट कर सके, वहीं कास्ट कर सके मशीन्स लगा करके. प्रोडक्टिविटी भी इंक्रीज होगी, क्वालिटी भी उसके अंदर में आएगी, कॉस्ट भी बचेगी उसमें. Similarly, if we can choose and adopt a technology which is just an upgradation of the existing method of conventional technology, जिसे हम ये बोलते हैं जी हमारी अपनी पुरानी हिस्टोरिकल बिल्डिंग्स बनती आई हैं, उनको एक हैबिट पड़ी हुई है ब्रिक मोटर और बिल्डिंग्स बनाने की. सो लेट अस नॉट चेंज, दे डोंट फोर्स देम टू चेंज देयर ट्रेडिशन. वही मेसन लगाइए, उन्हीं को ट्रेंड करिए, बट ब्रिंग इन ए technology which is an improved or modified form of the existing one. हमने एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप की, वैसे तो बहुत किया काम, which we have idealized as the best workable solution done by आपका आवास, which we call it as an IHS, integrated hybrid solution. I will not speak much about that technology. In the next session, Mr. Mehra will deal about this. He is here today, so he will make you understand that what is the advantage of technology, how it can be used, how can it economize, how it can provide employment, how it can generate the environmental advantages, and speed of construction also. You can do a lot of, and then another advantage is in one village set up a plant, small cottage industry type thing, and you can cover 5-10 villages all around, because it doesn't require a long distance of traveling, because traveling today the transportation cost is higher. So within 10 to 20 kilometers, this technology works like a wonder. Thank you.
Just to conclude, so we have seen that thanks to the study commissioned by the MORD, that the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana has had a multi-dimensional impact on poverty, inequality, education, health, and so on and so forth. And so the success of the scheme lies in its data proof. Furthermore, we have heard from the panelists on how we can improve governance practices, construction practices, training practices, and so on to achieve greater sustainability goals. So for this, our remarks are over, but if there are any questions, then maybe one question we can have, and then we will move to the next session.
So I'm from CBRI, so it's not a question. I'm just putting a recommendation of this. Is first of all, as discussed by the panelists, first of all, we should have education. So in ITI, we should have a discipline called infrastructural housing, and we can train in ITI, we can train the local youths, and they can be our spokesperson on site,
right?
And not spokesperson, they will executing and supervision person. Point number 2, as Professor Adlaga mentioned, we should promote the use of confined masonry, which makes use of locally available construction materials and skills. And for that purpose, I would like to request the people in fraternity here that visit CBRI website, wherein we have given a compodium of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-story buildings, and with different seismic zones, confined masonry.
Right.
So I think that will be a good takeaway for the people also to promote this. When you want to take the housing sector also, as Professor Priyadarshi Saab ne mentioned that we should promote the mass housing schemes in rural sectors. So I think that will be a good way forward. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Those suggestions are well taken. So with this, we'll conclude this discussion. Thank you so much for your attention and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you to all the panelists. Now I request Director DRDA South, Shri Dipali Naik, to please present the token of appreciation to the panelists. With this, I request everyone to please remain seated, as we'll be having Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh, IS Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, joining us virtually. So please remain seated. We are honored to have with us virtually Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh, IS Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the Regional Rural Workshop under Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana Gramin. We now request you to kindly address the gathering.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished participants. We have officials from the central and state governments, domain experts, representatives
Sir, we're
from
not
civil
able to hear
society.
you. I think it's muted.
क्या हुआ? पूछिए यारी।
राजू आवाज नहीं आ रही है राजू।
हेलो 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 ठीक है मैं ठीक हूँ कैसे इन वन आउट वन को चेक कीजिए गलती कीजिए
We're not.
Hello.
Now we are able to hear you, sir.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all the distinguished participants. We have officials from the central and state governments, domain experts, representatives from civil society, and all practitioners working at the forefront of rural development. It is a privilege to be with you and to address you in this important workshop on the implementation of Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana Gramin. I would also like to express our deep appreciation to the government of Goa for hosting this dialogue in such an inspiring setting and for facilitating collaboration among the many stakeholders gathered here. We are here today not just to reflect on progress, but to shape the future of rural housing in India, an area that is both foundational to inclusive development and deeply human in its essence. Housing is not merely about building structures. It is about enabling dignity, safety, and economic opportunity. And under PMAYG, we have made significant strides in turning that aspiration into a reality. Since its launch on 1st April 2016, PMAYG has worked steadily towards the national commitment of housing for all. More than 3 crore homes have been constructed to date, providing shelter, security, and self-worth to families across the country. And with the recent cabinet approval to construct an additional 2 crore houses, we are poised to enter a new and ambitious phase of this journey. As we are aware and has been discussed today, this expanded vision is backed by thoughtful reforms. Recognizing the evolving socio-economic profile of rural India, the eligibility criteria have been rationalized, reduced from 13 to 10, to ensure that those who need support are not left out because of outdated benchmarks. Owning a fishing boat or a two-wheeler no longer disqualifies a family. The monthly income threshold has been raised from rupees 10,000 to rupees 15,000 per individual. Ownership of basic amenities like a refrigerator or landline is no longer being considered as a criterion for exclusion. These changes are a reflection of both empathy and realism. They reflect a governance philosophy that listens, adapts, and empowers. In our implementation, as you are aware, a landmark innovation in this phase is the Awaas Plus 2024 mobile app, launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 17 September 2024. By leveraging AI-based face authentication technology, this app ensures accurate identification of eligible households, especially those who may have been missed in earlier surveys. It represents our collective commitment to inclusion through innovation, and we urge all states and UTs to complete the survey and verification with diligence and speed. Targets will be allocated based on this updated beneficiary data. Equally notable is the Awaas Sakhi app, a tool designed to demystify the scheme and to empower beneficiaries. It consolidates key information in an accessible format, enabling citizens to assess their eligibility, ask questions, and to make informed decisions. Technology in this case is not just an enabler, it is a bridge to agency. Another important aspect that we must address is the quality and sustainability of house construction. While targets and timelines do matter, the durability, safety, and environmental impact of our housing stock are extremely important. The ministry has issued clear guidelines to promote the use of BIS certified construction materials, and I urge all states and UTs to institutionalize this practice. Quality must never be compromised, especially when the homes we build will serve as a foundation for future generations. As we have seen, this workshop has been carefully curated to provide an in-depth understanding of not just the scheme's implementation, but also its evolving contours. The technical session and panel discussion scheduled for today covered a rich range of subjects, each of vital significance. We began with reflections on the evolution and current challenges of PMAYG, followed by insights into the progress and technical aspects of the Awaas Plus 2024 survey, and the implementation of the SNS Sparsh system under PFMS. Thereafter, through 4 high-level panel discussions, we have tried to cover crucial themes shaping the future of the scheme. We have had 3 panel discussions today, and the 4th, as you know, is scheduled for tomorrow. The first focused on leveraging microfinance to expand housing access, particularly by building stronger institutional linkages with SHGs, NBFCs, and credit guarantors. The second panel delved into the use of AI in identifying potential beneficiaries, a transformative step that promises to enhance accuracy, fairness, and transparency. The third panel addressed SDG alignment in development planning, reminding us that rural housing is not an isolated sector, but interconnected with climate goals, gender equity, and sustainable infrastructure. Finally, the 4th panel will explore green housing strategies, encouraging states to maintain climate resilient, resource efficient practices in rural construction. Looking ahead, tomorrow's field visits, we hope, will allow all participants to observe implementation in the field, an invaluable opportunity to bridge policy with practice and insight with on-ground experience. Colleagues, friends, this workshop brings together a powerful collective of seasoned administrators, engineers, bankers, technologists, field practitioners. Each one of us carries experience, insights, and a deep understanding of ground realities. So I hope we will use this platform not merely to exchange views, but to co-create solutions. Let us leave here not only with action points and technical recommendations, but with a shared resolve to make the next phase of PMAYG not just bigger, but better, more inclusive, more efficient, and more sustainable. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the soul of India lives in its villages. Through PMAYG, we are not just building houses, we are laying the foundation of a more equal, resilient, and dignified rural India. I wish the remaining part of the workshop, it has been a great success so far, and the remaining part, I wish a great success and look forward to the valuable ideas that will emerge from your deliberations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Can you check with me? Thank you, sir, for your insightful address and for joining us virtually. Your words have truly added value to this regional rural workshop under PMAYG and will surely guide us forward. Moving ahead, we will now take a quick tea break and will return back in next 10 minutes. We'll just take a quick 10 minutes break and we all can assemble. Meanwhile, we can arrange for the chairs and the plates. Okay, we'll start in next 2 minutes.
कितना टाइम लगेगा? नहीं, मैं डबल टी में नहीं हूँ, आप इसमें आ जाओ। मैं वो नीलामा नहीं, उन्होंने नींद पे आने के लिए बोला। ये जो जहाँ पे जो सेमिनार हो रहा है वहीं पे। हाँ, मैरियट में। हाँ, आ जाओ। कितना टाइम लगेगा ऊपर जाने में? यहाँ से किसी आप आ जाओ 6 बजे तक। अभी चलेंगे
हम लोगों को वैसे भी पार्टनर है, क्योंकि जो आप बोलेंगे अल्टीमेटली जाना वही है।
Okay, so let me take you for tomorrow's schedule. Right? So tomorrow there are going to be 2 buses leaving from Doubletree Hotel at 9 a.m. and 2 buses that will be leaving from Fern Columba. Okay. After we take leave from the respective hotels, we'll be going at 2 different houses. PMA to see the 2 different houses. Then after that, we will go to. Okay, so first is the field visit. After that, we will take you to Anand Temple, that is at Savevere. After that, we will be taking you to the spice plantation that is located in Savevere. And then we'll head for the So tomorrow's announcement, we will do it later. Thank you. As we move forward in our agenda, we now come to a highly relevant and future-focused session promoting greenhousing strategies and policy approaches. For this, may I invite moderator on stage, Professor D.
Srinivas, SPA Vijayawada, and the other panelist, Ms. Kirti Zali, Commissioner, Department of Rural Development, Government of Assam, Shri Dinesh Jain, IS Director, Department of Rural Development, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Shri B.M. Prajapati, IS Additional Commissioner, GSRDC, Government of Gujarat, Professor R. Pradeep Kumar, Director, CBRI, Ms. Lubna Bombewala, Councillor, IGBC, Shri Ankit Bhalla, Senior Manager, GRIHA, Shri Sakib Mehra, CEO and Founder, Aapka Awaas. Can we have all the panelists on stage?
Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to be here as the moderator for this interesting session. I would like to thank MORD for this opportunity given to me. So being the last session, I just wanted to be quick. So I would like to thank the previous panel who have been discussing about various technologies in the SDG panel discussions. So where from Ms. Vijaya from HUDCO was discussing about Nirmit Kendra, and Shri Bhadraji was talking about standards, and also Shri Pramodji who had an intensive discussion on low-cost technologies, etc. So with a little bit of introduction from the previous session, so we'd like to move to one of the important session, which talks about exploring innovative and context-sensitive approaches to designing and construction green rural homes across India's varied climatic and geographic zones. So as everyone know that India has varied climatic zones, varied socio-climatic aspects, geographic aspects, etc. So it is a bit difficult for the PMAY Gramin to build houses for different sectors of different dimensions. So more or less when we talk about, and I have been into rural housing and researching rural housing since my master's. So with PMIY, with different terminologies, I've visited a lot of more than around 60 villages within Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So where I've started understanding about how PMIY, Gramin, and even urban houses have been built. So the most important aspect is to the context, which becomes very important. So because the context plays a major role, and all the houses are not same in all parts of India. So with this initiative, I would like to start with question to Ms. Lubna Rohail from IGBC. So I'd like to start. IGBC has been at the forefront of promoting sustainable construction practices through its green building rating systems. So how do you envision these systems being adapted or scaled to benefit rural housing and especially for low income communities?
First of all, I am humbled to be, invited here by MORD, and I represent the Indian Green Building Council. I'm glad and I'm honored to announce that Indian Green Building Council, along with the other rating systems, also has an affordable housing rating system, which is predominantly for the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana urban, but we have another level of rating system, which is the NEST rating. The NEST gives us guidelines how to make these self-developed individual houses better, more sustainable. Using NEST, looking at NEST as a certification rather than looking at NEST as a tool. If you look at the checklist of a NEST rating, you see that we promote vernacular technologies, we promote use of local materials, how we're going to reduce the embodied carbon energy. So the NEST rating system is, in the sense, apt for the Pradhan Mantri Awaas Yojana Gramin schemes. So I would request MORD to look at it. We would like to, do awareness sessions. IGBC is quite vocal and quite active in doing awareness sessions, spreading across this information about how to make homes green. We speak about sustainability for the luxurious segment, but sustainability or greening is for all. As Indians, we can go back to our roots and find that we were the most sustainable community. Today morning, I was having a discussion with one of our panelists. The saris that our grandmothers and great grandmothers used to wear, they have been passed on for generations. They were used as curtains, swings, whatnot. So we are the most sustainable culture in the world, I would say. So going back to the roots, thank you. Going back to the roots and finding ourselves is something very important. And IGBC believes in the principles of Indian ethos, and we connect to the roots. IGBC always encourages us to look at the grassroots level and see where the problem lies, and then come up and see what all we can change. I personally have been traveling across India, spreading awareness about this rating system. We, in the rating system, through the guidelines, we teach people how to use appropriate technology, appropriate according to the climate, to the terrains, how to use the orientation. So if we have self-developed houses, and how do we make it not just sustainable, also beautiful? How do these houses become beautiful? The simple fact that a daylighting, the daylight sunlight comes inside, the way it falls in the house can make that house beautiful. We just think that, okay, you can add elements. No, the daylighting itself is going to create patterns in your house. It's going to kill the germs in your house. It's going to make your house more healthy. So IGBC also looks at criteria such as indoor air quality, occupants' health and well-being. When ma'am spoke about cluster housing, in terms of cluster housing, we look at the criteria, how today people are getting isolated because of these mobile phones or other technologies. Even in the villages, you see people just scrolling through phones, looking at some reels. So we make sure that our, houses, they have some interactive spaces, places where the senior of the community can hang out, look at the children, lot areas, Anganwadi, all these aspects are a part of our rating system. So I request MORD to look at this as a tool to make these houses more beautiful, to make these communities more beautiful, more sustainable in terms of insulation, in terms of cool roof. All these aspects are covered, and I would say that it is from minimum to zero cost. No additional cost. Today, any low VOC paint or a no VOC paint is same as a regular paint. But the awareness is missing. Even the simple thing as a household cleaning product, people can use it, they can use harmful chemicals. But here also again, IGBC is giving recommendations on which products you can use. I'm sure you all know that there's a wing of IGBC, which is a green pro team. They research the product, they certify products, and they certify products, and from that, we can get a good list of what all materials we can use or what will be good for us as people and also for the environment.
Thank you. So we have a lot of technologies and a lot of resources available. It's awareness which becomes important for us. So we'll go to the next panelist, who is from Griha, Mr. Ankit Bala. So I'd like to ask, what are the key performance indicators that Griha would recommend for monitoring the environmental sustainability of rural housing projects beyond just the construction phase to assess long-term impact and benefits?
Okay. I'd like to thank MORD for organizing this particular session and all the participants who have taken out time for this particular session. When we look at certifying any home, when we say a home, it is about not just sustainability as one component, but also looking at the livelihood and the life that it is giving to the person. That's basically called happiness index. So primarily these homes, when they bring smile in terms, people who are, who are auto drivers, who are laborers, when you say them that, when you move into a house and your maintenance charges are zero, you are low on, your energy bills, that brings a smile on them. That basically reduces their burden, that tomorrow we have to pay an electricity bill. Tomorrow, we have to pay these maintenance charges. That is something, which is the need and which on the principles on which Griha is right now working. We have a program called Jan Griha, which is Jan Awaas Nirman Griha, which basically focuses on small scale affordable housing projects which are coming up in the country. And we look at, their basic needs as in, their local habitat. Now, I have also got an opportunity some 6 years back to travel to the remote areas of Madhya Pradesh, where the Madhya Pradesh government, they wanted to understand that, what is restricting affordable housing segment, getting penetrated into the rural, the sub-rural areas or the rural areas. And then me and my other researcher from Terry, we both went to these places, and then we figured out, that people have made those pakka, constructions, but the essence of their livelihood was missing. They were using the home for, stacking their materials. In fact, dumping their cattle yards, using the toilets, as tailor shops. There was a wedding, we went to one of the villages and they were using the entire home as a storage of, of all the household products which were to be given to the bride and to the groom as gifts. Their stock locked. So it was considered as a storeroom and not as a house. And people were, more happy when they were in the out. They were in the exterior environments. When they were, sitting under the tree, they could, interact with each other. So I believe a change which is drastically required is in the design in terms of, where we are not disturbing their livelihood in terms of their cultural context. That is the beauty of our Indian culture and tradition that we have to inherit, and that is something which we have to take forward. We look at, if you specifically talk about KPIs, so I believe livability index, happiness index is something which should be the next. We all are looking at energy performance, water performance. This is something which will be reflecting in the happiness index to what I believe the most important parameter or the KPI which should be looked into the affordable housing segment is the happiness index.
Most important, because it's not house we are looking at, it's home we are looking at. And it is very easy to design a bungalow of 1,000 square yards or 2,000 square yards. This is a big challenge for us. But in a small limited area, we have to give them a good house with affordable pricing. So the next question is to Mr. Saket Mehra from CEO and founder from panelists from Aapka Awaas. So my question is Aapka Awaas emphasizes affordable housing, for marginalized communities. So can you share some examples of how your organization has successfully integrated sustainable, low carbon materials into housing projects, and especially in rural areas?
Hi, good afternoon. I am thankful to MORD and all the officials who are involved in this seminar, which is the beginning of a new era for rural housing. Well, you know, housing in India, especially rural housing, is a big challenge because we have so many domains, we have so many areas that differ in their demographics. So we have to build a system which is common to all, or practically to all, which can offer a solution, a one-stop solution for everything. And this can only come through standardization. This can only come through technology. And dealing with the sustainable goals, it's a process. You have to first start in building these solutions, and these solutions will only come through prefab technologies, where the quality is controlled at factory levels. And since my senior, Mr. Adlakha, has already expressed that, you see, this can only happen at local village level. It cannot happen on a centralized basis. It has to be decentralized, and it has to be taken to districts, to panchayats, to small towns, so that, you know, small kutir plants or lagu udyogs can be set up based on certain technologies, and people be trained on that. And scale should be achieved on pan-India basis to take this forward. Addressing the question, Dr. Srinivasan, is that how can sustainability be brought into this? Well, according to us, sustainability can only be achieved through use of circulatory materials. You know, we have enough circulatory materials like bio-waste, lime, fly ash. All these elements are available in abundance in many states. They can be used on through technology, and they can be implemented for precast technologies, prefabricated technologies. And like Mr. Adlakha has said, that there are 76 technologies which has been approved by Government of India, but none of them have gone to the rural areas as yet. So we are making an effort to take these technologies to really the rural India, though we have implemented a lot of projects in the urbanized rural belt, but in the rural segment, we need to concentrate in taking it through the lagu udyogs, through the kutir udyogs. And we have a perfect solution for that. And only through implementation of that solution can we think about bringing in sustainable goals or using sustainable materials. Thank you.
So I believe that quality is most important than quantity. So we are since morning discussing more about numbers. So let us also try to concentrate more on quality aspects. So now Dinesh Jainji, Director of Rural Development, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Sir, I have a question, like from a state level implementation perspective, what are the primary challenges in ensuring widespread adoption of low carbon materials and energy efficient designs in PMAY Gramin across Madhya Pradesh, and how as a government, how is the government addressing these aspects?
First, I would like to thank you, MORD, for inviting in this workshop, and thank you, Mr. Srinivasan, for this opportunity to us. As all the panelists earlier also discussed, the PMAY, when we review rural housing as a whole, we find that the rural housing was replicated as it was doing in urban areas. So there was not any difference in them, or our traditional masons and materials all replaced by the urbanized culture Now we are going again, we are reversing, we want to reverse these model. We are doing for this. Actually, when we talk to this affordability, it can only be done when we use local material and local technology. For this in Madhya Pradesh, we are doing 2-3 initiatives for this. We bought machines for this compressed stabilized earthen blocks using only 10 below 10% cement in that local soil, using local soil after testing them, and we the machine costing about 1 lakhs to 3 lakhs. So we have some at 7 training institutions in Madhya Pradesh of Rural Development Department. We installed 7 machines to there in institution and give training to the our engineers and masons ki how CSEB can be made in situ. So for that we have an elaborate work. For that we give money to the our CO Jilla Panchayats for establishing soil testing lab. All the blocks of Madhya Pradesh are doing soil testing. If the soil is appropriate, then you can use in situ for that, for making this CSEB block. So if soil is suitable, means if soil has more than 60% of sand, 10% of cement be include in that, then means a strong block can be made, and no plastering is required in that. After testing these blocks, we are making prototypes in all these 7 institutes, calling masons from the villages so they can say the technology, and our rural engineering services engineers also going to be trained there. This is the one thing Madhya Pradesh is doing in this PMAY. So if local masons will convince that this technology is working appropriately, then only they will replicate in villages. One thing we are also planning to do is that only saying to the villagers ki you adopt this technology will not work, because first government has to apply this technology in their own buildings. If you are making any panchayat bhavan, you are making any anganwadi, you are making any school in village, then only this technology will convince to the rural people. Otherwise, if I am making my house with urbanization, not with burnt bricks, and I am suggesting someone to use this green technology with CSEB, so nobody will convince. So we are also looking into this. One thing we were missing was that we don't have any documentation of actually MP is a big state having 23,000 gram panchayats and more than 50,000 villages. So we have 7-8 reasons according to the soil types and material availability. Some reason use this stone, or somewhere it is used, bamboo is also there. Somewhere it is soil buildings, soil is used in the buildings. So we make a PMU with the SPA Bhopal. We were lucky to have such a institution there in Bhopal. So we take a initiative, and SPA Bhopal is now doing work for documentation, and all the rural construction technology center we are making in their premises only. So we will show how many types of roofs can be made in rural areas, how many types of walls can be made from the different materials. All will be set up in this SPA. We are putting in all our more than 300 blocks are there. We are putting 2 interns in each blocks, one having from architecture, one from planning or civil engineers. They will stay in every block for 2 months and they will give a feedback how the housing typologies are in their blocks, and are there some masons remaining there which they are doing some traditional work, they know the traditional work, or which local materials can be used in those buildings. There will be a use. We already give the training to the 600 interns. We put them in their all the blocks. Or now in after July, we will get a very different all the documentation, which type of typology is used in villages, and our traditional masons are available or not, or then we will go further and try to do this green technology. We will try to go it downwards. Then only villagers can be convinced, and we will be benefited in PMAY-G also. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. I mean, it's going to be a good lesson even where other states could also adopt. And great to hear that schools of architecture are also getting involved in this research. I'm happy to say that there are 2-3 proposals, I mean, ideas which you have generated, which is part of my research proposal during my PhD. I'm very happy about it getting connected more. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Shri B.M. Prajapati ji, IAS and Additional Commissioner Rural Development PMAY. So I'd like to ask concern to the state which you are related to. So what are the efforts made in Gujarat regarding local materials and low cost techniques?
I am very thankful to MORD for inviting me and giving me chance to be a panelist over here. Today green housing efforts are made in Gujarat since long time. That means at the early when this PMAY-G scheme introduced, at that time we have given we have engaged a institution, that is local institution, Hundarshala, and this Hundarshala has surveyed all over our Gujarat. Yeah, Gujarat has mainly 3 regions: arid area, flood-prone area, and hilly area. So this Hundarshala has also proposed for 5 geographical areas. That means Kutch. You all might know that little run of Kutch is over in Gujarat, and that desert area is like in Kutch, and nearby districts, our districts, North Gujarat, Central Gujarat, Saurashtra. Saurashtra is a typical type of area. It is like a saucer. So there are they suggested different types of prototype designs to our government, and they we have worked on it, and we have this prototype designs to send all the regions and guided them to how to build this low cost material buildings. They have suggested 65 different types of low cost and thermo across the that means local atmosphere friendly houses. So we have started these things, but people beneficiaries are always pakka houses. That means they think that Pakka houses means concrete houses. They are not using the local materials, because the definition of our Pakka houses is a cement and concrete design house. So we are facing so many problems. Our engineers are also giving them from the beginning of the foundation. They are giving them the all the necessary guidance, and to the rooftop level also they are giving them the guidance, but they are not using the local materials, because the tradition is that the Pakka houses means the not it means be the constructed by the cement and concrete. So I think much awareness is necessary, because the definition we have given in the beneficiary, that the mud house or kacha jhopra are the beneficiary for the PMAYG beneficiary. So the difference between the beneficiary thinks that if I make a local material building, then the people of the social scenario, they will think that they are not come out of the below poverty. So I think that such type of material, and for the more exploration must be done. So people and awareness must be done, so people can use easily this type of material, and they not think that they are living in such a condition. They were earlier living in such type of condition. So I think that much more awareness is needed. Thank you.
So, shall we go for a round, or shall we? Okay, I think we are running late. Hope you don't mind. Shall we wind up, or? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So we'll, before winding up, I think it's. So, Ms. Lubna Rohil, it's your turn.
So greening of construction and the luxury segment has undergone a tremendous change because of the government incentives. So in Gujarat also government has given incentives. Okay, they're giving the payback on the chargeable FSI. Uttar Pradesh government is given up to 15% extra FSI. So I would request the government to incentivize, for something for the poor people who want to, implement green practices. They're not going to ask us, okay, what is the environment, what is good for us. They're going to ask us, "Mera kya fayda hai isme? How will I benefit? Can we subsidize green materials? Can we subsidize green technologies? How are they going to benefit from it?" So my request is to for government to look at some policy decisions, some incentive to be worked out. I myself, I'm from a rural area. I'm from an area called Khopoli. It used to be rural, very rural in 1970s and 80s. Now all the agricultural fields are gone. There's no agriculture there. And I feel deeply saddened to see the state of my village, where sir said we also used to go to the wells and get water because there was no water supply. There used to be 12, 15-hour power cuts, but we were really happy because of the air quality and the environment. We were happy. So if I take myself back and to that rural segment, and I think that somebody is asking me to make a sustainable house, follow my guidelines. So what is in it for me? So that is my question to all of you all, whoever is in power, who has the authority to change things in this matter. Please help us out and let's make this society, the rural areas, much better, much beautiful, and let's not go towards ugly urbanization, please.
Panel member who is willing to, yeah, please.
I would like to address this to Gaya Prasad ji, the Honorable Director General of MORD. Well, since we have already got onto this bandwagon, and since Government of India in PMAY Urban has already announced a TIG, a Technology Innovation Grant for the urban sector, I think it should also be done for the rural sector. Because whatever they have announced for the urban sector is very important. Why? Because it makes more impact in the rural sector as compared to the urban sector. So, and apart from that, the TIG itself will lead to SDG goals, because relying on in situ construction will not help you to achieve the SDG goals at all. Why? Because the same cement is being used, the steel is being used, and cement and steel directly contribute to a lot of global warming. So this aspect needs to be looked into. Plus, what I feel is that in situ construction indirectly has to be discouraged at the village level. Why? Because there is not enough technology, know-how, knowledge available to those masons who have been trained at the village level. They think that they have been able to achieve in this, but somehow the quality deteriorates. It's about, whoever is doing it is trying to make an extra money, because everything is about blending at site. And blending today means, you see, our IS codes talk about blending in terms of quantity. Whereas today on ground level, the quantity based blending has got replaced with volumetric blending. So which has resulted in extra profit for a contractor or whoever is doing it, Plus, always promote technologies, which are promoting do it yourself. Because each house owner would, put his best efforts to make a good house for himself if he has the knowledge, if he has the technology to do it himself. Thank you.
So any last comments from any panelists so that we can...
So I'd like to add that when we look at rural housing and greening them, so it is about creating an awareness in terms of how a common man, a man who is not that educated, how can he make the right choices. So by just giving him simple training in terms of explaining him the benefits, just giving him a directory that how with simple steps he can green his house and taking him back to its root, that what his ancestors used to do. So let's have example for the rural housing, we used to use cow dung to leap our floors. Now this is something which has now gone, and this is something which needs to be revived with a innovation which is right now taking up. So people think that specifically people from this cadre they think that if what rightly was being said, that if we make a concrete house, then only it is a sign of development. But that is not a sign of development. Development means when we revive our own culture, our traditions to the best, so that it benefits us as well as it does not deteriorate the environment. So certainly there is this awareness which is now required to be brought back into the system, where this differentiation has to be now to be broken. It has to be now cracked. So I believe reviving this particular system is something which requires more attention and trainings, and making life scale examples. What right now sir just mentioned, that when you adopt it, then you make an example so that others can follow you back. So I think this is something which requires to be inherent, and it needs to be scaled at a very magnificent rate, because the rate at which we are looking at affordable housing coming up in the future, certainly the rate at which we have to empower our trainings, our this penetration also has to be there.
So I think Prasad ji, you have made a power packed power packed sessions. The problem is each and every session needs 3 days to discuss. Now someone have to discuss on technologies, low cost housing, green buildings, rating system and all, which has to be included. Now we have all stalwarts sitting here. And so I think in future we can actually try to even we can, in either in SPA Bhopal or SPA Vijayawada or anyone, we are always welcome that any discussions which can happen on building technologies, we are always there. And so we have people, this discussion has actually taken us to move forward, and most of the things which have been already working out in different states, etc. But the most important thing is context-based housing, which becomes very important. It is not only a house, but it's a home which we have to build with the local technologies, based on climatic conditions, which has to be again affordable. So a lot of things come into picture. So how do we integrate all these things, starting from finance in the morning, which we have discussed. Then people have discussed about AI as one of the important aspects, then SDG goals, and finally the last but not the least is the design, because we are a person who molds himself is from the house in which he grows. So the house or the design or the environment in which he grows becomes more important. So I actually urge everyone to make a design as an important component with respect to the locally available building materials, affordable technologies, etc., and make a house and make a home and not a house. Thank you, and thank you all the panelists for your valuable comments and discussions.
Anyone who is really interested to know about technology, please visit Hunar Shala. What Commissioner Saab has said, Hunar Shala is a wonderful place to learn the technologies, to understand the technologies. It's in the district Bhuj, zone 5. And you can visit my construction sites also, what IHS1 Aapka Awaas has done, interlocking block technology, precast system. Lot of houses have been built in Anjar. No, that's Wellspun Group's housing schemes. Thank you.
Thank you.
मैं कह रहा हूँ मैं इसलिए यहाँ नहीं आया हूँ कि मुझे आपको और कुछ बताना है। सुबह से लेके अब तक हम लोग बहुत कुछ सुन चुके हैं। I am here because of some responsibility being in the ministry. मैं कल तो सब लोग विजिट में जाएंगे। That team Goa will apprise us कि what is the plan for tomorrow's. कल तो हम मिलेंगे ही मिलेंगे। I am here because since morning this Goa team they have arranged this workshop so nicely. बहुत बढ़िया से किया है। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं मंत्रालय की तरफ से, व्यक्तिगत अपनी तरफ से और राज्यों की तरफ से जो पैनलिस्ट और मॉडरेटर्स हैं उनकी तरफ से भी गोवा की पूरी टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि आपने इतना बेहतरीन अरेंजमेंट और इतने कम समय में आपने घर तो बनाए 250, लेकिन आपने जीते हैं 2,50,000 से ज़्यादा के दिल। तो ये जो आपने दिल जीतने की कला इस वर्कशॉप के माध्यम से दी है हम लोगों को, इसकी मैं बहुत प्रशंसा करता हूं। मैं केवल इस आशा के साथ इस वर्कशॉप को समाप्त करता हूं आपके बीच में कि एक किसी जमाने में हम लोग पढ़ते थे, मेरा थोड़ा साहित्य से प्रेम है, मैं सुबह से अंग्रेजी बोल रहा हूं लेकिन मेरी भाषा हिंदी है। ये मैं अक्सर इसलिए कहता हूं क्योंकि मातृभाषा में बातें बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से कही जाती हैं और उसको अच्छे से, तो मैं कुछ हिंदी में कहता हूं गोवा के लिए और अपनी इस वर्कशॉप की मंशा के लिए कि देखिए बहुत अच्छी, कल का जो खासकर गोवा पहली बार आए हैं वो दिल थाम के कल गोवा में घूमे। बड़ा अच्छा शहर है, बहुत अच्छे लोग हैं यहाँ के और बहुत अच्छी, जैसे हुनरशाला की बात अभी डॉक्टर अदलखा ने आके कही थी, मैं उससे एक बात और जोड़ लूं कि अभी हम अलग से मिल रहे हैं, एसपीए, हुनरशाला या ऐसे जितने हुनरबाज हैं उन सब से हम अभी अलग से मिल रहे हैं, एंड देन विल डिस्कस इन डिटेल what are the new technology and approaches, policy decisions are available in the market and academia to will decide, discuss and go for further improvement in the scheme. मैं अपनी बात पे अब आता हूँ कि कल घूमिए आप लोग अच्छे से। गोवा मेरी बहुत कई बार मैं आ चुका हूँ, लेकिन हर बार आता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं पहली बार ही आया हूँ। पर ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि इस वर्कशॉप की जो मंशा है उस पर 2-4 लाइनें सुन लीजिए, आपको जाते जाते बताता हूँ कि वर्कशॉप बड़ा अच्छा है। एक जिसको कहते हैं ना हिंदी में से अभिनव प्रयोग, एक बहुत अच्छा प्रयोग हमने इसके साथ किया है कि हम लोग अभी जो लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि तो सरकारी वर्कशॉप लग ही नहीं रहा है, सिंस मॉर्निंग वी हैव नॉट रिव्यूड द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ एनी स्टेट or not evaluated how much fund was released, what is the utilization. इसका नाम ही रीजनल वर्कशॉप नहीं होना चाहिए था। मैं अभी शक्तिकांत सिंह जी डायरेक्टर हमारे में, उनसे हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे, हमने कहा ये रीजनल वर्कशॉप नहीं है भाई, ये तो बेसिकली व्हाट इज द पाथ, व्हाट इज द फ्यूचर फॉर द पीएमएवाईजी। ये टीम जो आज आपने दी है इसको बहुत अच्छे से हम लोग संजो के रखेंगे, बड़े अच्छे से। पूरी पीएमएवाईजी की 15 लोगों की टीम है ये, दे आर हियर, विल प्रिपेयर द summary of discussion, suggestions, and will share and will also discuss in detail to go for improvement in the scheme. अब आते हैं इस बात पे जिसके लिए मैं यहाँ आया था। पूरी गोवा की टीम को एक बार पुनः बधाई देते हैं और इस आशा के साथ इस बात को कहते हैं कि एक कदम तुम चलो, एक कदम हम, रास्ता कट जाएगा कदम रखते रखते। और इस वर्कशॉप की मंशा पे 2 लाइनें सुनिए कि एक दिया तुम रखो, एक दिया हम, अंधेरा मिट जाएगा दिया रखते रखते। ये अंधेरा मिटाने का जो अभियान हमने शुरू किया है पीएमएवाईजी के माध्यम से, मैं आपको अनेक सक्सेस स्टोरीज बताऊं क्योंकि लास्ट 8 सालों में केवल गांव गया हूं मैं। इस स्कीम ने मुझे कभी विदेश नहीं भेजा और मेरी जाने की इच्छा भी नहीं है, लेकिन गांव के मैं इस देश के बहुत से जिलों को, अमरजीत सिन्हा साहब को का नाम आप लोग जानते होंगे जिनके साथ मैंने कैरियर शुरू किया, वो कहते थे कि मैं लगभग 750 जिलों में से 700 जिलों में जा चुका हूं। मैं ये नहीं कहता, लेकिन मैं हर एक राज्य के कम से कम उसके 20% जिलों में जा चुका हूं और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के तो सभी राज्यों के अधिकतर जिलों में जा चुका हूं। तो व्यक्तिगत रूप से हम लोग अच्छे से जानते हैं, इसीलिए आपके साथ सुबह से लेके प्रश्न लेकर आए थे और शाम को उत्तर लेके जा रहे हैं। ये आज की वर्कशाला की असली देन है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये हाउसिंग स्कीम जो लोग आज इससे जुड़े हैं वो अच्छे से जान लें कि 2029 में ये स्कीम इज गोइंग टू वन ऑफ द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग स्कीम इन द कंट्री। अभी भी हमको नंबर वही मिलते हैं, लेकिन 2029 में हम बहुत अच्छा करेंगे। एक बार पुनः गोवा की टीम और जो राज्य और पैनलिस्ट आए थे उनको विशेष धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। एक बार गोवा के नाम पे खूब कस के तालियां बजाइए।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Now I request Director DRDA South, Shri Dipali Nayak ma'am, to please present the token of appreciation to the panelists. Thank you. Now I'll just quickly brief you about tomorrow's plan. For tomorrow's field visit, participants will be divided into two groups. Each